Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Okay, we on. This is so strange, and then I'll tell you the strangest later. But mm, we will start as we always do with a prayer to the ancestors to to have a good conversation and to hey Yona, uh, to have a good conversation. So yes, I'll begin. Uh, hey sis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay, good, good, good. Oh, okay, wonderful. Okay, so we will start as we always do with a prayer to the ancestors to give us wisdom, enlightenment, to share wisdom and to receive the same, and yes, to learn and to teach. So yes, let us begin. Do you want to say something before we begin?
Oh no, the floor is yours.
Okay, cool, cool, cool. Mm. Okay, so yes, as usual, I'm not a fan of time. I always regard time as an enemy, as well, not an enemy, an adversary. You
I
know.
think I think we know that.
I'm trying to philosophize my tardiness.
Oh, by the way, you said to tell you thank you. So thank you.
What did you do? Who said to say thank you?
You know. Okay.
Okay, okay, good, good, good. No, no problem at all. Yes, time is a mystery. It is a mystery, like so many things in the world. So many things in the world. Yes. So, um, how much small talk do you want?
um, not very. We can get right into it. I'm
Okay.
I'm I'm ready. Ready for
Okay.
this. Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
because I try to be, you know, considerate to what I call, humans, because humans require
What you
certain.
call humans? Okay. Continue. Continue.
Well, they are um, people, and then they are pers- okay. How will I say this? The specific personal things, and those are not human things. Those are things that are specific to certain people, and so on. And then there are human things, like just things that we just say out of consideration for each other, like when you meet somebody on the way, and then you're all going that left, and then you smile, that awkward smile, like, oh ha, 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 I missed, and then, that sort of nonsense that we all have to go through just to make sure that life is running smoothly. So that's what I say. So I feel that most people like small talk, so I give them their a generous amount of it. Okay.
Got it.
Yes. Okay. So you know, oh, you know what? I put that cool song. That was a song that I was playing on repeat, like to X-Ray Taniwa. That's such a cool song. It's the best line in it. And I am so sorry for people who don't speak Kiswahili, because yes, you find good, written words
Speaking
in
of
it.
that, weren't you
Yes.
supposed to help me? Oh
No,
no,
you know
it's
what?
our
Like you
fault.
said, hey, you wanted to keep that on the back burner. Let's just keep this one on the back one as well. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes. Let's. My bad. My
Mhm.
bad. Go ahead.
Okay. So, he was saying, yes. So I feel sort of sad for people who, yeah, the song, the sounds, and all that, and in that song, it sounds almost like an oboe, like the beginning of that song. Extra. Let me put it in the comment. X. Ray. Well, I put it in the beginning of the chat and in the community. Taniua. So it starts with this nice. Okay, I know we're going to get to it. Sorry. I'm just digressing. But it starts with this nice, like this oboe. It's not even a violin. Like sometimes you hear, like some rap musicians, including the violin. But this was like an oboe sounding thing. It's like this deep sound. It's like
what's the name of it?
I can put things up. I forgot. Oh, hey, South Sudanese Junubi. Okay. Oni is here saying peace. I said peace. You said hello to everyone. Yes, South Sudanese Junubi is here. Yes, we are part of the EAC. If you don't know, you should know.
Listen, that's my Brooklyn people's thing, okay? Don't try to shake it now. That's Brooklyn all day.
Yes, you should know. No, it's okay. You're welcome. Today, for me, we start with chats, and then you all just spectating, cheering on. Very much encouraged, to be active, in the comment section. Just yeah, we're all cool over here. We're having a casual chat about different things. So yes, yeah, we are. Yeah, of course. EAC, one love. Yeah. So the song is Aire, and in one of the verses, he's like, "Juzi nilikuwa." Okay, yesterday. Okay, I'm going to translate it. Yesterday, I hope somebody is going to do the lyrics. Yesterday, I was supposed to be abroad. You won't imagine that I was supposed to be in Chicago, right? Okay, so he's obviously in Kenya. He was supposed to be in Chicago, and then he says ndege ya tu ilinipata kwa Lu. Okay, Lu in British English is bathroom. So ndege is plane. So basically, he was supposed to be abroad in Chicago. And then the airplane, the 2 a.m. airplane, he was supposed to be on. He was in the loo at that time, and then his mother got angry at him, and now a whole story. Like it's just it's fascinating. But anyway, so today we are talking about the family. So that's a bit of my small talk, and I hope that's enough of it. And the reason why is, even the definition, let's just start with definitions of family. When you talk about the African family, almost family in the past, it was usually, a whole group of people, and it was not just when you think of family now, people just think of the nuclear family, mama, baba, watoto, mother, father, and children. But in the past and for the longest time, it was an extended society. It was the family, the line between family, clan, tribe, all of that was very, very much widened or expanded. So your family was not just, your immediate family. It included, and they even have different terms for it. Those like different terms for your mother's side of the family. For a lot of tribes, there were different, categorizations for like great grandchildren, not just just adding another great to the word. It was actually different names for it. And uncles, cousins, all of that. In Africa, people say you have 50 cousins or 100 cousins, sometimes conservatively.
Conservatively.
Yes, conservatively.
Okay. I have about that much. I have about that much in the Caribbean. Yes. We have a large family in the Caribbean too. So, yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, before we continue though, South Sudanese, no, he didn't miss the plane because of a washroom break. No. It wasn't the washroom break. Basically, what I imagine that he was incapacitated in the washroom. He was probably, throwing up or, just out of it. And yeah, it was 2 a.m. in the morning. That was the time for a lot of, partying. He probably had like a long going out away party, and he ended up staying too long. And by the time he got there, oh, hey, Yona B. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
no, it's okay. Yeah, so no.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No. I was just trying to explain to him, but no, this is
But
not a
wait a
simple.
second, Tan, you got all of that from that one song? That just
Man, look.
wow.
These Kenyans like to drink at a very extraordinary level. He was probably passed all the way out, like he was just in the loo, just passed out. Like when I was in Kenya, right? Man, I shouldn't be just, immediately snitching like that. But my cousins who drink a whole lot, and they Kenyans like to drink, they do. So that's that's what happened. But
Sound like they're fun people to me.
no. That stuff is no. I don't think so. I think it's just too much after. Oh wow! See, no, you shouldn't put our dirty laundry out there like that. Junubi. No, okay, well, I did start it, so I'm partially responsible. But yeah, well, we there are Kenyans drink a lot, but they're somehow able to do things despite it. You'll find somebody drinking until the wee hours of the morning, and just and then the next morning they're just there, going to work in a suit, all sober as as you can be, and just going about through life like these people are crazy. There's some kind of Superman. I don't know how they do it, but they somehow do it. Like on a very crazy level. But
No, they sound very human. That happens all over the world. Sound very human. That's the name you call them, right? Human.
yes. Like I said, I am simply here to observe. But you know what we were talking about was, let's start. There's components now to the family, which is the well nowadays families are so complicated, but let's just start with biological families. It takes three to make a family. I think the families, we can look at it now. It used to be a multiplicity, and now it has been reduced to its core elements, which are simply three. Is the male, the female, and the offspring. And unfortunately, it used to be not that it, yeah, at the very extreme. Nowadays it's just one against all, or this individualistic mindset. But from the beginning it starts with that trinity of man, woman, child. That's where it begins, and then you slowly add the other factors to it. But I think that it was in the olden society, it started from a multiplicity, and then eventually you'd find your individuality. So what I mean by that is that in all societies, when there was new life, it was a communal celebration. Everybody came together, they celebrated the child, and so on. So the child was, even if people talk about the rites of initiation, but there was rights to every phase of human, not human. Humans is a recent, development to, how do I say it? To the life of a person. Not even a person is also not right. How do you call, people, man and woman? In any case, I'll try to find a name for it. But there was different phases. So there was the rite of birth, and that was when usually it was like 3 or 4 days for some tribes, or a week or so for some others. There was a naming ceremonies and so on. So the child was received into the community, and I think that's where people came with all this, baby showers and all that. That's like a throwback to that. So it was, the birth was a communal event, not that rites, not just rites of passage. It was both personal but also communal. Every stage of your life was witnessed by everyone in the community, so it made you a part of the community. But increasingly in modern society, people are not integrated into the community, except in, economics and so on. But you're not, your rites of passage are very, very personal, but not public. You go through, learning how to drive, getting, learning, being able to buy your first, illicit substances, going through life, being able to, go to college, work, all of that things. But there's no, you only get the achievements, you don't get the entrance. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes, I get it.
Okay.
Mhm.
Do you have a comment, or shall I continue?
No, go ahead. Continue your thoughts. I'll comment later.
Okay.
Mhm.
So people have lost, this ability to connect with the community, and that's also part of, the Western malaise of alienation, where, people feel, they feel their destiny, they feel, their personal destiny, the one, the chosen one, actually, the hero and so on, this wonderful, archetypes, but there is no, communal. Like, even when you look at these Marvel heroes, they're very isolated creatures. Batman is there sitting in his cave. Superman is out there, he can't even tell the love of his life what he does at night.
those, those characters, those characters are DC, not Marvel. They're DC, not
Like,
Marvel.
wait, how come you're always just dashing about in the middle of the night? Don't
Well,
worry about it, honey.
that's the superhero thing. That's what they do. But it's interesting that you say that, because it's it shows a spotlight on individuality, and the lack of the full community setting, like what you said. Because wait, no, like Justice League, they're all, well, they're like on a ship, but we're talking about comic books. But the Justice League is similar to more of a community type setting, instead of per se just the Batman or just the Superman or whatever. But go ahead, continue, sis.
Yes. So, no, that's a good point. But the reason why we also look at these heroic creatures is also that they are a projection of what people want to be. The same way with role models, these heroes are like not just role models, but role models with powers to enact, their will upon the world. Oh, hey, melanated goddess. Habari sana. Habari. Yes, habari mzuri. Habari is, how are you? Mzuri sana. Yes, so, you know, um, these figures, they they are what people seek to be, sort of like the, I would call them like the atheistic gods. And the reason why I say that is, in these universes, there's no need for, God, but there is a lot, like a lot. If you look at the background, there's a lot of, mysticism, esoteric work, ideas about philosophy, deep thoughts behind it, especially if you look at like the Watchman series that was based on, Alan Moore's philosophical musings, and he borrowed a lot from Alan Watts and from Eastern mysticism. So it's this idea of, having lofty ideals without having, the lofty beings. So it's sort of like making man your own god. And even the villains, instead of having your simple villain of, good versus evil, Satan, and then it's like you have multiplicities of Satan. So you have all kinds of villains, from, Lex Luthor to, Joker to, whatever myriads, and there's a lot of them. So this is like Greek mythology, because even Greek mythology, there's a lot of fantastic, eerie, just weird stuff. There's a cyclops, and these Greek people, the weird thing about it was their imagination. Like, they had a very active imagination. People talk about their philosophy, forget their Greek philosophy, let's talk about Greek imagination. Like, it's not just Homer's, crazy, gods and sirens and monsters and, all kinds of, minotaurs, half human, half bullish creatures, blah, blah, blah. Zeus having, relations in the form of a swan, like the whole thing about Leda and the swan. That's the whole Greek mythology, Leda and the swan. So Leda was this, mortal goddess, and then Zeus, the Greek god, the great god up there, he came in the form of a swan, and he, forced himself on her and got her to be with child. But how does a swan exactly, do that to a woman? Like, what the hell were these people on? Like, it's crazy. just how? But
Well, they were using their imagination.
yeah, they really
It was
did.
kind of disgusting though how they. But
Yeah,
go
oh,
ahead.
kind of, just kind of. Oh man, you know what, Yona?
That's
Yeah.
that whole start of bestiality type
Yeah,
thing. You know,
let's not even start, getting
yeah.
the sensors on our, radar and so on. Peace, melanated goddess. Good to have you. So we won't even go there. We're just in the imagination here. We're not in real life. Thank you very much. But so we were talking about, the future day of the African family, and by African, I want to talk about, the most extreme of it, because unfortunately, or fortunately, in some way, the future of African society is influenced to quite a long way by Black American society, mostly because of I would say, the globalization of America in the world. Everywhere it's influenced by it. And when people see, something that, you know, looks like them, they will follow it. So there's this been cross exchange between African and Black America, and so whether good or evil, we're not about to talk about that right now. But to me, the future of African family is the present of Black America, and the present of Black America is what we're going to talk about today. So, yeah. Do you want to start somewhere, or
Well, Tan, you
Uh,
already sound like you're tired. Like you're just like
Nah, no, no,
because
no,
it's
no, no,
just
no, no,
so
no, 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 no.
much.
Nope, I'm not tired at all. I am exasperated, but I'm not tired. Here, just
Okay,
tired. No, I'm
I'm
about.
ready for it, sis.
We're
I'm
about to
ready.
go into this like properly. Oh, Habari Janzola. I'll put it in formal writing in a few. But no, I'm not tired. We're about to do this. I'm just like, oh my goodness, we have so many stones to uncover, and I hope
I
that
know.
people are not going to get all up in their,
Yeah, offended.
yes, and we're not
Offended.
trying to. So you will just give a, blanket apology to everyone on both sides. So
No, me not apologize. You can apologize. I'm not apologizing. They don't have to like it. It's fine. We just talking our talk. That's it.
all right, all right.
Go
They were
ahead,
just,
sis.
yes, pick up a word.
Continue.
Okay.
What'd you say, Tad?
I said, okay, go. This is now you can talk about anything, whatever is on your mind for 3, 4, 5, 10 minutes.
Oh, no, nothing is really on my mind. It's just, this whole, like what you said, I like the way you put it that, the West really influenced so many, but I don't really think that it's a form of influence. I think it's a form of magic or a form of spell, rather, that's been going around the world, and many people are just not aware of it. Um, and it seems like we're pretty much under attack as people, not just as Black people, but as people living in this country, where so many women are going against nature, and the men too. Um, the men are blaming the women are blaming the men.
And who's left unprotected, just out there in the world trying to figure it out? The kids. The kids are who are suffering. And then you have a whole generation that is not really being raised. They're kind of like raising themselves. And then they go out into the world and really don't produce much of anything at times. And, you know, they produce, of course, and pass down trauma to their kids, you know, trauma of childhood hurt, trauma of childhood pain that their mom and dad contributed to. Because it's not just the mother's fault, it's not just the father's fault, it's both parents. And it's the child who ends up really, really suffering. And I think we can not only go back to just having a mother and father in the house, we should really go back to having a whole family as a unit, as a community in the house. Uncles, grandparents, aunts, cousins, nephews, whatever. I think that will contribute towards some sort of healing for not just the parents, but the child too. And of course, everybody has to be on some sort of same page or something like that. But, you know, I really just find it very disturbing of what's going on here in this country. And unfortunately, it's being impressed upon, according to Erzuli's words, it's being impressed upon so many people, not even knowing that this is what's happening to them and their family, you know? So, yeah, go ahead, Ted.
Is it that feminine or feminine energy?
No, I'm just, you know, I'm tired of the women blaming the men and the men blaming the women, and the kids is all out here. They're messed up. They're messed up, you know. And then they're raised up to be so-called men and so-called women, and they don't have a clue.
Okay,
they don't
but
stand on
we know that
nothing.
there's a
It's crazy.
okay. Let's start from the beginning. We know that there's a problem. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. In your opinion, yes. Nobody. We're just talking all of that. In your opinion, what is the problem? What exactly is the problem?
I don't think that there's one specific thing that's the problem. You know, it's many things that contribute towards.
Oh, you can name them all. You believe me. Okay, what are the problems? I should have said with an S. Yes, what are the problems?
I mean,
Very good.
let's start in the home. I was looking at a video the other day. A mother in Baltimore, Maryland, she's complaining that her son is in the 4th grade and he can't read or write. And I'm just like, my God, where's his father? Okay, no father in the house. That's one of the problems, one of the issues. The other issues is the women having no protection. They're out there by themselves because whether it's faults of their own or whatever it is, economics, also not having any community, not having any support, is so many different things that we can name, you know. That's the problem towards the situation of the family or lack of family. And that too, lack of family. Like what I said, support, no aunt, uncles, cousins, anyone. Education, that plays a role also. So it's just it's a plethora of different things. 10. It could be also some families are just just ratchet. Some families they're just ratchet. They're ratchet. Some families are just ratchet. Do I need to say it again? Some families are just ratchet. You know?
If there's anything you all need to remember today, is that
Some families
some
are ratchet. They are. It's true. The mother jealous of the daughter jealous of the mother, the father jealous. It's like the brother jealous. It's like all these different things. Some families are just crazy. You know how many Tan's laughing.
Tuko
No,
pamoja. Okay,
real
okay. That is all
talk.
that tuko pamoja is. We are together. So yes, you know what? We are together because here's the thing. That's what I was saying. Sometimes people in Africa think, this is just things that this, and I'm doing a Nigerian accent because even us in the EAC, go EAC, when we do an African accent, we don't do our accent, we do the Nigerian accent because to us,
Why?
just
Why?
because Nigerians are like the proper, like Africans, like, look, they're like,
No,
extra
they're
African.
very theatrical. That's what I was just about to say. They're very
Just big
theatrical.
old Africans. Like, we don't feel African enough when we're with them. We know we are, but they just take it a whole step extra. And then the Ghanaians, yeah, okay, you're all good and noble and all that, yes, you take it, good on you, all of that stuff. So we give it to the West Africans. They're more African than us, yes.
Yeah,
We don't
they're
deny.
very theatrical. They're born actresses and actors. Those,
And it is no
Nigerians.
coincidence that, Nollywood came from.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly,
Yeah,
exactly. But the Jamaicans are Nigerians and Nigerians are Jamaican. So
that's
trust
what.
me, I have
Yona,
a
what was
whole
I
bunch
telling
of
you?
actors. Yeah,
What was I telling you that
yes,
the Caribbeans, the Black
yeah.
Americans, they need to go to, go back to your West Africans and sort it out with them. But come to East Africa so you can know how to sort it out. The West Africans are the ones to sort it out with, but we're the ones to help you sort it out. Habari bona haguziki. Okay. Yes, Kokou is here too. Let me see. From the Better Medicine. Yeah, Erzulie is a hoot. Here's old man jealous. Yes, everybody's jealous. It's like this.
Mm-hmm.
The spirit of jealousy has taken over the spirit of love for each other or
Yeah,
cooperation.
compassion. Yeah. Very
Yeah.
much so. It's a big thing. Some families, the brothers rivalry, sisters rivalry, and then there are mothers who are jealous of their
Oh,
daughters. You
let's talk
know?
about the women.
Oh,
Okay, so
girl.
oh,
Why are we gonna talk about the women, Lord?
because we have
Man.
to, because if we don't, the men are going to say, you just want to bash, 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 yes. So we have to be fair. We have to be fair. So we'll talk about the women, but man, like we said, some people are
Yeah,
ratchet.
they're ratchet. Ranted, ratchet. Boana just shouted me out in the chat. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah,
Asian persuasion in the house.
yeah, he's mad at you because apparently you showed favoritism to Kokou
What?
instead of to him.
Oh
Yeah.
no. No, 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 no. I didn't see the chat with you until now,
He,
okay?
hopefully he's just.
He said he suck him teeth. He said,
I don't
all
know.
right.
I don't know what that is. I don't know. I don't know. But I hope it's a joke. I hope it's a joke.
No, no, it's cool. It's cool. He shout me out. What's going on, brother? Yeah, but it's real though, Tan. Like I think a lot of that stems from, of course, slavery. Of course. It I don't want to blame slavery for that particularly, but I think a big part of it does come from it.
You always all do. Always all
No,
do.
no,
Just
it's
like the
real, Tan.
JEWS, you like the first thing you run to.
What you say where the jealousy comes from? No, but I really do think so. It's a part of it. It's not the part, but it plays a big part. You can't take that away, Tan, because it's like I know you guys didn't really receive it the way we did in the Caribbean and our brothers and sisters here in America, but you when you have 300-400 years of slavery, it 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 leaves something on you and your children and your children's children. It's something that even sometimes I'm trying to just express, and I really can't, you know. And I've talked to you about this before, but it's I get jealous at times when I know and I see like my African friends, like you guys, you have your culture, you know where you're from, you know what your heritage is and your tradition. I don't. I don't. Of course, you know, I could be, oh, I'm a Jamaican, da da da, and I'm proud Jamaican, but I'm also living here in America. I'm an American. So when I go back home, they don't claim me. They're like, no, 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 no.
Yeah, but
You
you're not. Hold on before you all
yeah.
got. Yes, I understand that jealousy part. Yeah, we have tradition, blah blah blah. But what good is that to us? I talked to somebody like I'm trying. I was, when I go back, there's this, people from my country who don't speak the language, who don't really need to. They say, well, how is that going to help me if I'm going to be, an engineer, an architect, even be not a politician, but if I'm going to go make a career for myself, I don't really need, my languages. I don't need to know about my tradition and all this, stuff. Is not really necessary. It might be like a hobby or something that I have some interest in, but what good is that to me?
But
Whereas
you see that's I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
Whereas for somebody having an American, even a Jamaican, Caribbean passport, you have something that is tangible that you can actually use to do something with. An American passport, if you look at the most powerful passports in the world, yeah, people will talk about this and that and the other, but the American passport is still the most powerful passport in the world. Your citizenship is this. Even in Jamaica, you can still go to so many other countries. In Africa, you're limited. You're still closer to coming to America than anybody from Africa, and just look at the numbers. So you guys have something that you can actually exchange for value, for something.
It's funny you say that because my grandfather, he has a saying. Most Caribbean people have a saying too. It goes in Jamaica, say, want it, can't get it, don't want it. It's like you want it, but you just can't get it. And I have it, but I just don't want it. That's the English interpretation of it. Listen, you know how many people like me will die to be in someone like yours, you know, shoes? At least you have it. You have a culture, you have a sense of, who you are, where you come from, what you all eat, your people, your tradition, your culture. We don't have that. To be lost like that is something that cannot be expressed in words. Okay? Some things just you can't get it back and you can't express it because you know and even though it is not me per se who went through like slavery and all of that, but it's the remnants of it that's left behind. So I feel sad when I hear something like that the people on the continent are like, oh, what am I going to do with it, because this is basically the white man's world. That's what they're saying. That's all bull crap, because what can't you not do with it? Are you kidding me? That's yours. That's yours. That's better than a white person's school, Harvard, Columbia, the NYU's or whatever. That's yours. That's thousands of years, if not millions of years of tradition that's so rich. So when I hear people saying like, oh, yeah, what am I gonna do with it? Whatever. Well, the white man show you all what to do with it, because there's so many things in Africa that we were not doing what we were supposed to do with it, and they came and robbed us, took it away from us, and made it into something that's bigger than them and made riches off of it. So for them to sit back and say on the continent, oh, what am I going to do with me speaking Shri? I want to be a scientist or whatever. Are you kidding me? No, that's yours. That's yours. Don't let nobody take that from you. So it's all of that that has to do with the family tie-in too, because if you're not proud of that, something is wrong. Something is wrong if you're not proud of that. Seriously. Yeah, but go ahead. Go ahead, sis. Jan, unmute your mic.
Oh, sorry. So I would say that some people, you know, are not. Maybe some people are embarrassed by it. You know, when they judge their traditions against the modern world, they see, oh, you know, we were running around, you know, naked in the jungle, you know, dancing and shouting around like savages. You know, that's one aspect, and then the other aspect is the people who say, well, you know, that was good for that time, but it's not necessary now. You know, we live in different times, so you know, we have to move on. That's the second. And then there's some people who just like, you know, I'm not against it, I'm not for it, I'm just, you know, ambivalent. They just look at it as something that has gone past its time, and it's time to embrace something new. You know, they see our survival
In
in
others,
yeah.
and that's listen, people like that, I don't pay them no mind, because obviously they're living in the quantum realm. They're like high level rerees, high level retards in the quantum realm. I don't I don't pay people like that any mind, because you look at somebody like the JEWS community. All right, they hold on to their stuff. Are you kidding me? They're holding on to the Arabs, they hold on to the Asians, they're holding on to thousands of years of their culture, their language, their heritage. Are you kidding me? So the fact that Black people would even think something like that, that is a part of what's wrong with the Black community. That's a part of what's wrong with the Black family. I, for one, I make sure that all my kids, them know for talk my talk. Them, even if they don't fully know, they understand. I could say, look, boy, come over here. Yes, yes, mommy, they understand. You understand? I wasn't going to sit there and be one of those parents, because thank God to my mother, she's like, And my father, he's like, you talk patois in here. When you go out there to school, you speak that English crap. In here, so you have to know the language. You have to know who's your people. I love them for that. Are you kidding me? I love them for that. Because that's how it is. That's how you will make it through this world. You can't continue to pass down trauma on your children. You have to let your kids know who they are and where they come from. And when African people do that, it really bothers me to hear when they say stuff like that, because everybody else is holding on to their stuff, but we just so quick to let ours go. It's a shame. Black families. It's very, very much a shame.
Yeah, it is. And you know,
I want to say, come over here.
what does that mean? Come over here.
Yeah, come over here. Come over here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another trait that you and West Africans have in common. Just butchering the English language.
Listen, it ain't ours, so we could butcher it all we want, okay?
Man, like Nigerians come up with the craziest things. Like we cannot understand them. We cannot understand them. But they also switch code like New Yorkers. Oh my goodness, Nigerians are New Yorkers, because they can go into their Nigerian slang within a moment, and then go back to talking to you in English, in proper English. Like,
Yep.
what just happened here? Hmm? You know? Wow. Yeah, yeah.
Moana Suzuki. He
Yeah,
said, Moana said, oh,
Jamaicans.
yep, the
You
best
know
code
what?
switcher.
That song, I'm an alien, whatever, I'm a
Listen,
Jamaican
he,
a
he didn't.
Jamaican in New York. Jamaican combined with New York is just, man.
I don't
You
think
know,
he meant it for that. What he was saying was, you know
no,
what he meant. You know what he
no, 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 no,
meant.
no. That song has more than, the surface level going. He knew it. Alien, he's out of there. He's not just a regular human. He's out of, he's out of man, Human, I think, is like inside of man, like, trying to make a homunculus. You know what a homunculus is? It was like, you know what? Oh, did you really, Erzulie?
Erzulie. Hey, Erzulie.
Hey, Erzulie.
Wagwan, 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 Haitian persuasion. You left an impression. You impressed upon us, Erzulie. Hi, Erzulie.
Ah, yes, yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Erzulie funny. He always
Ah,
coming in with some foolishness. We
yeah,
like, we
yes, yes, we do.
love you, Erzulie. We love you. Y'all
Yeah,
cracking jokes,
he
whoa.
pretends that he's all bad and stuff, but he's just a teddy bear all
He
the
is, right?
way.
We love you, Erzulie. Div. We love you.
Ah, yes, 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 yes.
we love Haitian daddy. Moana. What is up with that, Haitian daddy? What? What is that? He says he's a perv.
No, he's not a pub. Maybe I was coming up on him actually, but in the nicest, innocentest way. So
Mm-hmm.
yes, yeah, because he loves it just comes like lies when we're just
Lies.
talking the truth. We're just talking
You
about the
all belong to the state.
yeah, all that state talk. Like, man, no, we're not state property.
State property. You women are state property.
Yeah, just
Erzulie, not for nothing. I'll be telling that to my friends now. I'm like, no, y'all state property. They like, what? We never been to jail. What are you talking about? I'm like, no, collect welfare. You put your man out your house. State property. They don't know the Erzulie way.
Erzulie or no way.
Right? Oh my goodness.
Ah,
Yeah, but
yes.
we got to get it together one way or another. We really do. And I
You
hope.
know what? Okay, okay. Let's build our utopias. Okay, so you know how in a utopia, people have all kinds of utopias. People have the dystopias, what we talked about, the 1984 and the Brave New World, blah, blah, blah. But there's always a utopia, something that you imagine if you were the ruler of your world. There's this song that might be the ruler, king of my castle. Anyway, like if you had the power to make the rules, well, not rules, let's just say guidelines, you wouldn't force it on people. So how would you construct your community? And I think that one of them would be to see, start with where we are right now. What is the women's problem? What is the, no, no, not the problem. Let's not start with problems. What is the role and duty of a man, and what is the role and duty of a woman? As women, let's start with the women. What is the role and duty of a woman in the community or society, or however the society is arranged? How would you stay?
Well, I don't know. For me, for one, it will be, that women can conceive. Not all women can have children, but still, some women are there for just pleasure, and a lot of men don't. I don't think that it's not that they don't understand that, they just don't want to accept that. Like, listen, you could pump, you can't dump, okay? Some women are just not meant to be mothers, all right? Some women are just, nice time, wham bam, thank you, man, keep it moving.
Okay, so
But
how do you prevent those women from or how do you keep those women from just being dumps and not producing you know offsprings, for example?
well, that's a question that I guess I don't know the answer for, because You don't really want, and then human nature comes into play too. So it's like the time frame. If it's back in like the 1800 or something, Tan, that would be a more feasible question, and it will be like a better answer. Nowadays, way too many people just have their own agendas, sadly. So I would think like something.
No, you could put it in. Okay, like Mayton. Shout out to Mayton. And I think was it on your one of them? You're talking about the benevolent dictator. So it's your utopia. You're not bound by the rules of the world.
Oh well, first of all, my utopia is I'm like Thanos' wife. Half of y'all
Oh
gotta
my
die.
goodness! Yeah,
Half of y'all gotta die.
Bullshit. I don't want to call you all kinds of viewers, but god damn, just all right, go ahead.
I'm
Go ahead.
Thanos'
I don't know
wife.
if that's state or non-state.
I'm hella.
Erzulie is Yona state or non-state? But go ahead, Yona.
I'm Thanos' wife. Half of y'all gotta go. Okay? That's first and foremost. Reset. Okay? Reset. That's what we're doing. We're resetting because it is too much Riris out here. Like, no. Too much of y'all Riris are reproducing mass amount of Riris. Like, no. So half of y'all gotta go. That's like number one. Number two, like, of course, the family. I think by the time a female girl is between the age of 13 and say 18, she will have the bucketive of the women in the community. They would teach her how to be a wife, how to be a mother. Even if she can't produce children, they will still have that job to teach her how to do it. Because if she has sisters or other women in the community, she could also pass down that skill. Okay? I think by the time a woman is 20, 21 years old, she got to be married. Each and every one of them heifers, they got to be married. Old man, young man, dying man.
And who is going to ensure that, the men or the women?
Both.
Okay, let's
Both.
talk about the women.
Yeah. But more on the women. You gotta get married by the time you're 22. Got to get them kids popped out by the time before you're 30, because 30 is middle age. A lot of people don't understand that. That's why they say by the time you're 35.
It's well, I can't wait for Zuli to come up. Yeah, he's
hot mess.
He's calling me all kinds of state. All kinds of state.
Hot mess. I'm not paying him any mind right now because I can't. I can't. Zuli, I'm not paying you no mind.
That is middle age for conceiving children. For conceiving children, not for life. Life, women can live to 150 years old if they wanted to. But for having children and bearing children, 30 is middle age. Because
and not only that,
because you're not going to put a baby into a 60-year-old. Like, come on.
But not only that, and around the world, except for the West, if you're not married by the time you're 30 years old, you're considered a leftover woman. And a lot of people thought Kevin Samuels was just making that up. But no, it's actually a thing. I have friends from Mumbai, India, from China, from Korea, from the Philippines. And that's what
Okay, Zul is just trying to, to make us away off the road. Yes, okay, fine. Yes, but Jenny, just look. It's not impossible. We didn't say it was impossible. We're just going by averages right now. We don't have 1,000 millions of 50-year-old women having babies all over the place.
Oh my God! Did he just say Janet Jackson had a baby? You know how much? Yo.
I swear this man. We'll get to the men in just a second. But
they don't know. They don't know. Do you know how much Janet Jackson had to go through to have that one little picnic? You know what I'm saying? You know what you have to do? If you have the one little picnic, the Naomi Campbells, the Tyra
Look,
Banks, like,
look, let me tell you
yeah.
something. Let me tell you something. What do these women want? Let's work with the women first of all. These modern women, do they want money or do they want, men?
But I I don't know. I don't know. I want my man, so I can't answer for them.
Let me
I
tell you
want
this.
my man.
Okay, let's go both ways. We don't know. We haven't, taken the study and blah, blah, blah. So let's just go for both. Let's start with money and then men. If they want money, right? And with men, I mean marriage, not just, to have sex with them. Just, the ultimate goal is to find the best person that can satisfy all your needs, all the needs that you.
Tan, no. No, sis. Let me stop you with that.
Okay,
Okay?
stop me with that. Go on.
No. These
Mhm.
heifers out here, they don't care about none of that la 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 la. No. They have these old bitches that used to come on TV called Sex in the City, and they live
Look,
this fabulous
no, no,
single
no,
life. And
we're not talking about the old bitches right now. We don't care about the old
no,
bitches.
no, no. I'm just saying they give you this fantasy like, oh my God, single is where it's at, and I'm gonna be single forever while your eggs are drying up. The
Yeah,
freaking
but
the water in your vajiji
but,
is
but let me
drying up.
but let me
All
tell
of
let
that.
me tell you though
No.
let me tell you though that how this thing is so insidious. You know what age we're living in right now? The scientific dictatorship. That's why I
Yes.
was trying to work towards the benevolent dictatorship, because what we're up against is the scientific dictatorship. Women, they can say, well, I'm going to use my 20s to do what I want, and then I'm going to use my 30s to get what I want. So 20s, they do what they want. 30s, they get what they want. 40s, they cry and try to get, and then they're angry, or they try to force what they want. 50s, I don't know what happens. But that's the trajectory of women. They want to force medical science. The same thing with these people who are trying to change themselves, either by plastic surgery and by, surgery down there, and by other types of cuts and alterations to the human body. So people are trying to use science, especially, the surgeon. You know what? Fuck, I'm not trying to bring, gas into this.
No. No,
But the
but
one thing I told him, I've
mhm.
said several times, that surgeons are psychopaths. This is a study that was done. Surgeons are psychopaths. People don't understand this. They're just psychopaths who choose to use their psychopathy for something good, but not all of them use it for good. Some of them would rather change and transmute human beings into something crazy and weird and see how far they can change and play with the laws of biology and nature and see what kind of Frankenstein monster they can bring about.
Mm, that's wow. That's something else. But yeah, it's very real. Those types of shows, just like what Bitter Medicine said, it set black women back so much. Like they thought that it's just, fun and great and all of this for not just white women, but everybody's feeling it right now. I saw something the other day. They said that men are not dating women anymore. They're just chilling. But it's both sides. Men act like their sperm is not going to get old also. They be like, yeah, I could have a baby at 50 and 60. Who the freak and frack want to have a baby at 50 and 60 years old? What is wrong with you? Everybody, nature is up on your ass. You have time, you think? No, you do not. Okay, so many of my girlfriends now who are, you know, wasting their 20s and 30s was making fun of me because I was married. You know, now they in their whatever ages and they're like, oh my God, I need to find a husband. These men ain't trying to check for nobody like that. And
Wait a moment, Bwana Haguziki, that's a little stretch. That's a little stretch. Do you think it's normal to want to cut into a human being? What does that remind you of? Cutting into a being, seeing blood spatter,
mm-hmm,
looking at the
mm-hmm.
organs and the insides of a person, stitching it all back up again. Yeah, that's psychopathic. But if you choose to do that, with the aim to make somebody better, that's good. But if you just want to play around and see, like, the people, I bet you, if a study was done, how many surgeons played and played with triple quotes with animals before they got there.
Yeah. But look at what Erzulie said, that some of them think that they're gods. They're
Of course
narcissists.
they do. Of
100%.
course they do. Yeah, not just in there, and small secret, a lot of them are on some crazy stuff,
Yes,
on
they
some
are.
crazy stuff. That's all I'll say, and I'll leave it at that. So yeah.
She said, I'll leave it at that. Yeah. But yes, you men, please, women who are 35, okay? Once you turn 30, you are going into middle age status. That's why they tell you have your babies young. When you are 35 and older, you have.
Yona,
Mm-hmm.
I think also it's not about having your babies young, it's getting married young. That's the whole thing, because women always saying that, I can always get married, I can always meet, the one. No, you're not going to meet the one in your 30s and your 40s and your 50s and your 60s and your 70s. Yeah, you're going to meet that one, you're going to meet the 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, in those age groups, but you're not going to meet the one. So if you want the one, you have to start early. You have to go out and get him, and then even if he doesn't turn out to be the one, at least you started early. So but it's not starting early on the sexual and the baby making front. It's starting early on the marriage front. It's better to be married early at 17 than you have to have your child early at 17. So I think
Right.
it's also important to know what the goal is. The goal is not just to have children at an early age. That's one goal, but it's before that goal is to be married before you're a certain age. So once you're 17, you're supposed to,
I agree. I
if you
agree.
have an older, sister or a mother, your mother is supposed to tell you, look, you're 17, your boyfriend is what, 19, 20, 23, he's going off to college. Make sure you got married before he starts his life, before he meets all these who, cheese, and scallywags.
Them big booty bees.
Yes. And
The
let me tell
state
you another thing.
properties.
Yeah, the state properties. And another thing though. Okay, so once you meet them, yeah, he's going to make a mistake or two. You're going to be mad at him, blah, blah, blah. But if you have, established something with him, firstly, he's not going to get some outside, he's not going to misbehave, he's going to feel bad about it. You're going to be, he's going to compare what he has with you with what he.
Tan, let me tell you something. If
Uh-huh.
I'm married to my man, he want to go out there and dip his stick.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, he better make sure that whoever he's dipping it in, she keeps it. Because if he come home to me, it's going to be some problems. I ain't going to divorce him. I won't divorce him. I don't know why women do that. If you have a boyfriend who cheats on you, he cheats on you. Leave him alone. But if that's your husband, that's something different. You don't give up on your marriage because your man cheats on you. You know, you have to find a common ground. Now, if he's like a disgusting cheater, then to each his own. But if my husband cheats on me, I'm not gonna. What am I gonna lose my hair and I'm getting a divorce? No, he
What
cheats on
what
me.
what
No.
if he brings, he says, like Asha's confession. Oh,
Listen to Erzulie. Erzulie, lies,
oh my
lies,
goodness.
lies. Erzulie, Erzulie, get out of here.
You know.
You're the captain, he said. No, Erzulie, I'm telling you, if he's my husband, 10, come on. If you're my husband and you cheat
Mhm.
on me,
Uh-huh.
I ain't gonna worry about that. I'm just gonna get a second life insurance policy out on your ass. That's it.
Wow.
That's it. Like, yo, we gonna work this out. We will work this out while you sign
You
this
know what?
$500,000 life insurance. Here, sign it right here. Yeah, let's talk about this. What am I doing that is not satisfying to you? What's the issue? What's the problem? We work it out. But I'm still gonna get that life insurance policy on
The
that ass.
problem
You
is that
kidding
you're
me?
making me sign a life insurance policy. That's the problem.
Well, you know what? The problem is you can't keep your thing in your pants. So that's the
That,
problem
that's
too.
that's not a problem. That's not a problem at all.
That's what he's gonna say. That's not a
It's
problem at
actually the
all.
opposite. Quite a pleasure.
That That is facts. But no, I don't care. Like,
The
listen.
problem is that you have a problem with it. That's the
Oh, of
problem.
course. What woman wouldn't have an issue that her man stepped out on her? What I'm saying is, okay, you stepped out, but you know what? I'm going to protect myself and our children. What we are building, I'm going to protect. And how
So,
I'm going to
so
protect that
financial
is
protection, financial
right.
protection.
Of course, because you never know. He's stepping out there with some scallywag. She
But
might
he's
have a
not going
man.
to die. Look. Let's just
No,
say
no,
she's
no,
going
no,
to
no.
die
You don't know that,
suddenly.
Tan. Tan, no. There's a lot of men out there who got set up by their chick.
Okay. Well, all right. Okay. That's
Yeah, it's
worst case
real.
scenario. Let's just do best case
Or
scenario.
she
Like,
gave him something. Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Fine. That's just horrible. Blah blah blah. Your life insurance will pay out, and you live out of the rest of your life, in comfort. But let's just say she's not a bad case scenario. She's sort of like, like you. Like there was this episode on the
No,
game.
ain't nobody like me.
Okay,
No.
not
You
like
trying to do
you.
that poly stuff with me? No.
No, man.
No.
Yeah. Seriously, Kokou. That life insurance sounds like a threat. I would be scared to sign it. I would be scared. I'm just saying.
Listen,
Like,
like what I said, the end of the day, me's a
like
Jamaican woman,
look,
okay?
accidents. I don't know if you step out tomorrow, if your brakes are going to work. I don't know. Anything can happen. And then, good night. And then
Anything can happen.
now he can't sleep. Now he can
Yeah.
sleep all
Yeah,
night.
go ahead and cheat. Go ahead and cheat. Anything can happen. Just sign this life insurance policy to make sure that our
Man,
family is good. Yeah,
I,
that's it.
you scaring me. Like,
Don't be
okay,
scared.
no,
Don't
you
be
want to make me
scared.
mad. See, at least a woman who's crazy and mad, she's just going to take her anger out at, your tires, probably, bleach your clothes and all of that stuff. And then afterwards, she's going to feel bad about it, right? A woman who takes things too calmly, now you don't know what she's thinking, you know?
Exactly. I don't care. You could cheat. Just sign this life insurance. The second one, yeah, right here. Sign right here. Do whatever you want to do. Go ahead. Just make sure me and my children are fine. You want to go have fun? Go ahead. Fine. We're not
Okay.
breaking up this marriage. We're
Yeah,
not breaking
and
up
now,
this
now,
marriage.
now he can't even, drink. Do people eat or drink porridge?
He said some bad. Oh my God, bitter medicine. Some
Yep.
bad porridge.
You just get to go. This man just afraid of getting on your bad side. Like, whew, man. Yeah. No, I'm not going there. Yeah,
I'm a sweetheart, Tan. You know that.
yeah, sort of.
She said, So, no, but it's actually pretty smart because God forbid something happens to him. We're double protected. His kids, me, whatever. You
Well,
want to
I
do
would
what
say
you
this.
want to do.
Okay. Let me try to get to some, EAC compromise. I would say this: don't get your insurance and all that on him. When he cheats, just get it. You know, just anytime, just automatically, immediately, at all times. So whether he
Yeah,
cheats or dies, you're still okay.
I get it, but it's a little bit more intense when he knows that I know that he know I know he know. We all know.
Oh my goodness gracious!
you know?
Oh my goodness! He knows that I know that he knows that I know that he knows that I know, and both of
Yeah,
us are
we all
sitting with
know.
the eyes half open. What was that? I don't know. What was that?
No, but why break up the family? Why?
Well, that is true. That is true.
Yeah.
You don't want your children to go through, you know, all that.
Erzulie said, "Oh, he could cheat. What you hating on Polly?" Like, Erzulie, come on. It's the same thing to me. So Lies. Zooey, you know what? I can't wait for him to come up here. You better
Okay,
come up
okay,
here,
okay. You
Zooey.
know what?
For
Okay,
real.
okay. Let's summarize it, and then let everyone who wants to come up.
Yeah.
So, what would you say is the problem with women, first of all, and then the solution? What is the problem with men, and then the solution? And always, the solution for both the women, the men, and the children, as everyone as a whole.
Oh
So,
man, Tan, come on. We're gonna have to have a part 2, a part 3, a part 4, a part 5.
yeah, yeah, we
There's
can do all
so
that.
many. Yeah,
Mhm.
there's so many. I mean, with the women, Tan, oh my God, I don't even want to start because
Okay,
it's just gonna be too much.
okay,
And with
just
the men, I think basically with the women, we've been lied to with the whole feminine num num thing, the whole Disney thing, and not only that, our mothers have let us down. The older generation of women have let down the younger generation of women and young girls, and I think that is one of the main problems. Okay, and one of the other problems is also there's no true sisterhood. There's sisterhood, but it's not like on the level that it really needs to be, where we can check our fellow sister and say, girl, oh no. Not just say, oh no, girl, don't wear that hair, or them nails don't look good. Like, really tell her, what the hell are you doing? You need to slow down. You're my sister. I care for you. Don't do that. Do this. Maybe try this. Women don't want to be checked by other women. And it's not just black women, it's women, period. I've seen even white women do that too. So I don't know. That's a whole nother level of something to talk about. But yeah.
Okay, so women don't want to be checked by other women, and then that's the main problem. And what is the solution for that? I would say that women should check other women. Would you say and add to that?
Definitely, and not just check, but just listen to each other and support each other. That's a fact. There is no real support amongst women in our community. It's not. And if it is support, it's that scallywag bull crap, that sugarfoot crap, like, yeah, girl, you've been with how many men? I've been with 10,000. You need to catch up type crap, like, oh, you look good in that dress, where half of her cootie cat is out. And
Yeah, supporting the nonsense instead of
yes,
yes.
instead of supporting the negative and support positive, like I told you, I can remember when I was telling my friends, yeah, I want to get married. I'm trying to find a husband. That girl for what? And this and yeah, really? Okay. And well, that's what I'm gonna do. And I did. So we can support each other a little bit more as far as with that. But with the men, oh, y'all crazy. I don't know what to give. We'll start with y'all, man. Y'all men, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you need. I don't know how y'all men are just y'all. I love y'all, but y'all, not today, Tan. Not today. Not today with the men. Not today. Love y'all, but you all. It's like men nowadays. They don't stand for nothing because they're not standing on nothing. Too many, not too many black men. You all don't stand for nothing because you all are not standing on nothing. And I don't. It's just not good. Far too many of our black men are just they're going they're going gone because you all are not standing on nothing. You all are not standing on your morals. You all are not standing on your integrity. Not you all, but majority of you all. You're not standing on your morals, your integrity. You're not standing on what you will believe to be manhood. If you don't know what that is, take a trip. You don't have a dad, uncle, cousin, godfather, somebody. Ask them. The brotherhood with men, but black men in our community, it needs to be fixed because there is no brotherhood amongst y'all, and that's not good because you know too many of you all are leaving us. You're leaving us, and you're leaving your children. And it's not fair to not only the women, it's not fair to the children either. Like what I said, too many of our men are not standing on nothing, therefore you stand for nothing. Far too many, and I'm tired of it. See too many intelligent black men. There's no bravery anymore. There's no integrity anymore. There's no morals anymore. It's very sad what's going on in the black community. Very, very sad. And it's like, what do you do? I really want my brothers though to not just continue to talk. Stand for something, do something, start somewhere. You know, I had it's like what I said, Tan. You got to do like a part 2, 3, 4, because the women is cuckoo for Cocoa Pops. The men are running after these women who are cuckoo for Cocoa Pops, which are making them cuckoo too. And then the kids, they're just nowhere in sight. They're just
Okay, before we bring the men on,
yeah.
you know, let's just summarize. What do you think that the men should stand for?
I said it. Good morals,
Good morals,
okay?
yes.
Yes. Integrity,
Integrity.
okay? Character, okay?
Correct.
And then that will go into family.
Family.
That will go into passing down good legacy, healthy legacy, okay? And yeah, those are like the main things. I'm not a man. They can come up and say whatever else that they want, but as a female, those are the things that I would think. I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, and brotherhood, the sixth one,
Oh,
brotherhood.
yes, brotherhood. Yes.
Y'all gotta get together, get it together, stick together. You won't stick together the way us women, even though we, even though like in this the words of Erzulie state property, we pretty much there's a sisterhood. You guys don't have that. Moana said we're working on it. We're working on it, sister. We're working on it. Got you.
Come and explain to us how you are working on it, because yes, I can say that when I say that the future of the African family is Black American, is Black Americans are the what they call the canary in the cage. They show us the worst, and a lot of times the best of what we can be. A lot of nowadays it's really the worst, because when you look at the culture, when you look at the products, the consumption, it's very disillusioning. But it's from them that we got. I know it started from the Caribbean. I would say, okay, Caribbean slash Black American, but it's the Black Americans who really made it into like an international movement, who you know um, really put this identity of blackness, universal blackness, because before in Africa there's tribes, and and while for me that's why I still make the importance of Black and African together, is because it's not one or the other, but it's both. Because if you say that you're Black, you also are African, and African people don't really know the importance of Blackness, I would say, and Black people don't really understand what Africanness is. When people talk about tribalism, they always make
That's a
it into this.
fact. Yeah. No, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's something that we both need to learn from each other, but sometimes there's so much, there's so much pain, history, distance, and just people being in their own, you know, cocoon, being in their own, experience and so on, that it's difficult to not just process where you are, but where somebody else is. That's very, very difficult. And that's why for me it's important to travel, not just to see, different places, but to also feel that aspect of being outside of yourself. In a way, you're not used to things, you have to figure out things in a whole different way. You see the differences between one place and another. For people who don't know a different language, the best experience is to just go to a different place, where you learn to learn how to do things in different ways. That's pretty much what language is, communication. So when you go to a new place, the main thing is communication. If you know the language there, you have to learn how to communicate with the people there. If you don't know the language there, you have to find a way to do so, whether by, translation and so on. But in whatever way, you still have to make connections with the people who are there. And that's the aspect of tribalism, that you know that who you are, but you're going to a different place and everybody's different. So it's just,
But
um,
Tan,
yes.
that see, that's one of the issues also in the West. You
Uh-huh.
know, they push that, oh, we're all the same. We're all the same. So it is very important for people to travel, especially Black Americans, because guess what? We are not all the same.
We
We're
know
not.
it.
We're
Not
not,
even
and we should
exercise
embrace that. It's
self.
not a bad thing.
It's
We should embrace
not. Oh my
that.
goodness, it's not. Like, even enough. This is why people need to also understand tribalism in its positive aspects, not just in its divisive one. Because even with us tribes, our differences was not necessarily divisive. This is what people don't understand. That just being different from somebody does not mean that, now you have to fight. For what? Just be around the people that you agree with, and then you leave the other people. That's them. People, tribes had different, ways of doing things and organizing their communities and having beauty standards and so on. One group, they would do their way one way and the other, and that's just how people were. And one would worship in another way, others would worship in a different way, and people just look at it like, oh, that's how they do it. It's neither good nor bad. That's just how they do it. We have agreed to do it this way, and this way works for us. That's just how it is. So we were more, adaptable to differences, because we realized that. And in fact, what was interesting is that people think of the scarifications and so on. Yeah, some of them were meant to, dissuade people from, once the negative aspects started. But a lot of the times, and this is what my grandmother told me for my time. You're like, why did people do that? You're like, just to distinguish ourselves, to look different,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
You know,
to,
it's funny that
to be
my
like, to be
people.
able to recognize each other. Like, oh, you're that. Hey,
Yes,
hey, that's all.
yes. That's what my people in Uganda told me. They
Mm-hmm.
wear the different beads, the different tribes and whatever to recognize each other. That's how they did it. You know, like some people will put tattoos on them or what have you. So the different tribes wear different beads, different colors, different stuff on their face, even like different hairstyles. I'm like, whoa, that's,
Even
but
different names, like, even us,
yes.
you can pretty much tell what tribe somebody's from just from the name. Okay, we have our English or Christian or whatever names, but when you ask somebody, like, what is their name, what is their real name, it's like, what is their tribe name, and like, oh, okay, that person is from there. It's not to have, anything against them. We just want to know where they come from, and nothing wrong with that. And then if you find out it's of somewhere that you're like, oh, some, and then it's just a good thing. That's all. People think that differences is necessarily division, but it's really not. Okay, so yes, like you said to the men in the chat, are you all coming up or not? I hope you didn't get all you know um intimidated.
Yeah, they're scared of us. They're scared of us.
I look, the best thing is, look, if you are, you should be in church right next Sunday, if you are. That's my weak way of saying, if you're scared, go to church. So yeah, if you want to come up, come on. If not, we'll continue for a bit, and then yeah. So so for the men, I guess it's this, learning to work together, being able to, you know, I think that firstly for the women, they have to put, when they say they're putting the cart before the horse, I think that, the cart is, shoot, no, that's a terrible analogy, because I would say that have marriage before babies, but then that means that have the marriage is a cart and the baby is the horse.
Whichever way, as long as they get
Whichever
the
way. Okay.
understanding of it, you
Yeah.
know,
Okay. So in
you
some way,
marry before you carry,
yes.
basically. You
Yeah.
know,
Okay. So that's what would you tell, let's say, a young girl stepping out into the world. She just finished, let's say she's like 19, at the age of turning 20. What life advice would you give for her?
find you a good man, find you a good brother, whether he's your age or a little bit older than you, and
Wait, but what is a good man, should ask you.
okay, a good man is of moral value, character.
Okay, what
And
does that mean? What, that those are
he
not
he
certain
he
things.
has morals. Okay,
Okay.
he came from a good family. Hopefully his mama and daddy still married, something
Mm-hmm.
like that. His daddy
Wait,
was
no, no,
around.
not something like that. We in your deal, you talking,
Okay,
so
you want me to be specific? Okay,
yes.
he's got a mommy and daddy,
Okay,
still married.
good. All
He grew
right.
not just because they're married, but they grew up. He grew up in a a home that was caring. He had a mother
Uh-huh.
that was caring and loving,
Uh-huh.
and all
It's
that.
really up, so yes, go ahead,
Yeah,
continue.
so he's got a those are good values, good morals. Having integrity, that speaks a lot. Integrity speaks a lot about a man, a woman. Okay, integrity. So I would say find somebody. You're a young girl. Find somebody that's you know, have all of those little traits. And he's a kind person, a caring person. Money is, okay, it's money. You guys could build that together. He doesn't have to come with money. As long as the real things, the foundation is there, he's a good person. He's kind hearted. Okay, he's going to treat you well. Hopefully he's coming from a good family, okay? And you guys just link up. You build. You build a legacy of healthy tradition to pass down to your children. Because people are like, "Oh, I want to pass down a legacy. I want to pass." You could pass down a legacy of some real fuckboy shit or some real fuck girl shit. You could pass down a legacy of trauma. That's all we've been doing is passing down a legacy of trauma to our children after children after children, a legacy of trauma. That's what we've been passing down. Okay?
Okay,
A
well,
lot of
Guzik
us.
is just making fun of you now in the comments, but
To Jerry's.
well,
Yes, has a job. Has a job. But no, listen, let me tell you something. I live right here
yeah,
in New
because
York.
because I was waiting for that when you just okay, well, okay. Zuli finally came up, so let's have
Yeah, go
let's
ahead,
hear from
Zuli.
him
Go ahead.
before.
Go ahead,
Mhm.
Zuli.
Go ahead, Zuli.
Hey, what's up? You guys
Go
are
ahead,
all
Zuli.
liars. You guys are all liars.
Wow,
Yo,
of course, of
you're a
course.
bunch of lies. You don't want no moral
Oh
man.
my God, here we
Wow, of
go.
course.
What you want is a man that you could control to do whatever you want him to do
Oh, you
to
see?
you.
It
And I'm
never
gonna say this,
stops. Okay,
and I'm
go
gonna
ahead.
say this. Some of you are gonna deny it. You guys are gonna be like, no, we don't want that. But what you want is implicit control, covert control. You want to be the neck of the man. You be like, okay, you want to make him think he's doing what he's doing, but deep down, you are putting the thing in his brain. You guys don't want no moral black man, morally standing up black man that's gonna put you in your place when you're acting crazy. You guys are lying. You claim you want a real man. What you want the fake real man. You want to control that. You want to
No,
harness that energy. Hold
but
on, hold
Azuli,
on. Oh, yeah.
go
Yo, no,
ahead, go.
you was talking for 80 hours. You see what I'm talking about? They don't want no real niggas to come through and say nothing.
Go ahead, Erzulie. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, yes, I understand a lot of the men are state property also. Because you know what? They're letting women lead them. So I'm not letting no woman, most of the women in America are state property. But I mean by state property, you are only there to amplify what the state told you to amplify. And and what I'm saying, this could work in a good way, it could work in a bad way. Meaning if the men are morally righteous and are morally upward, they create that state for the women so the women could follow. A lot of the women now are just mirror image of men. The men are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. And also the men can't do it because y'all got the state, the federal state backing y'all on y'all bullshit. I just saw something where a 31-year-old lady got a 13-year-old boy pregnant, right? Guess how much time she's doing? Nothing. No time, no jail time. I say this to say, a woman could get away with this. A man would do life, two life terms for impregnating a 13-year-old girl. So in the state we're in right now, yes, I understand. You guys say you claim you want real men. You don't want real men. You want a man that has a 9 to 5, or a 6-figure man that gives you Christmas, presents, take you on trips, and Valentine's Day, and send your kids to college. Nothing to change the way this world is going. You don't want that. And to be honest, the men got to change this. Just like Shahrazad Ali said, the men got to change this. And how the men are going to change it, and I might pull something from the Bible, which is that, yo, when they say God is the head of men, something, energy has to come. These men nowadays, a lot of us are not doing what we're supposed to be doing. Even those who are going to work, who are providing for their family, they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. On the larger scale. On the micro level, yes, my family's doing well, but in the macro level, the community is not doing well. So I understand. Oh, you guys say I want to mend this and that. I don't think you guys do. It's only you want the morality that you could control. Oh, I could. If your man tells you, oh nah, you're not getting that bag. Most of you gonna be like, who you talking to? I make my own money. You don't want to men, like my boy said. My boy Guy said, if you want to be under my control, give me all your money. Bring everything to me. Until women are not going to do that, because the state benefits from women not being under the guidance of a righteous man. And again, I understand what Yona is saying. The men have to be righteous too. And like she said, what is that? How do the men get that righteousness? They got to go sit down deep down and communicate with the higher power. That's all I can say about that. That's all I have now. Go ahead.
No, I listen, bro. I get what you're saying, but you doing it in a generalization, okay? I understand a lot of Western women are how you just said what you said, but you have to also understand what you're saying. Oh, well, the woman wants to be the neck for the man. A woman's duty is to help her man connect his head to his heart. So therefore, we have to be the neck for you guys, okay? I didn't make the rules. You go speak to the creator when you see him for that. Again, a woman's job is to connect a man's head to his heart, all right? So we have to be the neck. So everything has to be working in a balance type setting, all right? For me, I'm not going to be like, oh, I'm going to meet you today and I'm giving you my check. Fuck out of here. No, I don't know you, bro. I ain't giving you nothing. If you're my husband and we've established a foundation, I don't have no problem with that. Just like what I said, I don't have a problem with him cheating, because I already know I got papers on that ass. Like we a family, we're a unit. There's no divorce, So I get what you're saying. A lot of women don't move like that, but a man has to do his part also. If he's gonna lead, let him lead. If he's gonna be the neck, let him be the neck. But if he's gonna lead, let him lead. If he's gonna be the head, let him be the head. If he's gonna be the lead to where you all sit down, you have a communication, an open communication, like, okay, I want you to work, you gonna bring me your check, this is what I'm gonna do with your check. Okay, you don't just say it, you apply it, you do it, you work together as a team. That's what you do. A lot of women here in the West, they're modern women, they're in la la land. They watch that foolishness on the TV that programs them. The sisterhood is whack. You know, the community is whack. The mothers, the aunties, the grandmothers are not grooming these young ladies, these girls, how to be wives. They're not. So they don't know. And then they have all of these other things, the social media and the this and that, to come into play also. So, like what you said, the community is definitely out of whack, and it's not all women, just like it's not all men. I know a lot of men, including my own, got his shit together. You know, a lot of them, my brothers, they do. My brother right now, he just opened his restaurant with his woman, his wife, in New Jersey. They doing very well for himself. My other brother, he lives out in another country. My brothers that's here. Like, that's what I'm saying. Y'all, our men, far too many of y'all are not showing up to the party. Okay? You all are out there, too many are out there just making up your own rules. You're chasing skirts. You're doing all these different things that is not conducive to the community. There's no tangible in there. First of all, you need families. You need families. If you need, what is a family? A man, woman, child. That's the Western world of a family. We need that. We don't need y'all to be out here chasing skirts and bang. If you want to do a poly thing or, polygamy thing, you all sit down, have a conversation, and do all of that. But then who needs to benefit from that the most? It's not you or those women, it's the children. What are you all working towards? I remember when I was married, me and my husband, man, listen, every month we had a budget. He kept my ass on a budget. He kept me on a budget, which I really didn't need to, because I'm very frugal anyway. I don't spend my money like that. I told you already, I cook my food. I'm a Jamaican woman. I come home, I cook my food for my family, and we're good. We don't eat outside like that. But he kept me on a budget. By the end of the year, him said, listen, this is how much we have to have in the bank. What are you going to do with this? What am I going to do with this? This is what we're going to do together. Okay? That's how families need to roll. But there's not enough of that. And I understand, like, a lot of the time we are women, as women, we feel like we want to control the men. But you have to understand, too, we're chaotic by nature. That's just how we are. But you men have to get your balls and hold it and be like, listen, have fun, shut the freak up. Or you don't even have to do all that. If you a man, like what my daddy used to do, he'll just look one good time at my mother. She go sit her ass down and she don't say nothing else for the rest of the day. Because she knows she don't want none of that.
She don't say that because your mother know yo, stop talking like that. Yo, you're capping right now. You know
I'm
you can't
not.
do that right now.
Oh, well, yeah, in this day and age, it's different. Like what I said.
But who was the mother? Who was the mother of these women that are acting up like that? Women during those times. So the black women had an animosity in her heart for the black men since the beginning.
Well, no. You have to remember, my people don't come from here. My people come from the Caribbean. We come from Jamaica. So
well, I hear Jamaican women giving men plenty trouble here.
That's what I'm
even
saying.
In Jamaica.
That's within the past 20, 25 years. My mother wasn't raised like that. She was raised with her mom and dad in the house. Is this all of this, Erzulie, this foolishness? This was probably the last 30-something years. All of this has not always been like that. This is the last 30-something years. It's spreading even more within the last 15 years, I would say.
You said something. The men, you is the neck to connect us to our heart.
The woman, yeah.
You see, but you see, that's treacherous. You're not connecting us to our heart for the benefit of the world. You connecting us to our heart for your own benefit.
It depends
Women
on
are
who
selfish
you choose.
because
Who
stop
you
lying.
choose to be your
You are
wife.
lying. You are not connecting us to our heart for the benefit of the race. You connect it to a hut so you could get a Birkin bag, so you could go on
God.
vacation here, so you could so you could buy a Mercedes, so you could do dumb shit, go on trips.
Erzulie, that's them
and live for no
scallywags
reason.
that y'all like. Them big booty scallywags. What do you
No, 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 no,
saying?
no, 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 no.
That's them
You
big
all
booty
do the same thing.
scallywags, Erzulie.
Go back.
See, you got one calling you right now. It's 12 o'clock at night. What's
That's
up?
not me. That's somebody calling. That's somebody calling
Get out of
Tan. That's the other IP.
Erzulie, you full of it. Get out of here.
No, that's not me. That's Tan's side piece.
Tan, that is not you. Seriously?
I
Oh my
muted.
God. And she got her mic muted too. What? Tan, that's your piece calling you?
That's me.
I don't. Maybe she's driving back home or something. I don't know. But
Yeah.
No, I'm not driving back at all. I was just, when Erzulie was saying you're cupping a lot. So there's this song by this Kenyan musician called Zan, which is like you're cupping a lot. But yeah, that's what reminded me of that. I'll put it up later. But yeah, he's like you're cupping a lot. But
oh my God. No, but at Bitter Medicine, he said, women are selfish. Listen, it's not just women that's selfish. The men are selfish too. No, Tan, it's a human thing. The women are selfish, the men are selfish too. The men are selfish
That's
too.
not true.
That
is not true.
You know what? Okay, no. Let me tell you something.
Women are selfish. This is why I'm gonna say Bitter Medicine said it. If a man comes into some big money, he's taking he comes, it's for his family. You guys get your money. Oh, that's for me.
All the time. That's not.
That's
all
for
the
me
time.
and my children. You don't try to fit. Yo, you're so full of it. But you know why y'all rocking like this? Because y'all know the warden of this state prison got your back. Y'all part of the. Y'all get benefits from the state.
I'll agree with Erzulie with one aspect of it. It's not that women are selfish; it's that they're looking out for somebody else than them. It's not that they just want, she's a gold digger. No, she's actually looking out for the children. She just wants what's best for the children. She's not gold digging for herself. But yes, women.
What does a Birkin bag have to do with a child?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Tan.
No, not backing back. I'm not going there. The crazy extreme.
How does a kid benefit from that? And then you alienate what the word is, the father. What are you talking about? Stop lying.
Okay, fine. Okay, but what I'm saying is this: that if women are selfish, they are selfish for a higher end. But I will say this, that men are taught to be selfless, because even when you look at all these, stories about, a knight in shining armor and chivalry and all this stuff, it's men who are supposed to lay down their lives for, women. It's not, there's no stories of, a woman came and, saved, this guy from whatever, it's usually women who are saved. So, yeah, men.
And that's why I love my men, because they will lay down their life for me. Who does that?
I ain't laying down my life for none of y'all.
Yes, you are.
Now he's just going to call that cupping, and you just
the reason you guys call men selfish, because I know why, especially Yona. I know why she called men selfish. She's only focusing on us hitting stuff, having more than one woman. So what? That's the only reason you go, oh, you're so selfish. You mad because we want skirt? What's wrong with you? And I know that's the only reason why you call men selfish, because you're thinking men are saying that, are putting skirt in front of the family. That's the only reason. That's the only reason that you're saying that right now.
No.
Did you get Yona? Do you need me to, tap in and
No, I'm listening to him for him to finish, but he was talking. Go ahead. Are you done?
I'm saying that at the end of the day, you cannot live. This is the thing. There's an old saying that says 2 men cannot live under the same house. The black man will never get his woman in order until he's out of this person's house, because that person that's in his house is giving the woman all this authority over him.
And what person is that? The state?
Yeah, the person that you love.
Erzulie,
That's crazy.
it's not all women that are like that.
Wow, really, really,
Give me one.
Kokou, really,
Give me one
Kokou,
woman that's not.
you're bigging up Erzulie right now. Wow, just wow.
Right? That's so weird. He's saying
Yeah,
facts. He's saying
man,
You said what?
This
I ain't hear what
they're
you said.
just against us
Wow.
today. I don't know what we did to them. You know. Okay,
What's
go ahead.
ridiculous? What I'm saying is, I agree with you because I just saw this video of this brother talking. This young man, I don't know. He was talking about, he got 7 women pregnant. He didn't want the. Yo,
Oh, that's
there's a-
disgusting. Yeah.
did you see
I
that
saw-
video also?
Yeah, I saw that. I saw
That brother was. I don't know if he was doing it for likes or if it was just a stunt. Even if it's for stunt, that's not something that you should put out.
Yes.
Even if it's for
Oh,
jokes
It
or
looks
whatever.
so bad. It does.
It looks bad, terrible.
It really did.
Terrible. I get it. I get what he's saying. I didn't want the kids, but why didn't you, bro? You could have walked like any. There's a lot of us that have issues.
7 times though. I mean, 7 times.
Yeah.
Yo, what you mean? This is what I told you. What do you mean 7 times?
Yeah.
One man could repopulate the whole Brooklyn.
Yeah, but I'm saying if he made a mistake the first time, okay.
No,
But
he didn't
7
make a
times.
mistake. He was just being a piece of. He was just being a low energy
sugarfoot.
vibrating man.
Call it what it is, state property. Yes.
Right?
I didn't call you state property. I said what? I said he was just being a low value man.
Of the
But I'm not absolving him.
Okay.
But you see, Zuli, that's not fair. With us, we're state property. We're just, but for his ass, he's
But I
being
just
a
told you, men could be state property
vibration man.
too.
Get out of here! Come on, you see how you do us? That's not cool.
What do you mean?
Cool.
I just said he was wrong. I don't understand.
Oh, okay.
I didn't take for him. Why would I take for that? I mean, any man who's talking about, I gave her $500 to go get an abortion, knowing how abortion is takes a heavy toll on the body. You're a bottom feeder, bro.
Yeah.
You get no respect here for that.
That was really disgraceful to see that. Oh my
I
God.
couldn't even understand, I got her to plan B, but you gave her money, you gave them money for abortions, and then that same man later on he's gonna blame women, black women, for keeping the black population down, while you was an accomplice to the abortion, bro.
Yep.
So
I just blame them either way. I think they get blamed whether they keep it or they lose it.
Exactly.
No. The reason that we, at the end of the day, to be honest, you have the final say. Even if I tell you to have it, you don't have to. But I'm saying a lot of men are accomplices in the abortions.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna say that, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that young man is a disgrace to manhood. It's a disgrace. And then I'm telling you, I believe he's doing that shit for likes. And then again, maybe he's an agent. Somebody sent him to trigger black women so black women could move further away from him. He could be a control opposition. Maybe somebody sent him to do that video.
Yep. To make us look even worse. Exactly.
To make black men look worse in front of women. Because even a black, like most black men would not even be proud of that. They might talk about it, but they're not gonna put it on. This young man right there, he's for the streets.
Yep.
Who sent him?
Yeah. That was disgraceful.
Oh my God. Yo, shut up. Peter. Guy said I got stocks in he said I got stocks in. He said I got.
Do you have stocks in that?
Oh my God, I got stocks in Plan B.
You should though.
Yo, I shoot for real. That's a money maker.
For real, right?
Too bad they didn't tell black people about that until the share was probably like $500 a share. That's how they do people. They don't come out with it until the rich people already got their share of the stock.
They were busy encouraging black women to do it, to apply it, to hurt themselves in the community, and that
brother was a piece of shit, man.
This is what I don't understand though. The whole thing about your fact, if you do, if you don't. because at the same time they're saying that black women have the highest abortion. They're saying also that the problem is single mothers. So I think maybe the problem is just what is the problem in that equation? I don't know what the problem is, but I'll tell you the solution. The solution is not single motherhood, but marriagehood. That would be
Exactly.
the solution.
Exactly. I agree. And that's why I say in my town, my world, whatever, scenario you came up with, Tan. That's why I said young girls between the ages of 13 to 18, the mothers, the aunties, the grandmama, they will prepare them for marriage. And by the time they're 18 to 21, they gotta find them a husband.
They're
That's
not
it,
gonna
girl.
do that. Black women have been rebelling against black men
No.
for
We're just
years.
saying, like, as a scenario, like if you
Well,
were to have.
but this is what I'm saying. You cannot have that until the grudge that you have against black men is put out on the table. And if you're gonna tell me about me sleeping with no women, I don't want to hear that shit.
What you
We've
mean
been
you
doing
not
this.
sleeping with no woman? What is what?
I'm
If you
saying
got
I
a
don't want to
woman,
hear
what you
no.
mean?
I do not want to hear women talk about, oh yeah, I be sleeping around with different black men. Want to have more than one woman, more than one wife.
Yeah, but if you have more than one woman, more than one wife, that means you're gonna have more than one child. You got to be prepared for all of that.
Yo, stop talking. Yo, oh
If you
my.
can't have, I'm serious. If you don't have the money, you got to have the time, or just have both. Because a child is gonna need money from his
What you not,
father,
what,
and he's gonna need time from his father. And if you're gonna have more
don't
than
bring that
one
shit on
woman,
the time. That's
was
you. You're there for the
Zuli.
time.
No,
I
you
come
can't
here
say that.
I come here like 50% of the time. I say what's up to the little nigga and be like, hey, how's school? And then I'm out.
Zuli, you can't
What's
do
wrong with
that.
y'all?
You
What's wrong
can't
with
do
y'all? You don't
that.
get to dictate men how they father their kids.
No, we're not saying to dictate. This is just human nature. If you're gonna have more than one woman, you're gonna have more than one child. So how you gonna be in more than one places at the same time? You gotta be there for your kid.
Because you have the women in the
You
same
gotta be there
compound.
for your kid. No,
You have the
that's
same
a
women in the same
ratchet. No,
compound.
I don't agree
What are you
with that.
talking
What happened
about?
to families? What happened to families?
You
No.
have see this
You're
is the
talking
problem. This is
about
what I
families.
know,
So how you
Yona.
gonna have
You guys are
families?
fake. You guys don't want the change. You just want to control black men. That's
Oh
what you
my
want to do.
gosh. Here we go. We do not want to control
Yes,
black
you
men.
do. You want
No,
to
we do
control black
not.
men
No.
for your. I put I put something where this maybe Kokou will go over it and shoot the breeze. The shoot the breeze topic about this what this young lady said, which was very controversial. But
What she say?
nah, she said something about why would I submit to you when you're a slave just like me?
Wait, what? Say that again?
The young girl had a post. She said, "Why would I submit to you while you're a slave just like me?"
Well, see, they sound dumb. Because
Is
why is
it?
the why
Is
is the
it dumb?
no, that's crazy. You know why? Because why the freak is the Mexican woman submitting to her man when they're all fucked up too? Why is it they're on
Well,
the
because
corner?
the
Come
Mexican
on.
woman is only submitting to the Mexican man because the Mexican man is doing what she wants. Still, if the Mexican man didn't want to participate in this capitalistic society, maybe she'll do the same thing.
That's an interesting point of view, but no.
Yeah, of course,
No.
no. Yeah.
No.
Anyway, y'all just want to control men. And Oni, I know you got the $40. Yeah, that's what Oni. What you was doing when you was in the motherland? Stop that shit. He wasn't. Yo, a lot of. Stop it.
I hear that.
Stop it. Y'all, the men. Shahrazad Ali said it. The men have to really become. I don't know how they're gonna do it. They have to find their moral backbone. They have to find that back. How you gonna do that? If you gotta go.
But that's what Yona was saying. Morality, integrity, character, all that.
Stand
you know
on
what?
something.
There's a saying, everybody knows it. The evil men triumph because good men stand by and don't do nothing. And that's
That's a
what's been
fact.
happening for the past
Right
thousands of
now.
years.
Right
The good
now.
black
That's what's
men,
been happening.
the
That's
good
what's
black
been
men,
happening.
or the good black men, or the good men in general, whatever the race is, are weak. They don't
But you
fight for
know, with
nothing.
Erzulie, with what you were saying before with that lady, that's all fucking excuses. Excuse me for cussing, Dan. I be cussing too much. That's all sugarfoot excuses, okay? Because like I said, I gave the example of the Mexican woman, the Filipino woman. You know, all these different. So that's an excuse. She just don't want to submit to a black man. You don't have to, honey. That's your choice. Go ahead. Go be by yourself. Go be with another woman. Go be with a donkey, a cow, or whatever. Just leave the black men alone and leave women like myself or like Tan who do want to submit to our men, who do know the value of our men and having a
Yeah,
man in our
shut up.
life.
I don't want to submit to shit.
Azula, you always giving us a hard time, but you know what it is. Get out of here. We're not like these scallywags out here, so stop.
Okay,
Okay?
I'm not
And
saying,
for
I
her to
knew
say
I
I'm not
knew he
something
saying,
was
like
going to
that,
say that, so I don't even know why you're going that
I'm
way.
not
I
saying,
know, right?
what
It's
I'm
like this,
saying
you
is,
know, for
in
some
a
of
way,
them you walk into it, but with the Zuli, you just run into it.
in
So
a
you
way,
just
yeah,
watch yourself.
in a way, I might be worse because y'all
Oh
play
my
the game.
God, here we
Y'all play
go.
the game,
Whatever.
and I get involved with Ten or Yona. I'm like, I'm in the battlefield. I'm like, yeah, we're about to take this over. All of a sudden, you show your true colors. I'm be like, damn, I should have been
Oh
with the
my God.
What
scallywag.
do you
You
think
see how they
around
do
true
us?
colors? Wow. See,
You see how
that
they do us,
paranoia
Tan?
is getting
That's
to
the
you all.
problem, though, Tan. That's the problem with a lot of black men. They don't know when they find a good black woman. They don't know what the freak to do. They don't
Mm.
know. So they have all of these crazy talking points. They have all of these crazy ideas that, oh, all of y'all the same. And so when y'all meet a good black woman, y'all don't know what to do with your damn self. So that what you do nothing. You mess it up. You know, you mess it up. Then you out there with the big butt scallywag that's sucking your life force out of you, literally.
Yeah, because you know why?
And y'all
Nyash
love
is
it.
life.
Oh, see? See? Stay with your big boy, Queen. Azuli.
So you're saying that you know those how will you say the good time women, they actually tell the truth and they're the more honest and moral women.
No, when you said
The good
the
time ladies, I'm being nice, the good time ladies,
they're more like
yes. Mm-hmm.
you
Than
saying they're
the
more honest.
uh-huh. Are they
I
more
don't know.
honest or more flattering?
Well, the only the thing, you know what it is? Those good time women, they know what they want to get out of the men, so they flatter the men. A lot of the
Mm-hmm.
good so-called women, quote unquote, oh, I'm not gonna sweat him. I'm not gonna cheer for him. I'm not gonna
Mm-hmm.
wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go see him run
But
to do
that's
this.
who y'all love.
That's
That's
not
who the
true. That's
succubusses.
you're lying. You know why you're lying? Them scallywags, because they know that he's gonna be something in like 2024. They will wake up and pretend. You 8-degree women be like, oh, I'm too good to wake up and go cheer my man at 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm too good for
That's
that.
not true. That's not true, Azuli.
That is true. That is true. Oh, I'm too good. What I look like? Why should I boost up his ego? Why should I no, I'm not doing that.
Oh, it's
Bro.
really you're just so smart, you know. You're just so
Meanwhile, you
smart,
go to the strip
Zuli.
club,
You're so wise. So,
you go to Show Palace in Queens, and
mhm.
you see them like, hey King, what's up, King? They be like, look at you looking good, King. Look at you, King. You go back to your house with your girl, your wife. Hey, what's up? What's up?
But let me ask you this though. Let me ask you this: when she tells you all that, you know, nice sounding stuff, do you actually believe her?
Thank you.
When
They
she says
do.
what?
They do, Ted, because they're
What?
Riri's. Y'all act like y'all Riri's half the time.
You don't know
No,
what
no,
to
no,
do
no,
when you
no.
have
Watch
a
your
good
mouth.
woman.
Watch
Come
your mouth.
I
on.
asked
The
you.
sex,
I asked you if you actually believe her when she says all
They
that.
believe
You
her.
know. Yeah.
the simp believe her, but the real men be like, I know what you're doing, but at the same time, hey, we play the game.
Yeah,
We play
Okay.
the game.
Uh-huh.
you
Yeah.
play the game till you get caught up and you are the game.
Oh, I know. I
You
know
never be the
because
game. You never be the game. Real,
Yeah.
real, real men never be the game because we know what's up.
Mm.
no, you
But you know
don't.
what? What I'm trying
And
to
let me
tell
tell
you,
you. Let
these
me tell
young
you where
women
the
out
game
here,
ends. What?
these young women and them them Beckies be waking up at 2 o'clock. Hey King, I made you your food. What? You tell a modern woman who got 8 PhDs, PhDs and 10 masters, hey, can you make me some food? What? What I look like? Your mama? If you wanted that, why don't you go date your mama? I don't even get that. Women always do that shit in men's face, but you know what women do? Oh, I
What?
want a man to treat me like my father, but we don't say nothing to you, right? But if a man wants his meal, wants his clothes washed, wants to do that, oh, I look like your mama, but you could
Nope.
look at your black man.
I gladly oblige. Yes,
You could
I
look at your
do.
black man and be like, I want a man to treat me with respect, just like my daddy. Shut your ass up.
That's why we love you, Erzulie.
Oh man, what happened to him?
His phone probably went dead. It's 12 o'clock. You know that booty call was coming in, so he got to go
Yeah.
listen to the queens.
Oh.
Oh no,
No,
it's
I'm
amazing
just
how it's.
saying.
Oh, see,
Go
his
ahead.
back. Oh God.
He's back. Yes.
No, I'm just saying that in order to fix this situation, there has to be a major meeting of the minds between black women and black men. That's what it has to be. And the thing that we need to get at the table is that, oh, don't bring to the table that shit that you're gonna bring. Oh, yeah, you can't have more than one woman. Once you do that, black men tune you out. Be like, what?
That's not true.
But why is that? But why is that such a major, as they call it, deal breaker? I mean, first of all, you talk about multiple women, and a lot of you can't even get one. So why? I mean, I'm not. Look,
Yo, you mad
that's
disrespectful. Who
an
can't get
intentional. I'm not
who
trying
can't get
to.
no queens? What are you talking about, Jan?
No, they
Tan?
can't keep him, Dad. They can't keep one. That's the thing. They
Yeah.
can get
So
them.
how we
They just
just?
can't
How
keep
about we
them.
just start from
A
from
lot of black men are like that.
the
But
basics and then work it out from there. Why do you want many when why don't you just start
No,
with
no,
the
no, no,
one
no,
and
no, no,
then
no. I'm not saying most women. I'm not. This is what I'm saying.
mm-hmm,
Some men don't want to have more than one woman, and that's fine.
mm-hmm.
But I'm
Yeah.
saying, if your man comes to you and say, you know what, I want another woman, shut your ass up and be like, okay, let me meet her.
wow. Wow.
Let me meet her. Let's see if she's compatible with the team. That's what you should say.
Wow. Okay. Okay.
Don't come talk about it's me or the highway. You know what he's gonna say? All right, you got it, baby. It's only you. And then he got 3 families and Staten Island.
But do you think that a man would go and actually be honest with a woman, or would he just try to do it on the sneaky side?
Because at the end of the day, man, the mean justifying the ends, if that's the saying. If he knows you're not gonna
That's not for. Listen, sorry to say it, bro, but that's for a lot of black men, not men, because I've had similar talks with
okay, let me ask you a
Asian
question.
men and with white
Yeah,
men, and they do not
yeah.
think the way black men
That's what
do.
that's your
No, they
blueprint for
don't.
why the man is. I'm not see that's the problem with you, young. That's why you state property. Why that's exactly why you state property. I talk to Asian men, I talk to who cares?
Wait, what? Come
I
on,
don't care about them.
Come on, Erzulie. Seriously? Are you
Yeah,
saying
because
that?
That's your blueprint for what a man is?
No, listen.
No,
I'm
no,
not
that is your
saying
blueprint because you're bringing when I talk to other
I'm not
races,
saying that if that's the
shut up.
blueprint or whatever. I'm not saying that's the blueprint. What I'm explaining is when I speak to men of different culture, they're not worrying about bitches. They have one woman, they settle down, they build with them, they
Yeah,
build
they're
to the
not
fact.
worried about because
Wait,
you know why? Because
hold
they are
on, hold
bitches.
on,
They got
hold
bitched
on.
out.
Hold on. They build with their woman, okay? And so to the point that if they want to step out, they could step out with a woman not even knowing. They're not trying to go have a 2, 3, 4, 5 wives with 10, 12, 13 kids because they don't want that money that they have with their first wife, their wife they're actually building with or they have built with, their children. They don't want to have to split that up and have the kids to suffer. Because if you have more than one woman, you're going to have more than one child with them. And if you have more than one child, you have to be able to support them. Black men, I think I was talking about this with my cousin the other day. I think for some reason with black men, it's because of slavery. When the young man was started to have his sperm, they was making them go around from old women to young women. Young girls started having their cycle. It was the same thing, but for black men, we were cattle. So I think that's just like embedded in a lot of black men that, okay, I'm supposed to have more than one woman and I'm supposed, not saying that that's just the thing. I'm just being, it's my theory or whatever. But I think a lot of it has to do with what our men were doing on that freaking plantation. When I speak to other men of different cultures, they're like, oh, hell no. Yeah, we boned them and we go home. We're not trying to talk about, oh yeah, Becky, this is Susie and she's gonna be my new wife and we're gonna have, multiple children, me and her, and then you. No, they're concentrating on one family, one household. And that's how come a lot of other races has built and we have not, especially in the black community. The black man has not, because sorry to say it, but a lot of black men, y'all out here chasing skirts instead of out here really doing what you got to do with your woman to build a family unit. Sorry to say it, but whether I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But hey, it is
Are
what
you
it
finished?
is.
Are you done? Are you finished?
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, no,
Are
no,
you
no.
done or are
Because
you finished? Absolutely.
because you telling me as a black man that the reason I should be followed. See what you see. You don't even understand how that mentality destroys women. That mentality you just say right now that you respect from other men. If your husband comes to you and says he wants to bring another woman into into the household to have another child with or to build with, you telling me that's more disgusting than the man who has a wife and then he's gonna go just use another woman for for his sexual pleasure and pump and dump her, but at least he comes home to you. That's okay.
No. I'm not saying all of that.
That's
Okay?
what you're saying, but
Because a
that's what
lot
those
of the
men are.
times
Oh,
these
that's what
men,
those men are doing.
no. These men ain't
That's what.
going to they're not going to no 50 cent hoe on the street. They're going to a high class prostitute. They can afford
First of
it
all, there's no
now.
such thing as a high class prostitute. You're a hoe.
What?
You're a
What are
hoe.
you talking about? What are you talking about? Have you ever been on
Oh,
125th Street or
see,
out
you're
here
right.
in
You're right.
East New
See,
York?
Yona. You see, Yona.
Stop.
We're in a different page, different level.
Stop.
You think
These
there's
men
high.
ain't going
You
to
think?
to,
Oh
to
my! You're
know
not
to
listening to what
know
I'm
to
saying.
know what they're going to high. A lot of them are going to high class prostitutes, or if they do have a woman on the side or whatever, they're not trying to build nothing with her. It's just the way I'm not saying that any of that is good either. What I'm explaining, but it beats him talking about, oh, I'm gonna have 2, 3 wives and have 10, 20 children that I also have to take care of and try to be there for them. Because we're talking about now. We're not talking about the 1800s or the 1950s or whatever. We're not the same people as our ancestors. We're just not. We're not. We can say, oh, we want to do the poly thing and polygamy and all of that, but we're not the same people. That's our ancestors' time. This is our time. It's not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? That's why even in Africa, so many countries are banning polygamy because it does not, for me, and they see it too. It's not working for the children. It's not, because you see so many families communities in Africa, they're becoming more like the West.
It's not working for the children because the women are rebellious. It's the women that are rebellious.
It's human nature.
No, it's not. It's because the women are
human nature.
rebellious.
The women get
The women are
jealous. The women
rebellious.
get crazy.
And
Because, like I said,
the
we're
women,
chaotic by nature.
the
So it's
women are.
not going to work.
Oh my
We are
goodness.
not the same people as our ancestors. We're not the same people from the 1960s, the 1930s, the 1800s. We're not. We're just not. We're not our ancestors.
So you what? So you know what? You're right. I got it. You're right. You're not the same. I'm gonna have you, and I'm gonna fuck all them hoes outside. That's how you want it. I'm gonna fuck all them hoes outside. That's what you want.
Why they
Go
gotta
ahead.
be hoes
Okay.
though,
No,
Erzulie? Seriously.
This is how I know our thinking are differently.
You could go be
talking.
with the
You
hoes. You could go be with a girl, and you could go smash. Okay, go smash, but don't get her pregnant. That's what I'm saying.
don't get
Don't
her
get the heifer
pregnant.
pregnant and have all these. Because
God
not
told me to
all
go.
women are meant to be.
God told me to go and multiply. Be fruitful and
Erzulie
multiply.
is not.
Who are
No,
you?
Erzulie, you can multiply with one woman. One woman can have 10, 15, 20
Nah,
kids.
I
Stop.
want my genes. I
Stop.
want my genes to mix and mingle with other women, not you
See,
only.
you see, that's irresponsible though. That's
That's
crazy.
it.
You
No,
said
it's
that.
only irresponsible if I neglect them. It's not irresponsible if I
So
want to take care of
how
them.
you not gonna neglect them? How you not? How you
You
not
can't.
gonna
You.
neglect you having 15, 20 kids with 15, 20 different women? How you not?
Why are you taking it there? Why are you always taking it to 15? Why can't I have just another woman?
Okay, so you're gonna have another woman. She's not gonna have any kids for you then. That's what
That's not
she's
what I
gonna
said.
do.
That's not what I said.
She's just
Why
gonna
can't
be
she have two
your
kids for me?
pleasure principal. That's what she gonna be. Your
No, no, no.
pleasure.
You the one that's saying you want men to have their
So
pleasure
why you?
principle
But
or
that's
come
what I'm
back to you
saying.
and give you the
No,
money.
first you said.
I never
Okay,
said
pick
that.
one.
I never said
Erzulie,
that.
pick one. You
I
said
said
you
to
want to
have a
have your
whole.
seed to be multiplied, but then you're like, no, okay, I'm just gonna have one woman and not have any children with her. Okay, so she's gonna be like your little pleasure principal then.
That's not
That's
what
what
I
she's gonna
said.
be.
I never said that. You putting words in my
Okay, so
mouth.
what are you saying?
Pause.
What are you
I
saying?
said.
Pause. Okay, pause.
I said. I said. Why you always go to the extreme and said I'm gonna people are gonna have sex with 15? I said I could have one woman on, and I could have my wife and another woman, and I could have kids with two women, and that would be it. Who says I have to go have children with 15 women?
You know
Why do
why?
you have to take it to a certain
Do you
extent?
know why? Do you know why? You already know why. Y'all don't
No, I
stop
don't know
at
no why.
two. Y'all don't stop at two. Once you get two, you want to get three. You want to get four women. You want to get five.
No,
It
that's
don't
you.
stop at
That's
two.
you. That's you. Because you know why? If you have, if you're doing a polygamous relationship for polygamy's sake, not for lust, any woman that you want to bring into the relationship, you have to speak to your first wife about it, or to the one that you started with.
First
She
of
has to go
all,
and vet that woman out.
First of
Talk
all,
to her
there
to
is
see if
no
it's come.
polygamous in America. You're just having a poly relationship, okay? Because in America, you only allow
Oh,
one.
because the state don't tell you. Because whoever you see, I know you state property because you rocking with that nigga. That's exactly because he told you
Gotcha.
that.
Gotcha, Yona. He gotcha.
Yeah, because he told you.
Because
He
Master
told you that.
doesn't say it's all bad. So, we can't do it, because he says it's bad.
We can't do it
Zuli,
because he said so, right? Because Master
listen,
said so.
at the
Master
end of
said
the day,
no.
you could do whatever you want. We could do whatever. You could have 2 women, 20 women, 15, 30, whatever. All I'm saying is the kids, you got to make sure that you're there for the kids, not just financially, but physically too. You got to. You have to be
Physically.
responsible. And a lot of the times, our black men, far too many times, they are not. You
But
know,
it's really, let me tell you both of your problems is this. Yona B, her problem is she doesn't want to share. Erzulie, you just too greedy. You want too much. Yeah. So you Erzulie, the first thing is you have to make it work with the first wife, like you said. But you're so eager to get the second and the third that you haven't even figured out how to make it work with the first one. Polygamy is not. It's actually based on monogamy. You start with monogamy and then you work your way out.
but
It's
but
not.
they don't master that though, Tan. They don't master that.
They just want to just keep it moving. They don't
No, I
master
don't. I
that.
don't master it the way you want me to master it. That's your
No,
problem.
no, you
I don't
don't.
master it the way you want me to
Okay,
master it.
okay, okay, okay. Bwana Haguziki, let me just talk about Bwana Haguziki. Talk about, when women get old and culture. Actually, when women get old, that's when they actually start to embrace polygamy, because they understand that they're not able to satisfy their men's rampant, desires, and they just can't be bothered, and they have other things to take care of.
What rampant desire though, Tan? They old. They could barely get it up. Seriously.
Nah, these men, if they had their way, they'd be, doing it on their deathbed. But
Man, yeah, that's true. But doing it how? They could man. You
man,
videos they hardly pumping. Men over
look,
50, men over a certain
all I'm
age.
saying is that a
Mm-mm.
40-year-old man is going to do more than a 40-year-old woman. She has a lot more to do than just, every day, just, get up on, yeah. But
No, but they said though women in their 40s is at their sexual peak in their 40s. So I don't
well,
know.
yeah, but she doesn't want it every day. And then let's just say, even without the age thing, just there's sometimes that women are just not,
Yeah, that's
equipped.
true. That's
Yeah,
true.
days of the month,
That
some,
is true.
yeah. So, at some point she'll be like, look,
But
as long as she's not in my way, she doesn't bother me, she's okay. I can have her take care of my children from time to time, blah blah blah. We make up a deal. You come satisfy me when it's
no,
my
but
time. Hmm.
what you're talking about is our ancestors.
Yes, that's
These
what I'm
women
talking about
nowadays,
exactly.
they're
I'm
not
talking about the
have
ancestors.
it's not gonna work. And even so much so it's spread into Africa too. That whole Western thing. The
Well, I
community is
know,
not
I
there
know.
for the
That's why
family.
I like to have an
Yeah.
idea of what would be the ideal, maybe not the dystopian, the ideal society, because that's what, creates reality. Reality is not just saying, oh, this is how it is, and then accepting it. Reality is saying that what could it be? What can we make of it? And this is not just us in the past, but them in the future. Like we always talk about, with those dystopian society, even in movies they create their crazy ideas of what they imagine the future to be, and then somebody says, well, I wanted to create that idea, whether the present,
Right. Remember I sent you that video with Inspector Gadget and
yeah,
his niece
yeah. so
Penny. She
so
had a
they
whole iPhone and that was like in the 80s. She had an iPhone watch, Penny. I was like, "Oh
yeah.
my god, Penny got an iPhone watch. This is crazy." So,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
you're
that's
right.
that's the reason why we also have to create the ideal. While it is important to look at the reality and say this is what is, there also has to be some imagination what the ideal is. And everybody has different ideals. Even when you look at movies, there's some idealistic society where people, get along in, peace and quiet. But there's some societies where people fight, for the right to be on top. There's those Hunger Games societies. There's a Star Trek society where it's diplomatic side, whatever, but they get to have different ideas of what the ideal is, and then people work towards getting there. But sometimes we're so, enamored by the miseries of the present that we forget to imagine what can be. Even in there's something called capital realism, where people imagine that it's like that saying with Churchill Hill that democracy is the worst system, but it's the best that we have. The same thing with capitalism. People think that this is the best system that we have, and therefore there can be nothing better, not in the past, not in the future. This is how it is, and it
Right,
becomes
cuz we've
this
been
best.
groomed. We've been
Yes,
groomed for
exactly,
that.
exactly. It's a
Yeah.
grooming. It's a mindset. It's like putting blinders on horses. That's actually how you train horses. You put those blinders on them so they can only see in one direction, so they cannot look from side to side. And with other physical tortures, they also beat them up and all that sort of thing. But that blinders is also one of them restricting their their movement, their visual movement. So that's what we have seen. So look at the way our vision has been programmed is because that people can imagine all kinds of pairings of humans, men and men, women and women. Now it's people and objects, people and animals, all of this, but they cannot imagine men having multiple relations with women. Like that's but it's not even something that is unimaginable. It's actually happening in reality, but people cannot imagine it in an ideal form. Like, people are cheating left and right. It's not like, oh, people are going to get mad about cheating, therefore cheating does not, it exists. The reason why polygamy was important, was implemented, because people realize that there are some people, not everybody is going to be all round, just doing everybody on the side, but some men are going to do it. But what are we going to do about it? And that's why the reason was, it's not about the men, it's not about the woman, it's taking into consideration both the nature of man and woman. But ultimately the idea was to protect the children. There's no life that is created by mistake. There's no illegitimate children, like in medieval society, those bastard children, if you're not legitimized by the state. Yes,
So
if you're not legitimate by the state, then you are an illegitimate child. There's no legitimate state in polygamy, but it's not done outside of the marriage. It's done within wedlock. So all the children have both, the mother being a mother and a wife, and they're also, part of the family.
So
Yes.
Tan, you're saying polygamy was really made for the children?
Yes, I believe so.
I don't think so. Hell no. No.
Okay, go ahead.
The children didn't benefit from that, because how can it be made mainly for the children when the men, okay, even when you have 2 or 3 kids, one woman, one man in the house, and you have 2 or 3 kids, do you know how hard that is to maintain that, to maintain and be attentive to each child, because each child have these different needs and these just different personalities and just
You
differences.
stop that
So
bullshit. You know
no,
why
no,
it's
no,
hard?
no, no, no. It's not
Yo, stop
bullshit.
that
Hold on. Let me
bullshit,
finish.
man.
Let me finish. Let
Oh,
me
this is some
finish.
bullshit. You know
Let me
anything?
finish.
You're looking at me.
No, let me finish. Okay? It's hard to see. Erzulie, you don't have kids and you never been married, so it's not bullshit. Trust and believe. Let me tell you a true story, okay? True story. My oldest son, he was graduating from school, okay? But before he was graduating, he's like, in middle school, he's like, Mom, I'm gonna be at school late, because I'm doing stuff. And I'm like, well, what are you doing? He's like, I'm just doing stuff. Just make sure that you come to my graduation. And I'm like, okay. So the day of his graduation, I'm feeling myself. I had just had his baby brother. I lost all my weight. I'm looking good. I was like a sexy bitch. But excuse my language, Tam, but I was feeling myself. I felt so good. I felt,
No.
so
You can. This is not a PG-13 beer, whatever. Yeah. Go
okay.
ahead.
Yeah. So, I was feeling good. I cut my hair in a blunt cut. I dyed it blonde. And, I got my shape back, my waistline. I was feeling sexy. So I'm in the mirror just playing around. And I'm like, oh, shoot, the time. So by the time I got there, okay, it was a little late. But thank God they didn't start yet. My son, he had this look on his face. He didn't see me. He didn't see his fat father. He didn't see the family. He looked so stressed out. So I made sure I went in the front and I waved at him, loud at you, man. Hey, my baby. And his face totally changed. When I tell you that day, I was so proud of my boy. He played 6 different instruments on that stage. He was the only one who stayed on the stage the whole time through the whole graduation. And when we finished, he's like, Mom, Dad, thank you so much for coming. I wanted to show you all what I can do. So can you imagine if I didn't show up or his father didn't show up? You have to be there for your kids. Every child is different. Every child is different. So if you in the house with 2, 3 children and it's you and your husband, you got to make time for each damn child, period. That's it. You go into the next house, to the next woman house. Okay, 2, 3 days a week, daddy is here, whatever. Then you go to the next house, 1 day a week, daddy's here. Are you kidding me? How does that benefit the child to not have their protector, their father there all the time? How does that benefit the woman to not have their protector, the man, their husband there, not all the time? It really doesn't. What it does favor is the husband, the man, because sexually, that's what he's getting pleased for, sexually.
That's how I look at it. But everybody is different. If you want to look at it differently, you can look at it differently. But when you out there having these different families and it's not cool. You have to not only provide financially, you got to provide emotionally, spiritually, and physically for that kid. How many of us can say, oh, my dad wasn't there or my dad was there? It makes a difference to have that father, that masculine figure there. So then people going to be, oh, the father is not in the house. Which one is it? Do you want to be in the house part-time or you want to be in the house full-time? Because it makes a difference. So you got to choose, Erzulie. Y'all,
Yeah, but Yona, before you could go on, Erzulie, is it how can you be in the house and still providing for the house? Are those just two difficult things to do?
No.
Like it's like being a house husband and a work at the same time.
No, I'm not saying being a house husband. I'm saying, okay, of course the father has to work, but when he comes home from you play with your kid, you're there. It's I can't explain it. It's a difference when my dad used to come home.
You trying to control niggas again?
No,
who told you to live?
Erzulie, it's a difference when my dad
you
used to
are
come
the woman.
home.
You are the woman. Your job is supposed to take care of the kids. Your job, but you know why? You guys want to go out and get those jobs,
so what?
And then you want to complain. That's your fucking job.
For his
That's your
too?
fucking job. I come when I come. Okay?
Oh, see, no, that's messed up because it has to
that's
be a
messed
balance.
up. That's messed up. You wildin'.
It's a balance.
More ways than one, I'm sure.
But you see, no, but you see though, that's why we as women get all the blame because y'all, you sound hella crazy, Erzulie. Or when you come. No, you gotta be there for your freaking family. What the heck?
Yo, you don't. What you trying to control men, Yona?
Oh my
That's
God!
what you're doing right now. You're trying to
control
use
men.
everything.
That is
That
not
story.
true.
That's
How
what
is
you're
that
doing.
trying to control? That's your duty as a man to be there for
No,
your
my
kids
duty is
and your
not to.
wife.
My duty is to provide and protect. That's what my duty is.
And what does provide and protect mean? You got to protect your children. And in order to protect your children, you got to be there. What the hell you talking about? Erzulie, I ain't paying you no mind because I know.
Yeah. That's what you want. But you know what? I'm glad. And you know what?
I know you be eating too many freaking cashew nuts.
It could be toxicity. I'm glad black men is not folding. I'm glad the black men are not folding. We fucking everything.
What you say? You not folding? What do you mean you not folding?
We're not folding. All that shit you talking about. Oh, you got it. You know what? He might fold in front of your face trying to pretend. Yeah, it's only you, Yana. Yeah, baby.
No,
I love you and my
it's not
kids.
the black
Yeah, right.
man.
I got hoes on the side.
Some black men. It's not all black. Some black men are on their page. They're doing what they got to do. They're there for their wives and their kids. See, that's the thing too with a lot of women. They're like, oh, I want somebody to protect and to provide. How are you going to protect if you're not there? And provide is not just financially. You got to provide mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. All of that. Is provision. Provision is a whole large scale. But when you hear, oh,
You're trying to control men. All the things you're saying right now, you're trying to control men.
Financially, it's not just providing.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Erzulie. Okay, okay, let's say that she wasn't. What would you do if she wasn't trying to?
She's trying to.
Let's just say
if I wasn't,
no, you was. What does that question have to do with anything? You are trying to give a story.
What is your
what are you talking about?
Utopia? What is your utopia? What is a woman supposed to do or not do or whatever? What would make
please elaborate, elucidate, educate, teach, so we might learn.
What's the perfect families, black family society? Go.
I don't even understand what you're saying. I don't even know what you're saying. What the whole I'm trying to poke in your shit is that, oh, you got to be there. You got to be there.
You're not going to dodge this damn question. What is your interpretation of a black family perfection in your society? What does that look like?
What does it look like? If I'm a man, if I want more than one woman, I should be able to have that. Number one, if I have to have more kids, if I have to have kids with more than one woman, I should be able to have that. And I'm providing and protecting, and I show up when I show up, which means when I'm saying when I show up, if my kid is having an important event, yeah, I'm gonna show up. I don't gotta be there 24/7. Oh, my kid, oh my, come see your baby graduate from kindergarten.
So how are you protecting though?
What do you mean how I'm protecting? What do you mean how I'm
How you
protecting?
protecting if you're not there?
You must be the slowest. What are you
You
talking about?
gotta
I'm not
be
there.
there to protect. You gotta
Are
be
you
there
asking
to.
me? Are,
You
are
got
you
to
are you
no,
talking to me in
no.
my
You gotta
society?
be
Or
there to
because
see
you
who
jump
is.
in my society right now?
No,
You just
Erzulie.
asked me the question, am I perfect? And now you're telling me what to do in my society.
I'm asking you what the question.
No,
Yeah,
no,
no,
you
no,
told
no,
me I
no,
was
no, no,
asking
no,
you.
no,
What
no.
do you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, no, no, no. You have to let him go on this one
Yeah,
because
yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
so
Go
this
ahead.
is his. Let's not
I'm
interfere.
saying I'm
So
providing. I'm providing. I'm providing. I'm going to work for protecting and providing. How I'm there? My families live right next to each other. That's how I'm there. I come to their house. My woman number one is in the house, and woman number two is in the house. What are we talking about? How I'm like? I don't understand. My son or my daughter's having something. The import graduating from a little recital. If she has 6 recital, I show up for 3. That's good. I don't gotta be there 6 times on 6 times. She's high school graduation. I'm there. High school basketball. If she has a high school basketball game, let's say there's 15 games in the season, I show up for 7. I'm there. I don't gotta be there 24/7. So what you there for as a woman? You the mother. I gotta be there. I gotta be there for 15 games, and you gotta be there for 15 games. No, that's controlling. I don't understand how. And then this is what I'm saying, and I'm so liberal with it. If the first woman gets pregnant and she don't want, let's say the 2 women say we have to work. Okay, peep this. I don't understand how polygamy works so much to alleviate so much stress from women. I don't understand how women are so retarded and don't get it. First wife gets pregnant. All right, you pregnant. The second wife and me are working. You don't have to go back to work until 2 or 3 years. After you finish with your baby, second wife get pregnant. She stays home for 2 or 3 years. And like, I don't understand this.
That's an awesome plan if it works like that. Life don't
No,
work
no,
like
it
that,
doesn't
but
work
it's
like
your
that because
world.
women are
It's your
selfish.
world. It's your
Because you guys are
world.
state property. You guys
It's
are
your
state
world.
property. You work for the master, and then and that's what it is.
It's your world. So go
No,
ahead.
it's my world. But
That
you know what it
sounds
is? In
good.
your world, you know what happens in your world? Yes, baby, you're the only one. Meanwhile, he's slutting out. He's slutting out other people's daughters, other people's sisters, and you're okay with that, Yona. You're okay with that as long as the money comes to your family.
Well, you know what? If he's there with 2 women and I'm one of them and he's got another woman, what would be the difference if I know or if I don't know? He's still stepping out. That's the main thing, right? So what are you saying?
What
Whether
do you?
I know about
Are
her
you?
or I
Are you?
don't know about her, he's still stepping out. So what's the problem? What's the
I mean, there's
I
a
don't get
difference.
it.
There's a
okay,
difference. And what I'm saying, there's a
Yona,
What's the
let
difference.
me ask
difference?
you this. Let me ask you this. Okay, in our ideal world, firstly, there's no transmissible diseases. Let's
Ha!
just get.
Moana said, "What if both women get lonely at
No, no,
night?"
no. That's an easy one. That's an easy one. Like you guys are so simple to, the way it works. Like I almost feel bad for you. Like this whole thing
Who
had
said women get
systems.
lonely at night? What
Okay,
is what
so
is the answer to that, Zan? If both of them
the
get
answer to
lonely at
that
night?
was very simple. The women would actually get together. They would, have the schedules. They would decide amongst themselves who would get the man when. So all of them would have, the same rights. Obviously, it would be the first one. The first wife was, sort of
No,
like.
he said, "What if both of them get lonely the
Well,
same
that's what
night?"
I'm talking about.
Oh, okay,
Oh,
okay, go ahead.
yeah. So she obviously had the first, dibs on it, and then the other
First
women they would
dibs.
go.
Okay.
Yeah, first dibs on the dick. So yeah.
You saw
So
what bitter medicines put.
right.
Yo, these men are being bad, Dad, in the chat. Oh my
Yes, very
god.
bad. But the women were organized. So the women get together. There's actually a case, a few years ago about, this man who was not, performing his manly duty that the women ganged up on him. So the first wife, there was also a hierarchy in the with the women, it was not just, chaos and, jealousy and madness and all of that. It was the women who agreed to it, first of all. People talk about as if women were being forced into it. Polygamy was not a man's, force and dictatorship on women. It was actually women who was choosing that. And women do get attracted to, certain kinds of men, and some men get attention from more than one woman. So that was just that it's not all women. So I think this whole panic about polygamy, as if all women, nobody's going to be left over. Like, no, you're cool, you'll get yourself the woman that's on your level, and you'll be all right. The polygamous man is not threatening the entire fabric of society. So that, I think, is the main thing. But the other thing was this, that women did know their cycles and they knew the nature of men, that, there are times that you as a woman, you just don't want to be bothered by, the needs of men, which are constant. They might have their situations, sometimes they're this and that, but, they're just basically ready for it at all times. And they don't understand the complicated biology of a woman, both in her regular schedule and in her pregnancy and child rearing schedule. So they worked with that. So it was actually a cost-saving and labor-saving device for the women, and the women worked together. The only thing is that you had to find a woman who was compatible with you. You wouldn't just let your man roam around and find the first cat that you found. You would actually orchestrate it that it was somebody. Firstly, it was not just every man who was given the right to marry another woman. The first woman had to know that, okay, my man, he's he can provide for me, and I can also get another girl to increase our household and his property. So this girl is not just going to be sitting there eating off my hard work. She's actually going to come in there and improve, help me with the household chores, do what I need her to do.
That's
And
what
all
maids do.
well,
Maids
it's
do
not,
that.
but no. But she was doing the same thing. Are you calling her a maid? She was also, cooking, cleaning, doing all those things. It's not a maid. It's just somebody to help her with what she's doing already. It's not a maid. It's just a co-wife. A co-wife is not like a maid. She's not working for you. She also has her own household. She also is doing her own thing, how she does it. So no, you're all equal. She's not working for you. She's helping you with the household. And sometimes you cook, sometimes she cooks. That's one setup. The other setup was just you lived in different houses, and the man would come to you on certain days and you'd work out an arrangement. So there was different ways to do this. It was not just one way or another. But it's not like the women also just lived in perfect harmony. There was jealousy, there was confrontations, there was all these things, but at the same time,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, why did it stop though? Why did the government in so many different African countries, why did they ban that if it was so much,
well,
harmony?
it's the same thing with why they outlawed African religions and practices and spirituality out here. So we'd have to go into religion and society, colonization, all of that, de-Africanization before the first re-Africanization. So Kenya actually was part of the re-Africanization. They legalized polygamy a few years ago, but yeah.
But you see how you broke it down in a different way, like, oh, the women are supporting each other, and that's what. And men, they're all throughout the chat, they're like, oh yeah, polygamy, I see you with this and that, and it's all sexual. So it's
okay. Let's have another view.
It's all sexual because these men are lustful because they're doing it for lust. All this guy talking about, oh, what if two women want it at the same time? Like that's so infantile. That's so slowly minded. Like, you tell the women, no, I'm having her today, or I'm having her today. Like,
yeah,
I don't
you think that's
understand.
not going to cause animosity? You think
Okay,
cause
let's
problems?
take a break and hear from, I've given my perspective, but Mwenda Tezi might have a different one. I'm sure he does. Go around, Tezi. Go ahead, Tezi. Karibu.
Yeah, mambo, guys. How are you guys doing? It's been a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know. It's been a while.
yeah. So my thoughts on I don't know. To me, I don't think polygamy is. I know Tanzania you're pro polygamy, but me, I don't think it is. It's viable now, and I think it had its issues even back then. So to me, polygamy is in is like even when I think the brother Erzulie spoke about it well, like, and Yona, that it's for what I see right now, it's about lust. That's really a fact. That this thing about co-wifing women, getting along, when do women ever get along? Like that? That's just not. That's not.
Never.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact that polygamy used to be just because of survival of the babies. Because back then babies used to die like a lot. Like babies
Exactly.
died a lot. Like so you had
Oh man,
babies.
you guys are such hypocrites. You're saying that men can somehow get together and do what men do, which is, building things and protect whatever it is that men do. But somehow women cannot, get along with each other long enough to do what women do, which is taking care of households and children. Is that what you're saying?
Nah, it's more complex than that because women can bring a lot of chaos to the homestead. It's just multiple women. They can bring a lot of chaos to the homestead. There's a lot of.
Are you hearing that, Yona? Are you hearing that stuff? Wow, this is what they
No,
really
no,
think
no.
about.
When women are you disagreeing with me? Are you
But
disagreeing with me?
Yona likes that. Do you know what she said before? Yes. Yo, stop! Don't simp here, Tezi. Don't be a simp, man.
Am I simping? I'm simping by
Yeah, you
telling
are
women can
simping.
bring chaos.
You are simping. Oh no, I
When
want
I
one
say women
woman.
can bring
I want
chaos,
one
that's
woman.
simping.
I don't think he is. I actually think he's doing the opposite. He's actually saying that we can't get along, which is the opposite of simping. But if one Aguzik was
No.
saying, yeah, you sisters, you do all that stuff. Go sisters, it's your birthday. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I don't think that's what I'm saying. That I don't think women can, like, even today. I've seen polygamous relationships. I have like first-hand experience. These things they're not perfect the way my sister here Tanzania is pushing it. They're not perfect. The women fight, and when women fight, it's not. It's not a pretty sight. It's not. It gets really bad. Even they can. What is it? They can
the
condition
women
the
fight because
children.
the women fight
Yeah.
because the men are weak. The women fight because the
No,
men
no,
are
no,
weak.
no, no. It's not
That's what
because of.
y'all.
It doesn't matter how strong you are.
Y'all a bunch of weak men nowadays. Weak.
No. Let me tell you
Weak.
something. It doesn't matter how strong you are. It's not about strength. This is just nature. Like it's not like polygamy worked when it was about babies. It was just about making babies back then because babies died a lot, and the more babies, so it was about survival
Baby,
of your.
like 10 said,
But
baby died today.
now, when they don't
You do that
die,
now.
there is no need. Like and then there's this
You
perspective
guys
that
are
old
weak.
people practice
Weak.
polygamy. It's not true. Not most people. A lot of
Weak.
people do
And then when I
not.
say Tezi, when I say weak, I'm not talking about weakly strength. You're weak in strength, you're weak in brain power. You let your women rule you. You're a bunch of weak men.
Now, okay, so I don't understand. When you say when we let the women rule. What do you mean?
What do you mean? You right here coming on the show, agreeing with Yana, talking about, oh yeah, polygamy was bad. We only need one woman. No, we don't need more. But what you're saying is you want to be with one woman, but I bet you, Tezi, with you having sex with other women on the side. This is what you want to do. You are immoral.
Okay. Sex with multiple women. I don't. Okay, that's another issue, by the way. That's a whole other issue. But
You see
I
what I'm
understand.
talking about? You see what
But
you
you
just
see,
said?
that's the
You
thing.
see?
Guys are looking at
Y'all a
it
bunch of
from
immoral,
the
no
what?
backbone having. Get out of here, man.
No. You see, guys are looking at it from the sexual part of it. If you look at it from the sexual part of it, then there is that perspective, and that's for men. And I think a strong man can control his sexual desires, right? Or is it a weak? Who is the stronger? The one who cannot control his sexual desires, or the one who can? Who is stronger to you?
A man having two wives, that's controlling their sexual desire. A man having one wife and sleeping with the girl, sleeping around just so he could get off, has no sexual discipline. So what are you talking about?
No. A man, okay, and a man who has only one wife and has only one sexual partner.
If that's what he wants, that's fine. I'm not arguing with that. What I'm saying is, if a man want to have more than one wife, he should be able to. If a man just want one wife, hey, that's up to you. Hey, but if another man wants 2 wives or 3 wives, he should be able to do that. But what you
He
guys
is
are
able to
saying
do
that
that.
you guys
It's
are
not like,
okay. You guys, hold up. You guys are okay with a man having a wife and using and sleeping around on the side, abusing your
No,
sister,
no, that's
using
not
yes,
that's not
yes, that's what
true.
you're saying. That's what you're
No,
saying. Because
no,
you
it's
said
not.
yes, it is. Because you said, oh, when I speak to other races, oh, I come home, I just have sex with these other women.
No,
You guys
that's
are
not what I'm saying.
disgusting.
What I
That's what you're
said
saying.
was when I spoke to other races of men, they do not want to have other wives because it's other problems that goes with that. It's other finances that goes with that. So they're like, you know what? If I do step out, I'm gonna step out and I'm gonna step out with somebody and it's gonna be a one-time thing or a two-time thing. Okay, whether they have to pay for it, okay, by having a high price, whatever, or they have some girl that they met at the Wawa or Walmart or whatever and have a little fling with her and whatnot. That's what I'm trying to explain. I'm not saying that I'm all for a man committing adultery on his wife, with having this and that. That's not what they were explaining to me. What they're explaining to me is for them it makes sense that they're like, no, I'm not gonna have some chick come and say, oh, this is going to be my second wife to my first wife because I want to just do whatever I want. It's a team type thing. My wife and I and our children. It's not going to be, oh, I'm going to have another wife here and another wife there, because for them, what they're explaining to me is men of other races, the Asian friends I have, the white friends I have, the Hispanic friends, male friends that I have, they're explaining to me that it's going to take too much time away from one child from another, too much time away from one woman from another, and it's going to be too expensive. What I'm explaining is a lot of black men don't think like that. They just
Okay,
think like, oh, I just want to have wife. Yeah.
Yona, hold on about this time thing, right? If it's about time, about the men spending time with their between, okay, let's just assume that, as they say, men are dogs. Men are just going to go out there, even the perfect best woman in the world, they're just going to go and then find somebody else. It's not that they don't love her. They just men are just, let's just say, men are dogs.
Right.
But okay, I understood. So knowing that, right, so there are women who, they will lay that down with the fleas. So what do you propose happen to the women who happen to have the children of these dogs, while they're out there being doggish? What do you propose happens to the children and the women afterwards?
What do you mean? What do I propose happens to them? Like what
Yes.
is
Should
society
they be
supposed to do with
considered?
them?
No, for going back to our ideal, what do you suppose happen? Let's say you have a perfect world. You have the man, he's in the house, monogamous, all of that, and he steps out, he makes a baby.
Well,
What do you
if he's with another woman that's married to him, well, what is supposed to happen to her? She's just gonna have to go find her another man then. That's gonna be with her and
So
her.
the married woman is going to leave
nah.
her husband and go find another man?
No. What? Okay. What? From what I'm explaining, what I'm getting from you is the man is married. He has a wife, and he went out
Yes.
there and got another woman pregnant.
Yes.
So what's supposed to now happen to the other woman and that child?
Yes.
She's gonna have to go find her a man that's gonna take care of her and that child then.
But why doesn't just the man who got her pregnant take care of his child and that woman? Why does she have to go find a whole nother man to do that?
You know why? Because
Why?
it's women's nature. We are chaotic by nature. A woman is not gonna have her man go out there and talk. Women are selfish, just like what Erzulie said. But so are men. Women are not gonna allow that. And
Which
that's why I
women
say if the
though? What
children do
You see,
suffer.
yeah, women are chaotic. Even women admit that they're chaotic. Like you cannot have. So you think, I don't know why in a
It's the
man's
kids who
mind we forget
suffer.
we forget
It's the
that
kids.
Yeah,
A man is
I don't know why
healthy. I'm
men
sorry.
forget that
I'm
if you
sorry.
have having multiple women in the same house, you think it's going to be just paradise and kumbaya. It's not. It's going to be chaos.
I listen. I would love for it to have been a world where we show mercy and oh yeah, you were sleeping with my man. Okay, come on in and take care of you and his kid. No, I've had so many friends who were in polygamy, with their dads and their mom and their father's second or third wife try to poison their ass because they were the firstborn son. My friend freaking in Brooklyn right now told me horror stories of him living in polygamy with his dad and his second and third and fourth wives and how horrible it was for him. And I'm just like, wow, it's the kids who suffer. So I get what you're saying. If it was a perfect world, yeah, come on, girl. The sisterhood is real. I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna take care of you and this kid. And
Were
you
they
think that,
really his wives though?
huh?
Were they really his wives though, or
Well,
were
this
Yeah,
they
was in
women?
Nigeria, in the 70s or 80s or whatever the hell it was. I don't know.
Oh,
So
Nigeria. Oh, okay.
yeah, in
Okay, that
Nigeria,
explains it.
before they banned all of that. So that was my friend's. That was his whole experience with that. And it's not just him. I have other friends too who told me, like, just horror stories. But like what I said, it's just a woman's nature to be chaos. We're chaos by
Okay,
nature.
okay, fine, fine, fine. Okay, fine. I understand it. Women are chaotic equals crazy. Women are chaos, embodied. Even Pandora was, the epitome of craziness. But at the same time, can we not just say that some, not all, obviously not all men,
Mm-hmm.
have, how shall we call it, diverse interests? Can we just say that?
Yeah, I guess so.
So if the nature of women is to be chaotic and the nature of men is to have some men, to have different interests, maybe they're just interested in different kinds of chaotic women. Like they can't, keep that crazy all the time. Imagine living 24 hours with a chaotic woman. That would drive you nuts.
No,
Maybe.
but it goes back to what I was saying earlier. Some women are just made for pleasure. Okay?
But no, we didn't have that in our society. All women were made for motherhood, whether you are pleasure or not. You still had, the duty to have children and to have a household and all of that stuff. So you can still have pleasure and still have, that
But
kind
come
of,
on.
your children should not suffer for your pleasure, right? If you
Right.
conceive a child through pleasure, that's no worse than a child who's conceived through, not necessarily non-pleasure, but yeah,
Right,
just
but come on. Not every woman was producing a child. Some women were barren. I'm sure it was because it's nature. Some women were
yeah.
barren back then, or
And
even
that's why polygamy
whatever
was
time we're
for
talking about.
children. And even,
some men are
Tezi says,
barren too.
it's because the
Right.
children were dying. Whether the children were dying or not, our, African society was to have the maximum number of children. Whether the children were, dying or living, African men just wanted to have the most children that they could.
And
And the most children that
No.
you could have
You
is
see,
with the
this is
women.
okay.
I
Okay,
love
can I
that.
say something?
That's
Okay,
beautiful. But you can have 20 women with 20 children with one woman. My great grandmother, my grandmother's mother, she had what,
And you
16
can have
children?
like 80 children with, what,
That's
20 women?
that's a
Yeah.
lot. Wow,
Okay.
that's a
Yeah.
lot. That's too
Okay.
much.
yeah. Okay, let me say something. Let me say something. For this perspective that African men just wanted to have many. That's not true. I don't think that's. I don't think. I think African men wanted more children, not because for the sake of having children, but for the sake of the survival of the children. Because children, like I said, infant mortality was. Just Google it. Back then, it was not. It was high all over the world, even in Africa. So the more
Yeah, but
children you
this
have, the more
is more
likely
reason to
they
even
were
have
to
more
survive.
children now
Like
because Africa. I say this, the infant mortality in Africa is still pretty high, so this is
no,
even
no,
more
no.
reason
It's not as
to.
high as it used to be. It's not as high as it used
But
to be.
it's
Right
still
now,
pretty high
you can have
compared
a
to the
child
rest
and
of
it
the
can
world.
survive. Yeah.
But
Okay,
yeah, but
compared to the world, yes, but it's not as high as
yeah,
it used to
so
be 60
have
years
more
ago.
babies, Africans. You heard it from
And we
me.
still have more babies, and we are still
Have
having
more
more
women.
babies than the average. Like in the world, Africans and are still having more babies, right? It's not
Yeah.
as high. Okay. Second of all, yeah, I actually have the privilege to have like one of my grandfathers was polygamous, and the other one was not. And I can tell you, the one that was not managed to build a very peaceful and stable, what is it, Boma? I don't know what Boma in Kiswahili is. In English is, Boma is what? I don't know. Homestead?
Household, I think. Household, maybe.
Household, yeah. He managed to build a stable, the one who was not polygamous, the one who just had only one wife. And the one who had multiple wives is still today is chaotic. It's not. So I've seen both, and that's why my brother Erzulie thinks, if you think that a man, a strong man, is the one who cannot control, who has multiple wives, I think the strong man is the one who can handle one wife. Second of all, the people don't understand, and I'm talking about men. You really don't know what happens when you're in a polygamous relationship. I think a lot of men in the West are not aware. Your women turn on you. That's just like clockwork. When you fuck your last wife, they turn on you. It works. That's how it always goes. It's inevitable. When your women reach
I'm sorry. That's exactly what my friend told me happened to his dad.
Yeah, it happened. It always happens.
Out of Nigeria.
I never thought Yona B and Mwenda Tezi would agree on something, and me and Erzulie on the other side. But okay,
I know, right?
Okay.
No. You see, we're talking about the facts. We're talking about the facts of polygamy. People that
now,
nobody
talks
about.
Come on, Erzulie, and come on, Yona, and let's go. Yeah. Come on, Mwenda Tezi. Come on, Yona. Let's go, Erzulie.
No. I'm saying like, okay, let me talk about when they reach when a woman, especially you know when the second wife tends to be younger than the first wife. That's usually how it goes, right? When that second wife gets a child, and she's just going to tell you something, and she's going to, when she comes in, she's going to be all nice and what is it? Is it submissive? She's going to be all nice and submissive, bringing you the breakfast and all that. She gets that child. You tell her to bring her breakfast. You bring you breakfast. You know what she's going to tell you? She says, "No, I'm too old for that." Then what are you going? You're going to do nothing. You're going to do nothing. I have an uncle. My uncle is polygamous. His wives don't give a shit about him. Like, this guy was sick, and his wife, and he has multiple wives, and they don't like women can be cruel. Like people don't understand.
All about the money.
You think though that if he had one wife, that he would have been better off? Let me just ask you that. Do you think that if he had one wife, his first one, he would have been better off?
Yes. Because you see, women, I think he would have been better off because now because let me tell you something. When he had only one wife, the responsibility would have been there will not be. That bureaucracy will have gone. Like who we know the responsibilities with the wife, but because there's multiple wives, they don't see you the way you think they will see you. They see you as a man who has multiple wives. People don't understand. People think women are just going to be submissive and all that. Nah, they're going to see you as the man you are. Like you had multiple wives, so you got to be selfish. You got to be, what is it? You got to indulge. So when they look at you, they don't have mercy. There's no mercy. There is no mercy.
Women's talking points right now. You're using women talking points right now.
No, I'm not talking about women's talking points. I'm talking about the reality on the ground. I'm talking about the reality on them.
You really are.
I'm trying to help men survive.
Let me tell you why. If a man was in charge, he would tell the woman, look, either you continue doing what you need to do, or I'm going to leave you for another woman. So she can either stay and do her part, or you can find somebody else. She's not keeping you there in prison. That's why, like,
you see, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Divorce was also, an African thing. Divorce was also, if the woman felt like, no, I'm not going to go under your rules. I'm not going to accept any woman being here, and I won't give you everything you want every single day of the night, because that's another thing. If the man stays with that one woman has to give him everything that he asks for. That means that at every time if he demands it, if he wants it, she has to give it to him. Not all women can do that all the time. And, biologically, they can't do that if they're going to be having, children and going through life. So either he sacrifices and deprives himself of his natural, almost like, I'm not saying it's not almost, it's sort of like a self, castration. Let me just say that, because he's denying himself something that's natural for him, to appease, the woman's natural cycle. So with polygamy, it says, look, a woman can have her cycle, a man can continue his, and they can both work together. Now, if you say that, oh, women cannot get together, well, women have been forced to work together for the longest time. They have done business together. They have, been in not the rites of passage. Yeah, the rites of passage was not just men teaching other men, it was also women teaching other men. So women were used to other women. So if they were told, look, if you're the first wife, you get this. If you're the second wife, you get this, and so on. So there was some advantage to the women too as well. But if you tell women that, oh, polygamy is just, oh, your husband doesn't love you anymore, he just wants some other, thing on the side, they're going to be angry at the other woman. And that's why even now, we don't legalize it, but at the same time, it's still happening. It's just like a drug. People are not going to do it out in the open. They're going to do it in secret. They're going to be caught. They're going to have all these embarrassing situations. Well, if we just admitted what people are, what men and women are, we just, legitimize it. And we won't have the children suffer for being, bastard children or illegitimate system. We'll have say, look, some men are going to want more than one woman. What can we do in that situation? So we go to the woman and say, what works best for you? You can either have the man go and impregnate some random woman, or you can have power and say over it. So if your man is, yes, one of those men, and he's providing for his first wife, because polygamy is what I said, is not just having triple women all the time. It's first having a wife that you can take off your children, and then the wife knows that her children will be taken care of. The second wife is not going to threaten the well-being of her children. She's actually going to add to it. And that's why in many instances, the first wife would actually get one of her family members to marry, to be the co-wife, because she could get along with her, the other woman who could help her, and it would be a bigger household. So polygamy was not just a last-ditch effort or to try to boost the numbers up. It was actually a practice that was practiced both in lean times as well as in, what's the opposite of lean times? In, thriving times. Yeah, people always like to have as many children as they can, both men and women. So women would still want to get, even if 6 of them died, the fact that you had 12 children, you gave birth 12 times, that was still bigger than, if you only gave birth once or twice. No woman would say, oh yeah, I gave back to 2 children. No, it's like I gave back to 12, 10 of them died, but 12 times. Yeah.
But Tan, I want to go back to what you were saying, that the man has to suffer because the woman is on her period, or she has children, or whatever it is. That's the whole thing again, always about the men. It's supposed to be a balance. Okay, if I just gave birth to your child, your seed, you mean to tell me you can't just and we compromise and do something else, instead of course, whatever, sexual intercourse or whatever, you have to go out and find another woman because I'm doing something that's in my nature that I'm doing, which is having your child, and you can't.
Okay. I get you. Got you,
right,
sister. Okay.
Right. That's
okay. Got you. Let me ask you on a different note. Because now me and Erzulie are going to fight over this, right? Okay. So let's say, on the other hand, your man was just everything that you wanted, good provider, all of that stuff. Oh, just the best man in the world, just man of the year, just good husband, good father to get. But there was this other guy that was just,
I know where you go with that.
Yeah. So could you just, and like I said, pre-STDs, pre-DNA tests, pre all that, nonsense, science just, fucked everything up. But yeah, pre all of that, like, if you could, and they look enough for like, so would you just, you're like,
Yeah,
please?
you could.
Yeah.
But you see, let me tell you something. Back then, things were different. Even right
Whoa.
now,
Yeah,
DNA tests are
I
not,
know. Back good old
DNA
days,
tests are not
people just
even
bring those days
encouraged in
back.
culture even right now. But back then, there was a reason why. Even there's a reason why it was difficult to get a barren man, but it was very easy to get a barren woman. To detect a barren woman, because a barren man, his wife will just go and get the kid somewhere else, and the guy will not
Right.
be any wiser.
But he would
But
not know. How would he know though? He would
yeah,
not
you see,
know.
exactly. But they see, in the end of the day, that's why the children were considered the children of the village. It was known. This
Ex-
behavior was known, but the children were
exactly.
considered the children
Yes,
of community.
Kokou.
But
Science fucked it all up for the women. Like,
nah.
science
Okay,
is an enemy, just like
science.
time.
Okay, yeah, science
Time
may
and
split us.
science are enemies to the family. I say
No,
that.
no, no. Okay, yes and no, because science also helped reduce that infant mortality, so that we don't need to
Whatever.
have
It
hundreds
prefer
of
the infant
kids.
mortality to the you're not the daddy. Like,
Whatever.
what the hell? What the
Well,
hell? You're not the daddy. Look, you're the daddy of all these kids, dead and alive.
yeah. But you see, in end of the day, that society, we don't live in, like, when
I
men talk about
know,
polygamy
Mwenda
now.
Tezi. We were talking about ideal situations. We talk
Yeah,
about like no STDs, no, DNA tests, all of that. We're just talking ideal. But yeah, if your ideal situation is every man knowing that he's not the father, that's your ideal society. Me, I would rather just, you take care of the child that is in your care. Stepsons, biological children, adopted children,
Yeah, I
whichever.
agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I 100% agree. I think though, like what we were saying and I was saying before, you know, we're not the same people as our forefathers. We're
Mhm.
not. And even they were not perfect. You get what I'm saying? So
Yes.
it's like to have something like polygamy work now, I don't see it, but to each his own. I just listen, you got to make sure the kids are good though. Like for real. You got to make that's the only thing issue that I have with it. You got to make sure cuz the kids are the ones who always suffer. But as far as like today, I the women, no, the men absolutely not. It's just it's too far gone for our people to even I would think to even think about going someplace
Yes, and
like
and
that.
and and, and, and in answer to Coco's question, Beta Medicine podcast. So, are we okay with men being duped to raise kids not of his own? My answer to that is yes. I should have said yes, absolutely yes, because the children are not necessarily, the biological children of the parents. They are ultimately the if I say property, I would say the communal property. Erzulie says state property. I say that they're property of the community. And we had this discussion, with us with the Bambara Society, which the ultimate aim was eventually the right of initiation. When a child was of age, he was taken away from both his parents, his mother and his father, and taken by the community. So he became a part of the community. So yeah, the children might not be his own, true, but they are part of his tradition. We had, even in a lot of tribes, they had, men who impregnated the women, the children, the widows and so on, but the children were regarded as the children of the dead man. Same thing with, the brothers. The brothers would have children, and those children would be regarded as the children of their dead brother. So, but biology, yes, it was important, but it was not the only thing. The main thing was that you were part of a community, so that there was no children who, if the children did not have a father, then you would be the father. If the man was not a good father and you were there, then yes, you would be the father. And there was nothing bad with raising. Are you duped? If you're duped into raising children that are not your own, do you
Right,
think
that's different.
it's
Yeah.
bad for the children, you still did a good thing. Yes, I'm sorry, and I do feel bad for you that the children that you're duped, but at the same time you are cheated into doing something good. Those children will still see the value of what you did, and they will be grateful.
No, they won't. No, they won't. No, they
Yo,
won't.
what? Yo,
Oh my
No, no,
goodness,
no, no.
Mwenda
what the
Tezi,
fuck
are
is,
you just
what are
playing
you
devil's
talking
advocate?
about? What are you talking about?
Their children will
Wow.
not see the
Are you
value of what they're
serious?
doing. That's a lie.
Oh
That's a
man.
lie.
Not all of them. I guess that's what he's
What are
saying.
you,
But somebody
what are
like
you talking
me,
about?
I would agree
Oh,
exactly with
Erzulie
what.
is awake. He's not asleep. He's awake.
No, no, no.
I mean, I would agree exactly with what Tan is saying, because
Thank
somebody
you,
like me
sis.
who grew up with my stepdad, he was not my real dad, and he's my dad though. You know, from the time I was 2 years old, he married my mother, he wifed her up, and you know that's my dad. So I would say yes if somebody
First of all,
like me.
you cannot use yourself. That's the difference, because the
But that's
man
what
who
I'm
was
saying.
raising you
Somebody, that's what I
knew.
said. Someone like me. I do
No, it's
see
not
what he's
somebody like
saying though.
you. The man knew that you was not his daughter. Your mother didn't fake it and said that you was his daughter.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm
That's
agreeing
not
to
what Chen
what.
is saying, though. Chen is saying
No.
that. So why do you don't know if it's your fault?
But
Just
but
take
but
care of the kid.
but you didn't know. That's why I'm saying, like, yes, I definitely agree with Kokou
No,
that
you don't.
I am
No, you don't.
factoring
Y'all
up,
a bunch of
because
liars. You don't
you
trust.
wouldn't know either way. You wouldn't know. And then even if you did know, let's just say that you did know, because sometimes people did know, but it didn't matter. It was still, you're not duped. You're still, given a chance, an opportunity to be a
No.
father to a child.
Okay, let me say that back then maybe because their man was also having children outside there, but in the society we are now, you should not raise another person's child. It's not
I don't agree with that.
most
I don't
likely.
agree with that. I don't agree with
Wow,
that.
you said
Just
you
like,
shouldn't raise another person's child?
yeah, I
Yeah,
don't.
most likely, because
No.
let me tell you something. A lot of I've seen this. This is a lot of men who raise people's other men's children. It doesn't end well. Most of the time, it doesn't end well.
I
Even the
agree.
woman
That
doesn't
is
appreciate.
true. That is
The,
true.
the
But
woman doesn't even appreciate, leave alone the child. Even that woman will not appreciate. The moment you disagree, it's always good when everybody is in the beginning, but the moment you people disagree on something, you're going to be hit with, it's not your child. Like, that's, you will always the moment you guys fight, you will be reminded. You will always be reminded that this is not your child. And so don't this, like I said, Tanzania still this painting that, oh, it's okay, will be
no,
that's not gonna, you're not going to
I
be
agree with what
appreciated.
you're saying. I agree with what you're
You're not going
saying
to be
too. But
appreciated.
I
So
agree. I agree with what you're saying too, Tezi. But I agree with Tan also, and that's why I say we're not the same people as our forefathers, because back then it was fine to do it. The child didn't have nothing to do with nothing. You get me? Like, the child has nothing to do with either his father passed away, or his father left his mother, or his father was a crazy person, or the mother is this or the mother is that. And that's why I say the kids always fucking end up suffering, man. You gotta know what you're doing when you're going into these situations as a man and as a woman. You have to know the kids always end up suffering. And I told you guys before, if it wasn't for somebody like my stepfather, I don't know where I would be, because my mom's is I love my mother, but my mama she my mama. She crazy. And if it wasn't for my daddy, like, listen, this is how you're going to act as a woman, as my daughter, as, a young lady, as you get older. He paved the way for me, my stepdad. So it would be a shame if a lot of men don't really assume that position and do that. Not saying that they should, but there are good women out there with kids. There are good women, and there are good kids too. But it's up to those people. And life is
Ah,
about
but
choices.
ideally,
let me
women
just
with kids should be
interject
second
one
wives
more
to
thing
what
about the
men.
real children, because it shouldn't be like real children. What if you adopted children, and are those not your real children? Are you not going to treat them as
Right,
your?
right.
Yeah. So, and this is adopted children that you have no biological, a relation to. But if you have stepchildren, at least they are related to the person that you're with, that you have chosen to be with. So
No,
what?
but they're not related to you. They're not related to you.
Well, how important is relation? They're still
Very important.
important to
Very,
you.
very important. Very important. Like I said, it's going to play very important not only to you, to those children, and to the wife. Like I'm telling you, it never, most of the time it doesn't end well. It's like a big gamble, and it always, and the man always loses. So me, I will never advocate for a man to just raise
Bro,
somebody
let
else's
me
kid.
let me let me let me push back on that though. Like seriously with that. You might think that the man end up losing, but sometimes the man also end up losing with his own biological kids too. They could hate your ass too. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? So
but you
it's
see, in the end
like,
of the day,
wait,
there is
hold
that
on. Let me
obligation.
finish though. Let me finish. What I'm saying is I'm sorry not to cut you. But what I'm saying is, it's like, it's a double-edged sword. You might think, oh, I don't want to have stepkids because they're gonna grow up and I'm not gonna end up winning or whatever. The end of the day, when you adopting and you coming into a family structure like that, it's not about you anymore. It's about the kid. It's about you being a bigger, and doing a bigger thing going outside of you. This is what I'm saying with a lot of people. People don't think it's not just about you anymore. It's about that child. So whether that child turns out to hate you when they get older or not is fine, because having your own biological kids is not a guarantee either. It's not. They could grow up and hate your ass too and
Yes,
say you don't
let's give
exist
Erzulie
too.
a chance to speak. Yeah, because
Yeah, go
he.
ahead, Azuli.
Well, I don't understand how, if I know that it's not my kid, I'm fine with that. I don't have an issue loving a kid that's not my own. But for you having sex with another man and then pretend that it's my kid, that's evil and that's dishonest.
Yeah, it is.
I don't mind raising another person's kid, but don't lie to me and lie to me purposely, having me take care of another man's kid, and the man is around the town. What is he doing?
Say, and again,
And
that's
for
why
you,
the
for
Exactly.
you to
science.
say that
Yes,
That's
for
the,
you to
that's
look,
the
look,
other
look,
part
let
telling
me
me.
finish. Let me finish. I know, Tezi, you're going to say it's different times and so on. But in the past, you wouldn't even know. So you just be raising. Nobody had a
oh,
100% guarantee that the child that they were raising was theirs, or their brothers, or their cousins, or the village husbands. No, nobody knew. So I think that it was just okay, and that's why they gave the children back to the community, because you didn't have 100% ownership and possession over your own child. Yeah, it could be a child or it could be not, but it was your duty, and you loved all the children no matter what, and you could correct any child no matter who they belong to. So what I'm saying is this, that it's not so much about the biology. Yes, it's important. It's important to create your genes and make sure they pass on, but that's not the only thing that's important. It's also important to raise other men's children, especially the men who cannot raise their own children. And that's why
but
the
they cannot raise
family
their own children.
that's why the family was not just composed of the nuclear unit. It was
No,
composed.
why they can't raise their own children? That's what I'm trying to say. You say that.
Well, because maybe some of them are not great parents. Maybe some of them just don't have the capacity, or they
Oh,
just.
so if nature have it that way, so why don't nature don't make those people parents who can be good parents? I don't understand.
Well,
You are
nature.
still advocating to lying to a husband because she went out
No,
and was a
we're
whore
not. We're
and
not,
slept around.
Azuli. We're not advocating for that.
No, 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 no. Ten is advocating for that because if a man goes and cheat, a man cannot bypass a child as his wife's child. You can't impregnate another woman and tell your wife that's your child. But a wife could go get pregnant by somebody else and lie to you, and you think that's okay because it's for the children. That's
I don't.
crazy.
I don't think that's what necessarily what Tan is
No,
saying.
no, 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 no. You see that's exactly what Ten said. Ten said that's okay because for the sake of the children belong to the community. F the
I, you know,
man.
you know. Okay, let me say something. I think people forget. I think people don't understand how people viewed back then. Children were not viewed as special as we view them in society now. Like people, like did you know that they used to kill twins? Like if you had a twin in East
Yeah,
Africa,
yeah.
they used to kill one of them. So children always this mentality, oh, for the kids, nah, that wasn't there. That
Tezi,
mentality was not
they
there.
didn't used to kill twins in all the countries. They used to kill twins in certain tribe. So don't say that they used to do. Don't make a blanket statement talking
No,
about
I
the
said
whole
in East
Africa was
Africa.
killing
I said
twins.
it in East Africa. I said in East Africa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. In East Africa, that was a very common practice amongst tribes in East Africa, where if you had a twin, they killed one of the twins.
Not all of them, though.
Yeah, but
But
why? Why? You see, so it shows you to the mentality that they did not see children the way we are seeing children as for like sacrificing everything for the child. That wasn't the mentality back then. Children were seen as just I don't know what to compare it, but they were because I think they were in plenty because they could die, and if maybe you got
So
the cast
why
you
would they
with
kill?
twins.
Why, based on what you're saying, this is what you're saying is an oxymoron. Because one moment you're saying the mortality of infants was high. Why would you kill a kid?
No, I think he's talking about more recent years. What
More recent. What does that? What
No, what he's
1960s,
saying in
50s?
high in mortality was like the 1800s.
They
no,
were not killing
let him
twins in the
speak for
1950s
himself.
and
Let him
1900s.
speak, because yes, I'm also interested in knowing that.
That's what I was thinking. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
okay,
Go
okay.
ahead.
Let me say it. Like I said, I was going to say that. Like when God, the reason why you had many kids, they were in plenty, is when maybe what was at that time considered curse, when God cursed you with two twins, you had to kill. That is part of the reason why you had many kids, because maybe you got twins, because twins were considered a bad omen. So when you had that was like, okay, you had to get rid of one of the twins or something like that. So that is this exactly the reason why you had to have many kids, just in case you had these type of situations. So yeah, that's really how it plays out. So in the end of the day, children were not considered the way as they were. I think they were special, but not as special as we considered. I think we consider them more special now because we have less of them than they did back then. So that's really my point. Secondly, I don't think that we can compare the when it comes to what is it, a man raising his kids then, like men even didn't raise kids. It's really there was a stage where women raised the kids. Then when they grew up to be warriors, then it's the men. At a certain age, then they get taken over by the men and get
Yeah,
trained by
that's
them.
a very good
So it was
point
a
that
different type of
you there.
community. It was a
Let me
different type
just
of community.
that's a good point. Let me interject,
Yeah.
because this whole idea of and B, yeah, now I'm going against you a little bit because I've gone against Tezi, uh, Erzulie several times with his state property, stuff. And but the other thing is this whole idea that men need to spend time with their children. Men don't really need to spend a lot of time with their children, really. Not just men, let me just say parents. The best times of being a child was, and yes, I know that these are not those times, but the best times of being a child was when the parents were not there, when they were, it was just the children by themselves, just doing things like in school. It was not sitting, behind a desk, listening to some teacher drone on and on about some nonsense that you could read in the books. It was during break time. Break time, you ran off, and everybody already knew the rules. Like, and that's, what's also very good about that. And, we'll talk about that later, when you talk about habitus and Hegelian metaphysics and dialectics and all that. But habitus is, basically the environment that you grew up in, and it's a natural environment, supposedly. But when we went off to break time, the boys would go off and play their silly boyish games, and we would play our wonderful girlish games. And we would have, like, we would remember, like, there was different games. There was something blada, there was kati, there was the other one, shake was mostly like an estate game, but there was different games that people would play. There were some games that were played with just girls only, and there were games that were played with girls and boys. But
you would go off and play the games, and it was just natural. There were some girls who were really, really good at games. Like, first of all, you chose your own teams. You knew, like, you had teams, like, there was always that two of the best, players, and then they would have, their first choice, and then the second and the third, and so on. And then, Tezi, do you remember Mzae?
Yeah, okay. I don't know. Mzai is a game, but I know those games. Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Okay. What I was saying was this, though, that that girls used to play together, and women used to work together. So this whole idea of this natural enmity or jealousy between it is not that it doesn't exist, but it's something that can be worked in if there is something for everybody to benefit, not just the man but the women. On the other hand, as well, with the men, men also have this whole idea of, who's this man? And yeah, men work together better than women. I would say that. And, testament to that is all the great things that the men have done. I'm not pandering. This is just, look out there and see the world. Men have done more things together than women have. Just saying. So, but at the same time, I would say that African or Black men have not done as much as other, people. They still have this very men can either be cooperative or competitive. Where women are always competitive. So let's just look at that. And women being emotional. The whole idea of women being against polygamy is just that women refuse to work with other women. That's just, yeah. At the end of the day, that's
Yeah.
what. Huh?
Can I ask you? You made a very big point over there. African men have not done much as compared to other men of maybe other continents, right?
Yeah,
Why do you think is that is?
because they don't really work together. They're more focused on being, their own men, their own
There's no
king.
brotherhood.
Polygamy. I think that's a huge factor because I've told you I've seen two households. Two
No
households.
brotherhood. They're busy
No.
chasing
Let me
skirts.
tell you something. Yeah. Brother. No, it's all about African men have brotherhood, even bigger brotherhood than most people in the world. Even when women come, I've seen Western women complain how African men are
I
too
guess it depends
respected,
on the tribe. I
are
stand
too are,
corrected.
are too respected in their own societies than maybe the African man is probably more respected in his own society than the maybe American man in his own society. So African men have brotherhood. That's what something that is lacking. But I can tell you this: the moment, and I know Tanzania, maybe you disagree with me, but I can tell you this: a house, if you see a man who is polygamous, a lot of people, a lot of that in his house, there's going to be a lot of. I know, even Yona has admitted it. I don't know if Tanzania you're hesitating to admit this, but yeah, when you have a house full of chaos, it is very difficult. It is very difficult for something productive to grow. That's just a fact. Like, it's very difficult for anything productive to grow in a chaotic environment, in a chaotic household. So one of the reason, and I think that's a huge contributor to just lack of progress, because I feel like if African men removed this aspect, although I agree there are some men who will be polygamous, and we live in a free society, you can't tell anybody what to do. But I feel like if the more that is reduced, the more men become productive, the more households, not even just the men, just households as a whole become more productive because there is less chaos. Does anyone
Yes.
disagree?
Less distraction. Less distraction. That's what it is. And this is not
Okay.
I who said
Okay.
that.
So
I've spoken to
it seems that
several.
you both equate polygamy with chaos, distraction, all this stuff. You know what? I'll concede because Erzulie seems to have conceded as well. But let me ask you.
No, you see what you just did is on purpose because I'm not conceding. I'm just not getting into no argument with somebody with
I
three
knew he
women,
was gonna
with
come
two
with.
women, and then the man is going with the women talking points, and then number
No,
one, you
I was
no
trying
no
to
no
hold it
no no
down, but
no
I don't know how
Sin,
to do it.
Erzulie.
Sin, you that's why all of y'all state property. You just
Oh
said
my
something that's very
God.
disrespectful.
No,
Oh my
Black
God.
okay,
men,
look,
hold on, let me finish. Black men hasn't built as much as other race done. Who's the creator of civilization? Because you focusing on this little 500 years where we at the bottom? Are we serious?
No, Erzulie. No.
Yo, you guys are I'm done. I'm done. And this is
No.
why I know it's just a waste of
No.
time. It's just a waste of talking time. I just wasted an hour talking. Oh no, black men don't do that. Da, 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 da. What? And again, you said this is what the reason that why a man doesn't have to be in the house that much. When a man create his own society and he create his own moral values, right? The women are there to carry that out. The men don't have to be there because the women are following the blueprint that the men put out.
The man
That's why a man
still
doesn't have
has
to be
to
there
be there.
24/7.
The
no, I
man
agree, I
has to
agree, I
still
agree, I
be
agree.
there.
Let him speak. Let him
Balance.
speak. Let
Sorry,
him.
go
Yo,
ahead.
be quiet, Yona. You just want to
No. We're not
control.
talking
You
about
just want to use
balance
the
here.
kids to control niggas. Just like the scattywags, y'all do the same thing. You want to use the kids to control the men. That's what you're doing right now. Everything
Wow.
is, but it's okay. But
Erzulie.
the kids. I already told you, if the men and the society are morally strong, morally honest, they're going to create an environment where the women are going to carry out their blueprint and the kids are going to be fine. Because the women, even biologically, the men impregnates the egg, the woman gives them a baby. The women are there to be imprinted on.
What?
And no matter how you don't like it, if that's how it is. The reason why society is going this way or everything is going that way in the black community is because the man who's controlling the society has imprinted all the women with his
Well,
talking point, with his
imprinted the men
behavior.
too, though, Erzulie. Imprinted the
Oh,
men
whatever.
too.
Because y'all raised this simp ass man.
Oh
Because
my
y'all raised
God. We
them.
see, we always get the blame. We always get the blame. Y'all raising them. You know why we raising them? Because y'all ass says they ain't there. That's why. That's why. Y'all
Look,
need
We
to
ain't
look.
there
be
because you
there
chased us
too.
out. You chased us out. You chased us out for breaking bags and food stamps. That's what you did.
You went from one extreme to the other. The Birkin bag and the food stamps. Oh my God. No, but you see what I'm saying? Y'all always do that. You always okay. A lot of you
Tezi,
men,
you
especially you
see
with
the
your
future. You see the future of the African family.
yeah,
This is where we're
yeah,
going.
that basically, right? But Erzulie,
Yeah.
it has to be a balance. You can't just say, "Oh, the woman's supposed to." Y'all gotta be there too. Oh, just because I'm just gonna come in when I feel.
No,
No,
I never said I want to come. I say that because you want to control me. You don't get to control me. You don't get to control me. You're using the children to control me.
oh
All you're
my
talking about, you
God.
keep bringing the children. I just told you when the society is built morally, because even when the father's not there, he's there because the mother's carrying out his message. If the woman is following the man does not have to be there for the children to do what they're supposed to do because the
I agree
woman
with
is
that.
gonna carry out what the men told her to carry out. But all y'all women nowadays are rebellious. You rebel against the black man because you have an animosity towards the black man, but you don't want to admit it.
We do not have
Yes, you
animosity
do. You
towards the
hate black
black
men.
man.
You hate
No,
a righteous black
they
man.
do,
It's
we
all
do,
misandry. It's
I don't know
misandry.
what pronoun to use right now, but yeah, he has a point there. He does have a point.
Stop,
What,
There's
that
a
Yona.
lot
black
of
Then
black
stop it.
women
animosity.
hate
Stop.
black men?
Don't come on my
No,
side, you
just
hater. Talk
animosity,
about black men ain't
anger,
build nothing. Then talk about
resentment.
black men ain't build
Je-
nothing.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Mm, that's pretty deep.
No, they don't necessarily want a white man. No, they don't necessarily. No, I don't agree with that. Do you?
Well, do black men want a white woman too? Then is that
Yeah.
what it is?
Yes.
Because if
Yeah.
you're gonna he said yes. So if you're gonna say black women want a white man, then black men must want a white woman too. Then
No, let's just start with one first. Let's just, do one first and then we'll go to the next. But do you think there's some truth to that?
that black women want a white man?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think
Tezi,
what
let me
black
ask you
women
from the
wait, hold
the
on.
continental. Uh-huh. Go
Let me
ahead.
finish what I was gonna say real quick. I think what black women is looking for and what they want security and they want to be stable. And they feel like they could find that in a white man. Okay, whatever, do you. What is black man looking for in a white woman? I don't know. A black man have to answer that. But, a lot of the times us sisters, we go out to the white man or the Asian man or whatever, because like what I was explaining earlier, what they explained to me is they're not going to go cheat like that. Not saying that they don't cheat, but they don't do it dirty the way how a lot of black men just do it dirty. They will come to you
Asians
too.
cheat.
Yeah,
Huh?
well, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying in general. Okay, a lot of black men, they are. Oh, I'm supposed to have 10 women. I'm supposed. A lot of black women are like, okay, this white man, he wants to marry me. That's for the ones who do want to marry.
Exactly. That's how you
He,
offer. That's why you're state property. You don't love the
listen
black
to
man.
what
Exactly. I'm
listen
glad
to
you're
what
saying
I'm
that.
saying.
You
A
glad?
lot
You
of
glad?
these
I'm glad.
black
I'm
women
glad.
are like, listen, he wants to marry me. I want to be married. I want to be
Sorry.
stable.
I swear
He
to
wants
God,
to
you
be
need to
stable.
just do a comedy routine. Just go straight for
Zuli,
it.
I'm not listening to Zuli
Okay.
right
Oh,
now. But
okay.
yeah, that's why a lot of black women are like, screw it. Let me just go on the other side for whatever reason. But I'm telling you 100% when I speak to my friends, that's what they say. That's what I would think too. Okay, you're going to the other side because for some reason you feel that you're going to be protected, you're going to be more stable, and you're going to be more secure
That
as a
is such selfishness. I can't even begin to start with that.
yeah,
But
but
Tezi,
that's
what
what
were you saying before? From a continental perspective, do you think that they really want Chad, Brad, or Todd?
I
Yeah,
listen.
I think. Yeah, I think I don't know
I
why,
don't
but
know.
I feel like white men have have lower standards than than African men. I think I've seen white men, they can take any woman, African woman with kids, like 3 kids or something. Find a white man is marrying this girl, this lady, and stuff like that, and he doesn't mind. So yeah, I think African women, black women probably want white men. That's a fact. I don't think it's no, and I also think it's also vice versa. Black men also want white women.
Yeah.
It's but for different. I think because for different reasons. Because I think white men tend to have money and all that. I don't know. I don't think African woman or any black woman wants a broke white man. I don't think anybody wants that. So I think in the
No,
end of
they
the
take
day,
them. They take them. Black women take anybody, especially black women here in this country,
Huh.
and black men also. They take any white woman, any type
So
of
we
white
just
woman. A black
just
man.
basically what both of you are saying is just that we don't have any standards.
No,
We.
no, we don't. We don't. I've seen black men pull up with Becky's that look like tractor trailer, okay, and they walk very proudly, holding hands, kissing them, and not to say disrespectful to the big girls out there, but yeah, yeah, and they act like that's something to be proud of on their arm, and I've seen black women with brads that dusty, crusty, don't have nothing, and they're ready to be like, oh, I want to marry him. And a lot of the times, my friends used to say, oh, I want my baby to have nice hair. I want my
Oh,
baby to be
not
light
that
skinned.
old trope again,
Yeah,
really?
they're real stupid. I want my baby to be light skinned. They're not saying, oh, I think my child might have a better chance in life because, they might be so light bright that they might pass, or, the family that I'm marrying into, this white family, they're going to upset me and my child. They're not thinking like that. They're thinking like just on a superficial level. My child is going to be lighter. My child is going to, have good, so-called good hair, you know
He's gonna have a white father that might mean a difference, or a white mother, when really it really freaking don't. And like what I say too, a lot of those biracial babies, they grow up to hate their mom or their dad. It's not a given that your child is going to love you. It's not. Or that you're gonna love your damn kid. It's not. It's life.
Yeah, but whose mistake is that though? Like when a woman says that she wants a baby to have good hair and lighter skin and stuff like that, who's to blame for that?
That's her and her family and her upbringing. Because just
Yeah,
as Tan was saying earlier, on the continent, there's a lot of African people on the continent that they see having their language as a barrier, having their culture and their heritage as a barrier. They're not having that pride that, okay, I'm an African. Whereas someone like me, who's from Jamaica, someone like Erzulie that's from Haiti, and the African Americans that's here in America, that we want that because we were stripped of that. But being that you
I
guys
don't think
still
that's
have
true
it,
though.
you guys are like, okay, we have it, and we in order for us to level up, I'm gonna just put that to the side. Where we, on the other hand, we're like, oh hell no, we have that. That's us. We want that. So them on the continent, and even here, that's self-hate. That's what that is. That's self-hate.
Okay, I don't think African women have what is are ashamed of the African. I don't think so because I've seen like every time, most of the time, I've rarely seen the opposite. But every time I see a white man with a African woman, the white man moves into the African woman's is it country or land? Like it's very rarely do they move to the white man's
Because
home
they
or
they
white
can't
man.
come there with their black. They
Now,
can't
okay,
come.
obviously there are all these reasons, but I feel like when it comes to the Africanness and even African women, even if they move out, these African women tend to build at home. Okay, let me talk about East African women. They still tend to get money and build at home. So I feel like African women are still loyal to their cultures and to their ethnicities and to their homeland than I don't know, but that many men than the perspective, right? Because
What you talking about? What you talking
like
about? The
like
ones that
when an
are
African
there, or
woman
the ones
marries
that
an
are
A
here?
white man, it's business. Like it's to me, I've never seen it more than it's business to them. Like they all the money they get, they build a property, they buy properties in
No,
their
that's the ones
homeland.
there. That's the
Yeah.
ones there on the continent.
No, even when they move into the white man's, like I said, white men don't have a lot of like I don't understand. I
No, no,
think
no, no,
white men
no.
have
What
that
I'm
standard.
asking,
White
what
men
I'm
Yo,
don't care.
Tazi,
asking,
stop lying. You lying right now,
what
man.
I'm
No, no, I'm not
asking you
lying. I'm
is,
not lying. I'm not lying. White men don't have. They don't care. They build houses for the African. It's so crazy. I think that's why
that's
they
the
have this
no. Hold,
reputation.
hold on,
But
hold on,
yeah,
sir. You're talking about the ones that are there in Africa, or the ones here? Because when these African women come here to America, trust me, they level up. They're not thinking about New Africa. They're quick
no,
to
okay,
to
okay.
lose their,
I'm talking about
yeah.
East. That's why I talked about East African. I talked about. Let me keep it East African. When I talk
Okay,
in East Africa, they build in their home. They build
that's
even
good.
even when they're in
That's good.
America, even when they're in Europe, they are still buying properties in their homelands and building it. So to them, they are preparing for that day. They are prepared. From day one, they're preparing. Okay, getting as much money I can get, as much as property I can get, as
But you
much
see, you
security I
know what
can
the
get.
problem, the problem is, that
Yeah.
problem is somebody like me. My dad, he came here, he did what he had to do, he set up shop back home, and he's like, oh, everybody coming back? No, ain't nobody going back home, because we're now, that the kids that's born abroad, we're not African like that no more. We're more connected to the land over here. So I get what you're saying, you know, and that's a lot. That's a big problem in the families. in African families and Caribbean families. The father, the mother, the parents will come here. They will build back home in their native country, and they will go back home while the children stay here. And there's a big
Okay, okay,
difference.
okay. Yeah, okay, there is that perspective. There's obviously that perspective, but then there is also the perspective of, I think it's different from men and women. I think I've seen the kids of women who are married to white men. The women tend to bring the kids back home, and they tend to, I don't know, live back home, especially when the relationship with the white man eventually ends. Usually a lot of, so they tend to come back to their homeland, and because they have gathered all these properties or they have made these investments, they tend to be okay. But that's for women. For men, I think it's a different story, because when the man has moved out, I think the kids will tend to be just live in the West and all that. But in the end of the day, to me, when we're talking about, I think Tanzan said we talked about one of them. We're talking about the women, the white women who are married to white men. I think those women are not are in it for the business. It's like an investment to them. They are securely in it for business. They're not in it for the love, or I don't know what is it. The okay, maybe there are those who have come with issues that they have,
They
looking about
they
the hair
they they
texture and
running
skin
game.
color.
They're
Yeah,
running
but to
game.
them it's the money. To them, the biggest thing
Yeah,
is
yeah, they're
investment.
running game. Exactly. The money. They're running game. They want to get their papers. They want to get their money up. They want to level up and do what they have to do. And then after the 5 years, 6 years, everybody have their green card or their papers or whatever. If it's working, it's working. If it's not, then they just move on. It's
Yeah,
been
yeah, and
it's been
white men
done
don't care,
plenty of
and that
times.
it's I've never understood this. Like they talk about standards. White men don't. They'll take children that have never met to school, to the best schools. I don't know. I don't understand that type of mentality, but they tend to be generous like that. Like they don't care if this is not my child. They'll take their child to the best schools
You
they can
have to
afford.
understand also, you have to understand those white people have white people guilt. They have white guilt. That's what it's called. Okay? And so a lot
Yeah,
of them
but let
feel
me just interject for a second, right?
yeah.
You remember when we're talking about, why how science, messed it all up? Is because we had a similar system where men would just take care of other men's children, whether it was their
Right.
brothers, or they didn't know about it, or whether they knew it about it or not. It was not being duped. It was just taking care of, the children in the community. So there was no need to know exactly whether the child was yours or not. You treated the child as yours, whether it was or not. You would not punish a child and say, oh, you're not my child, therefore I'm going to deny you this or that. So we had that sort of system. And white men, they like to practice it in a very flamboyant manner where, oh, it's philanthropy, and they like to parade it
Exactly.
around. That's why, you have celebrities going to adopt children from Africa, so that wherever they walk into a coffee shop, everybody knows, oh, you
Perfect point,
adopted
Tan.
this poor.
Perfect point. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. Oh, look at you. You took in all these, poor, African children. Good for you. Good for you, white lady. Now you can't be racist because obviously you have an adopted African child, or you have a
Yep.
black man on your arms. You can't be racist. Or in fact, you can't so be racist. You can even say the N word. Same with the men. Yeah, my wife is black, so she allows me to say the N word. I can talk to her any kind of way. I can talk about black issues because guess what? My wife is black, so I can be gangster like you all N words. So we allow people to just go get in and out of people because because they're doing stuff to you at night, and you're producing all this confused offspring. But you know we're those kinds of people. We're just open to everyone, men and women of our we just let everybody do whatever they want, and we just say, oh, as long as my children are going to be all right. Oh, now they're going to have a good credit score and go to a private school and talk like this and like that and all of that stuff. Or,
And they
oh,
can
my
show
children are
off.
going to be so pretty, and they're not going to be ratchet, and they're not going to be hood rats
Yeah,
and all
and
of
they
this
can
stuff.
show off.
There
Yeah,
you go.
of course. So, we can pay the price, to do all that, and then when your children grow up, and then they go the other way or whichever. Now you're trying to convince them, oh, come back to us, we cool, we cool. They're like, "Pff, everything I got from them. I got from the white people. Like, what are you trying to get me to go back? Like I was saying, with even with black children in Africa, they're like, why should I learn the language? It's more, beneficial for me to not know the language and just to know English. And people say that, and it's hard to argue with them, because why? What use is tradition, language, listening to all that old fashioned stuff and all of that stuff, is whatever year this is, let's move on, and then your old fashioned stuff should be dead and gone. So why would you, the next step of the African family is just to dissolve itself, to wipe itself and dilute itself out of existence? That's the future that a lot of our people look for. Like,
Yeah, we're unintentionally but intentionally trying to extend ourselves. It's just pure fuckery. It really is.
That's not true.
Yeah, how? Let me tell you, it is true.
Go ahead.
It
There
is
was
true.
advocate Mwenda
It
Tezi.
is true. It is
Nah,
true.
nah. I think people this okay, first of all, I understand the when it comes to African not really holding on to tradition like that, because that's not, we have never been that type of people. The people, tradition in Africa is something that has been very easy to evolve or easy to change, or because that's, we usually have our own opinions. Like, that's why you look at the recent LGBTQ issue. Like, East Africa is having this wave of okay, let me just call it homophobia or anti-LGBTQ. It's like this wave because Africans can think for themselves. So this, African traditions like that were there before, if they don't work now, an African will easily drop it. We're not attached to traditions like that. And I understand that's just our way. We're not really attached. When you get attached to traditions, you're not going, it's going to be very difficult to progress. That's my point. That's my perspective. So to me, I don't really think African traditions I think they should be documented. Yes, I think but that's about it. Like, document them, put them in a museum, or maybe our children
You
learn their
sound
history.
hella
But
crazy with that. No,
we should
I'm gonna
not
shut you down with
practice
that.
things that
No,
are
absolutely
outdated.
not. No, did you just say put it in a freaking museum? What the fuck? What? No, look at the Asians. Are they over there talking about, oh, let's speak English and let's put our shit in the fucking museum and all of that?
But
Do you think? Wait,
Africans
hold on.
don't speak
No,
English.
hold on.
Africans.
Hold on. 1 second. Let me finish this. Do you know what a wasp is? Okay, a wasp. These are these redneck ass motherfuckers who live over here in the United States of America. You go to their town, you go to their community. What? They preserve all of that. They have, let me tell y'all crazy over there. Y'all ain't ready. Y'all, if you talking like that, you not ready. The Arabs, they make sure that they have their language. Okay? The Chinese, they have either Mandarin or Cantonese they speak over there. Okay? What are you saying? Put it in a museum? Are you kidding me? This is what I keep saying with my people that's on the continent. You guys are not really exposed to a lot of stuff that we are here in the States. Somebody like me who didn't have and don't know where I come from, where my family's from, where my people are from. I don't know no language. I can't speak no African language. Are you kidding me? That we try to come close to it in Jamaica by speaking patois, but that's not us. That's not us. That's not my tribe. We don't know that. But you guys are so quick to just give away and extend. This is what I'm saying. You guys don't. You got to see a bigger picture, brother. It's a bigger picture, a whole big ass world out there. If the world was to go down today, the grids, everything else, no cash, no food, no nothing. What you gonna do?
Okay. Let me answer this. First of all, I hear this argument all the time, and I'm just going to put this question out there: who is more sheltered from reality, Is it the African or the American?
Both.
Nah.
Both.
Who I think no,
Both. But even more so,
who knows
you
how the
guys,
world really
because you
works?
guys live in an alternate reality over there. You're not okay. Even if you have the internet, okay, and you can see and witness certain things, is completely different from living it. Trust and believe. Okay, the practicality to it is completely different. To touch it, smell it, live through it is completely different. All right. You got to look at how these people are playing. When I say these people, I'm talking about everybody else, not us. They're not playing games with us. They're playing like 12D chess while we're still playing patty cake or some foolishness. Okay? Are you kidding me? They're
Okay.
not
Let me
playing with us. You're
let
talking about
me.
putting your African language and your culture in a museum?
Yeah,
Man, you're trying
we
to
should be put
extinct
in a
yourself.
museum.
You're
Okay,
about to
let me
die.
answer you.
Bro, you're
Let
about
me
to
answer that question.
die.
Let me
You're
speak. Let me
about
speak.
to die. You're
Let him
about to
speak.
die.
Go ahead.
You're about to die. You do that. Just go ahead and give up. Just go throw yourself in a river or something. You about to die. And you
Okay.
done.
First of all, I think Africans in Africa are the ones who know
Throw it away
reality more.
yourself.
Okay,
My God.
let me speak. Let me speak.
Go
You've
ahead. I'm
spoken. Let
sorry.
me speak.
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I think Africans actually know a lot more about reality than people in the West. I think Africans live in the real world where consequences of your mistakes are felt immediately. Other, if you don't work, you literally will starve in Africa, right? Like it doesn't get, the real world is in Africa, that it doesn't get much real. There is no shelter. I think Americans are more sheltered. I think Americans don't really experience the consequences of a mistake. I
But
think
what does
because
that
you
have
have
to
the
do with what you
healthcare,
said,
you
bro?
have all the, let me finish. You have all these systems that shelter you, that you can, and that you can feel like maybe a bad, like I see a bad practice, you can get away with a bad practice. You can get away with it. You can, like, oh yeah, we can be, we can have all these practices that may be negative to your own society, and you will not feel the consequences immediately. You might even go decades without even feeling the consequences of those actions. But in Africa, a bad tradition can cost you tomorrow easily. A bad practice, because there are no safety nets. That's a fact. Like, so I think Africans live in the real world where you just know, where everything you do has immediate reactions from just immediate consequences. So to me, when I say, hey, this tradition is not going to stop us, like in Kenya, we say we only have one Kenya. Like, people, I know a lot of people talk about, oh, we should be more rebellious, we should be more, but in the end of the day, if there is civil war, and I used to really criticize my parents, but now I get it. Like, if there is a civil war right now, I'm a refugee immediately. No, like, and so because of that, it's like, oh no, we need to compromise. That's why Africans are easily willing to compromise, because we don't want a situation where we're going to be refugees. Because when you're refugees, look at what's happening to our Somali brothers. Look at what's happening to Ethiopian brothers. It's not this. This is the real world. This is the real world where when you become rebellious, or when you become, their consequences are felt immediate. So this is why when somebody from this perspective, that I think it needs to change. I think this is just a media narrative. Oh, Africans are dumb. Africans are
What does that have
ignorant.
to do with what
They don't know what they need to
saying?
do. For me, let me say. So and for second of all, Africans still talk about how many languages are in Africa. Leave alone Asia, or we have the most languages in the world, so we have preserved that, because it's. But as soon as speaking English, if speaking English is going to benefit our society, I say we take it, and it has benefited. Even Tanzania right now, they are moving towards English, and I understand. I won't criticize them, because people need to eat. People need to be. If people need to be productive in their homeland, in homesteads. People need to get jobs. If speaking English brings in money, if speaking English brings in allows people not to
Do you
starve.
think the Chinese thought
Now,
like
these are
that?
the consequences. No, China will make Asia will make Asian decisions. You
Okay.
know,
And
Americans,
Africa, an
Europeans will make
African
European
decision is
decisions.
to
Africans
be,
will also make African decisions
and
because we are
Africa's
also in charge
decision
of our own
is just,
church.
and
You
Africa's
know,
decision is just to lay down and be passive and be like, yes, we're
now
gonna
we are
speak
not
your
passive. We are
language.
not passive. Like I said, right
Yeah,
now,
you are. You
I've
just
always
said
said this.
that.
I've always said this. Like a good example is infant mortality. It's been on the low since since data was collected. It's always been on a downward trend. It's been
That's a
down.
lie.
Less kids are
That's a
dying. No, it's a
lie.
fact. That's a
That's a
fact. Go
lie.
check.
No, it's
Since the
not.
1960s,
No, it's
infant
not.
mortality
Infant
has been
mortality,
reducing.
excuse me, infant mortality in Africa is one of the highest than it's been anywhere else for the past how many teens of years. So
Nah,
it's
okay.
still very
Compare,
high.
when you compare it to the world, yeah. But when you compare it to Africa 10 years ago, when you compare it to Africa 20 years ago, we are making progress. That's what I'm trying to say. We are
But it's
making good
not that
progress.
much progress. It's not.
Nah. I
Let me,
see it here. I see it here. I see it's good progress.
Okay.
And people are discussing these issues all the time. So I think this perspective that Africans don't know what they're doing with their societies, it is a big. It's not. It's because it's coming from a place of ignorance. Because I see Africans making decisions for their societies all the time. I see Africans discussing key issues in their societies. In fact, and this is just even in Nigeria, you go to
Look,
Nigeria,
I
you go
think
to
you're
Tanzania, you
making
go to Kenya, you
you're
go to
making saying
even the Western countries. They discuss
no.
they discuss the importance of
Nobody
religion. They, yeah.
that we can't think for ourselves. What we're saying is that look, the same
No,
way
what you're saying is that when an
I
African lives his traditions, you think he's just doing it because the Mzungu said. No,
no
I think we should respect
because
the reasons why
what
they
we're
put those
saying
traditions aside. That's
no
what I'm trying to say.
Let Tan speak. Go ahead, Tan.
what I was saying earlier was this, that a lot of people were saying that it's not useful to learn, their languages, to keep their traditions because it's not useful in the modern system. So that's what I was saying, that we don't see the value of our tradition. And Yona was saying that, for them, they don't even have that tradition to weigh the value of because it has been taken from them.
Exactly.
So, yes.
But that's not true. See, that's the thing. Like I say, that's not true. African languages are still being spoken. They're still being passed down. I don't know. So you see, like I said, people are not talking. I'm talking about when you say Africans don't respect their traditions.
Not in
African languages
public,
are still strong in Africa.
Hold
Huh?
on. Not in public. You could go to Chinatown here in America and they're speaking Chinese to you. They look at you crazy when you start speaking English. You could go to the Dominican Republic, which is up in the up in the Bronx, close to the Bronx, in the Heights, and you talking English to them and they look at you like, what the hell? No, this is Spanish town over
but
here.
even let's just go back to the continent for a while. Tezi, that in the cities, like there has been there's some children who have parents of both tribes, and they only speak English sometimes, especially the richer people. Like the richer you are, the less traditional languages you speak, right?
We're talking. If you talk about Kenya, they speak English and Swahili. In Tanzania, they speak
But I'm
Swahili.
saying,
In
like
Uganda,
from a good part of the town, or you're relatively well
yeah,
off.
even in town. Well, who doesn't know Swahili in Kenya? I've never met somebody who was
Not
born
Swahili.
in
I'm just
Kenya.
saying that if you're, let's say, okay, let's just say they're from the city, most of the city children don't really speak their language, right? Especially from the better parts of town, right?
They don't speak. When talk about what Swahili,
No, not Swahili. Swahili, everybody
but
can
Swahili is an African language, isn't it? Like
the
it's
tribal
like
language,
saying Mandarin. It's
the
like
mother tongue.
Mandarin.
No, I'm saying
Mandarin
that.
isn't.
No, let's leave the Asians out of it for a second. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that, let's say Nairobi, most of the children who go to, the good schools, they don't really speak their mother tongue. They might,
Yeah.
get along.
Okay. But
Yeah, right.
you see, but they speak Swahili, which is just as good
I
as
know
an
they
African
do. I
language.
didn't say this Swahili. I just said their mother tongue, their tribal language. That's what we're talking about. Swahili,
Yeah. But you see, I understand what you're trying to say, but let me say this. They don't need to. They speak Swahili. It's like
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. They don't need to speak their mother tongue, and then increasingly they won't even need to speak Swahili either, especially if we English. The Swahili is just needed for social, being able to get along. But even in Swahili, okay, let's just say that everybody speaks Swahili, but they don't speak their mother tongue. You don't think that's a loss to, their mother tongue?
I don't think. Okay, first of all, mother tongues right now have all that. I think if it is natural for some languages to die, it's okay. To me, as long as they are documented. To me, documentation. Let me finish.
They don't see the use of keeping up the living traditions. They want to die. Okay, go ahead, Tezi.
Extinction.
Okay. It's natural. When you have, like in Kenya, we have how many? 43 languages. Some are not going to make it. It's not even about, that's just nature. It's not about even anything. Some languages died even before colonization. It's nature. But to me, as long as they are documented,
parasite.
No. To me, as long as they are documented, I'm okay with that. And second of all, Swahili is already our national language. And to me, Swahili is more than enough. And Swahili does not die. Swahili is something that if it has been strong, and it's growing stronger all over Africa. It's not just in Kenya. It's growing. It's a growing language. It's on the up and coming. So it's not this thing about speaking 3 languages or 4 languages. Okay, I understand there is an importance to it, and there is something like that. But I will not really. It's redundant. Like having a third or speaking more than 2 African language. That's just okay. Yeah, it's good, but it's still redundant. You can Swahili. You can speak Swahili in Kenya. You can speak Swahili in Tanzania. You can even speak it in Uganda, right? So I think there is nothing wrong with somebody who has forgotten his mother, or a parent who feels like, wait, you will not teach his child, although if will not teach his child his mother tongue, but you'll teach his child Swahili, which is an African language.
And that's why
Yona, as long as they are speaking an African language, it's okay.
Let me now speak to my tribeless people, and this is why we just give it all up that easily. You see why there's no problem with just giving up for something else. You're like, we'll just go ahead and speak this. You're talking about women being selfish. I consider that the most selfish thing, 2 people just coming together and just agreeing to be selfish together. You got something from your parents. You got a whole language. Mother tongue is not called mother tongue for any reason. It's that your tongue that the mother spoke to you with. One thing that I can say about my mother and my grandmother, they taught me my mother tongue. I know my mother tongue. I can talk to my mother. We don't have to speak in a foreign language to speak. We could converse and communicate in the language that my ancestors spoke with. And yeah, I like Kiswahili. Kiswahili is wonderful and great. And I think that people who come to Africa should learn Kiswahili. Kiswahili should be widespread and so on. But at the same time, I don't think that we should limit ourselves to, if there's 2,000 languages in Africa, but you're saying, it's enough to know English, which is wonderful, great, for your professional. It's good to know Swahili, because Kiswahili, everybody speaks it. You can traverse the, tribal limitations. But to say that you don't really need your tribal language, for me, that's like saying you don't really need a link to your ancestors. That's the only link that you have with them. Yes, there's the blood and so on. But when it comes to communication, to understanding things, once you deprive your children of something that you got for free, it's like refusing to breastfeed your children. Yeah, you can give them formula, but you got the natural thing, but now you're telling them, you don't need this natural thing. The fake thing is okay for you, and look, you can survive. It's okay. It's
okay. Let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
Do you think these languages that are African were the same languages were spoken 200 years ago? These ethnic languages? Do you think they're not the same? They evolved. They're not the same.
Yeah, but
that's the thing. That's the thing. Our ancestors, even before colonization, they dropped languages.
You're missing your point. Are you a parent? Do you have kids?
Why? How is that relevant?
Because if you had children, you would be speaking a different way. You will want to give your children
No,
what
he
your
wouldn't. No, he
parent.
wouldn't. He would
Yeah.
not speak a different way because
Well,
he wouldn't speak a different way because he. The problem I see, I'm gonna let Africans do what Africans do. You know why, bro? You don't feel that? Fine. I'm not fighting for Africans no more. He says he certain culture needs to go away. He doesn't care. Hey, he doesn't care. Who am I to fight for it? Because if I go to Africa and try to implement this, that you have to care about your tradition, care about your language, they're gonna kick me out. They're gonna say I'm a thing. Unless the white man comes and tell them to care about their own language, then they're gonna follow.
yeah.
So you know what he said?
But
He said,
you
let me
guys are
finish.
not.
Your Tezi, you spoke already. Let me finish. Tezi says they're using the other languages for benefits, for trinkets, for economic purpose. That's what he's saying. He's saying Africans are not dumb. Whatever they're doing is to get economically savvy or whatever they get. The problem is, as a man, you're supposed to be providing an economy for your people. You should not let another man, you should
That's a
not follow
fact.
another man's economic standard for your own people. But you
That's a
don't want to do
fact.
that. You want to follow to get money. But hey, if that's what you feel, I don't fight. This is what I'm saying. Sometimes I feel we're not connected to y'all.
Instead of creating your own, you just want to go piggyback off of somebody else. So if it doesn't work, you're gonna be like, "Oh, that was your stuff. You know, that's why it ain't working." I get what you're
What
saying,
no no what
Erzulie.
he's
It's
saying
very
that he's saying that
frustrating.
Africans are doing it. Africans are not. I've been abandoning their stuff because they're stupid. They saying that if there's no if you can't make money or support your family following this tradition, why should we follow it? Why is it there anyway?
Right.
So he would rather piggyback on another European culture or whatever because it feeds the village or the country. And if that's what he wants to do, fine. I'm not gonna fight that. Those are grown men. That's how those men want to lead their country. Follow European ideologies. Fine. I can't fight that. But
But
what that shows, the continent has a long way to go, and African people as a whole will be suffering for centuries and centuries and centuries coming.
extinction, that's what it is. It's gonna be extinction. You go to a place like Ethiopia. I was watching a video with one girl. I think she was from Ghana or someplace. She was mad because the Ethiopian girl refused to speak to her in English. She was mad at her. And the Ethiopian girl was like, "What the hell is wrong with you? This is my mother's tongue. This is what we." And I couldn't believe. I was like, "Why are you mad at that girl? Because she don't want to speak to you? Like she's speaking to you in her language. All you have to do is just translate it, bitch. You go to fucking Europe, you will do the same thing if you go to Germany. You will ask them to translate it. Not to call her a B, but I'm upset. Sorry about that girl. I don't know her, but whatever. But it's the
You're good. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I can't hear her.
I can't either. I can't either. Why? I don't know what happened. Huh.
Maybe I'm
Okay, can I speak?
go ahead.
So, okay, first of all, Ethiopia, I think first of all, the misconception is, and there's this perspective, I still see it as sheltered perspective that Africans don't speak African languages. African languages are still there. Swahili is an African language. I don't understand why. And giving up other language, your language to speak Swahili, that was actually a very good idea. And if you look at countries that actually, like, if you look at countries like, what is it? Is it Cameroon that have language barrier, are fighting because of foreign languages? Like, if they are just accepted one African language, which is very difficult by the way, and we have to give our forefathers who are in Kenya, in East Africa, basically, who had the wisdom to choose one African language, and instead of everybody just holding on to their own languages and seeing that chaos that brings, I think they had the wisdom to choose Swahili. And to me, I applaud that because it has maintained a lot of peace and a lot of problems that we will be having if we had not chosen one general language. So to me, that was wisdom. Second of all, look at what's happening in Ethiopia. You talked about Ethiopia. Look at what's happening in Ethiopia. Ethiopia actually has one of the lowest literacy rates in East Africa. They have only half the population can read and write. Let's just start with that. Second of all, look at all these clashes that are happening in Ethiopia because of language, because these guys are Oromo, because of these guys who don't want to speak Amharic. So language, if they had chosen one language and just and put other languages as subjective to that language, as in submissive to that language, they would have probably solved a lot of big issues. So to me, I admire the fact that Swahili is spoken generally in East Africa, like that's the language of choice. Second of all, English is a language of business, and people don't understand. Even me, when I speak English, people don't understand African relationship with the African relationship with the language English. English is just a language of business. It's just a language of formality. It is, let's say, in Kenya, we say, if you want to speak to an African's mind, speak in English. But if you want to speak to his heart, speak in maybe Swahili or his mother tongue. So people, you need to understand the relationship between Africans and these foreign languages. It's not the way you think it is. It's just a necessity. That's why Africans, even in Kenya, you'll find whole ass educated people who speak broken English. Because and nobody cares. It's not. It's not really our relationship with English. We're not that attached to it that as people think we are. We're not really attached to it. It's just a language, that we use to learn, to read and write, because there's a lot of knowledge that comes with English. A lot of scientists write papers in English. You have to accept that. There's a lot of things that come with learning English and that you cannot deny as a society, unless you are in a different society where these things, from the perspective of the West, you might feel, oh, Africa, we need to fight for our own languages. But when you live in Africa and you see the reality of the ground, when you see people, if learning English can help this person feed his family, this is the reality in Africa, So to me, I know to me, when you speak about Africa, I see you speak from a perspective of, is it what they call it, high ground, or for the high moral perspective? You don't see the actual suffering, or you don't see the actual problems that are on the ground that needs to be solved. So, this attachment to culture is not going to solve a lot of problems. And if we get too attached to culture, we even risk stagnating. And Africa is not, and Africa, to me, to those who feel like Africa is this, you just listening to Africa from the media's perspective, from the international media. That's why you see Africa is suffering. But to me, I've seen a lot of progress. I see a lot of progress when it comes to education. I see a lot of progress even when it comes to governance. I see a lot of progress in medicine. So this perspective that Africa, people are dying, and that's just international media that you consume.
No, Tezi. This is not a media propaganda piece. It's not. Nobody is coming down hard on Africa. We know the good things that are happening over there. What I'm saying about the whole language is this: that firstly, the reason why, and I still believe it is the reason why we in Africa, East African community, not including Somalia, Ethiopia, and all these other places, is that we adopted, Kiswahili as the lingua franca amongst the tribes. We adopted an African language that allowed us Africans to be able to speak, amongst each other. And at the same time, we also, embraced English, which was a way to, as we said, do business, because English is the reality. Kiswahili is the society, and our mother tongues is the history. So, saying that, oh, you don't need one or the other, that's not saying the full truth. If you're saying Swahili is great, nobody's saying that you should leave one. Even Tanzania, Tanzania has Kiswahili, and nowadays things are changing with that. We won't get into it, but Magufuli and they were his predecessors. They have Swahili, but they didn't say, "Oh, you shouldn't speak your languages." They said, we'll speak Swahili amongst ourselves. Your language is not better than everybody else. We'll have an equalizing factor, but it's not like Erzulie said, at extinction factor. We're not going to wipe away your languages and your tradition. We're going to incorporate both Kiswahili and, like Kenya did, English as well. So people can still speak all three languages. It's when people feel that, oh, well, one part is not important than the other. Some people, even on the other, extreme aspect, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, he was very, well spoken in all languages, Kikuyu and Kiswahili and English, and he chose for some time to write in only Kikuyu, but unfortunately, even in doing so, that alienated many of his non-Kikuyu speaking people. Some people could not read even some Kikuyus could not read the Kikuyu dialect, which has, a lot of different, vowel iterations. So you have to also, take into the aspect that people are going to speak different languages. So instead of limiting and say, well, let's focus on one, I would say that let's, have both. Let's have a diversity. It's not impossible for people to be able to speak, 2, 3, 4, 5 languages. That's, in fact, not just speaking your mother tongue. You should be able to speak the mother tongues of other people. If we literally, if you have neighbors of other tribes, you should be able to speak those tribes as well. There's nothing that, makes people cut the ice more than them being able to speak your tribe, especially if they're not from your tribe. If they're from your tribe, you expect them to speak your language. But imagine if somebody is not from your tribe, and then they speak your language, it's like, whoa, what did you learn that? And you actually took your time to learn my mother tongue. That's a huge compliment, and you'll really cut a lot of barriers with that. And that's what Kiswahili does for a lot of our people. The people who might not necessarily know the formal English and all that stuff, and maybe they shrub in English and so on. But if they're speaking Kiswahili or Sheng, they're more comfortable, and it breaks that social ice. So the same thing with the mother tongue. So I'm not saying that you should leave one for the other. I'm saying that people have, you're talking about, oh, people think Africans are dumb. I think that Africans have the capacity not just to be able to understand, the local aspect, but they should be able to understand the international aspect as well. And that also applies to the idea that some people just don't like you because of how you look. I don't know what that's hard to understand, and that's why I say that people should travel. There's some aspects of tribe, being in a tribal society, in a different language society, even in speaking Kiswahili. I think there, like I was saying with the music, there are Black Americans who cannot understand, the musical, lyrics of Extra Taniwaya and all these people. Like, oh man, I wish you could get it. Like, it's so clever and funny and all this stuff. But unfortunately, you can only listen to the music. But that's okay too. You can still enjoy it. So the same thing with, Tezi, that's what we are saying. It's not that we know better. It's just that we have seen a different way. When you come out to a different place, you see how much it's not. Nobody's saying that Africans are dumb. We're saying that Africans know a lot. What they should apply that they should apply their knowledge of what they know and not just seek to emulate something else. And the same thing with Black Americans. They only know one aspect of, being at constant hostility with, these people. But they should also go and experience just being at peace with their own people. That's all.
Well said,
Yeah.
Tan.
Can I say something? First of
Yeah.
all, I didn't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you that learning your mother tongue is so important. It's not bad, but you should not judge the parent who chose not to teach their child their mother tongue, but instead chose maybe Swahili and felt that was just adequate. You should not judge them. You should also accept that, yeah, they're still learning an African language. It's just not it's just not the one that the one that you prefer. So to me, both parents are exercising their rights, and even Tanzanians, a lot of Tanzanians don't know their mother tongue, but they know Swahili very well. So that's and that's okay. That's to me, I feel, yeah, you don't need mother tongues are okay, and I'm not against them. You should learn them. You should embrace all that, but the person who has just stuck to Swahili you should not be criticized and tell them that they are becoming extinct or something. Nah, you should also respect them and allow them, because there is also a logic to what they are doing. That's really just my point. Second of all, let me speak about
What's the
these
logic?
African
Sorry,
issues.
what's the logic?
What's the logic? Swahili is important. Like, Swahili is more
But
than enough.
nobody's
They
saying that
search.
it's not. I'm just saying that you can learn both. What's the problem with
No,
learning
no,
both?
no. Some parents don't like that, because especially for those who come from a diverse ethnic background, where maybe one parent is from this tribe, another parent is from another
Okay,
tribe.
that's one
They,
situation, fine.
yeah,
But what if they're both from the same tribe? Why would you deprive
yeah,
your
yeah.
child?
You see, that is also not a common thing in Africa. There is a lot of intermarriage in Africa.
Okay,
So,
okay. Just for
so
simplicity sake, because I know some people who do have both people of the same tribe, and that's not a problem for them. Yeah, I can understand if they're from different tribes, they can say, okay, fine, we're not going to teach them both, which I still think they can, but let's leave them for that. But
yeah, yeah,
what
yeah.
if
Let's
you
not.
find a
I know they
situation where
can, but
both
don't
are
judge
from
them
one
if
tribe
they
and
didn't.
they're both.
Don't. Yeah, yeah. But my point is, don't judge them. And there are a lot of people in the city who don't know their tribe. You will find that happens. It's more common in the city, where people from different tribes intermarry.
Okay.
That's why a
But
lot of people
leaving
in
the
the
ones
city.
who have valid, reasons, why would some people choose, not to just, pass on that information? Because there are some people who do, they're from the same, they know their language, they speak it. In fact, they do speak it amongst each other as parents, but then they don't, their children don't speak the language. So how do explain that one?
They speak. If they, I think they chose as parents to okay. Let me keep it in Kenya. They chose their children to speak in Swahili. And that, to me, I respect that. To them, they feel like Swahili is an African language. Which it is, by the way. I don't understand why it's becoming. And to them, we feel like they will need Swahili more than in their life than these other
Okay.
ethnic languages.
All right. Okay,
And
fine.
I get that, and I
I'll give
get
you
it.
that respect. What about the
Yeah.
ones who choose, because there are also tiers to all this, specializing or denying your children certain languages, and then the highest tier of them is the ones who the children don't speak Swahili, they only speak English. And yes, I don't know if
I've
you've
never
encountered
seen that. You
anybody
see,
that
that's
have.
the thing, though. I have never seen that. I have never
You
seen
have
somebody
never?
who was born in Kenya,
Oh my
lived in
goodness.
Kenya,
So you're
and
not
don't
only
can
the
speak
same family,
Swahili.
but I have seen several. I can name, several. They only speak English in the house and
In
outside.
Swahili. Okay, those are like a super minority. You have
Private,
to accept that also.
private school sort of people,
Yeah, but they're in the minority. They're in the minority. They're in
I
the
don't know.
true of all. They're
A
excessive
significant. Okay, fine.
minority.
Even if they're in the minorities, am I allowed
Yeah.
to judge them?
Okay. They have decided that is the way they are, but that's not the norm. That's not normal.
Okay, fine.
You
It's
see,
not the norm.
they
I'm
are
just
outliers.
asking,
They are
as
outliers.
rare as they supposedly are, am I allowed to judge them?
Yeah, okay, yeah. If you wish, to me, okay. If they don't speak an African language, then I don't understand those parents. I don't understand that type of. I don't understand. To me, I don't
Okay,
understand. Maybe they
all
have a
right.
logic,
Okay, cool.
Well, you
but the
see,
ones
Yeah,
that only
you
speak
do have
Swahili,
some
I can speak
standards.
about them.
well,
The
you
ones
see,
who only.
Tezzy, that's where like you're absolutely wrong with that. Because how you gonna tell me not to judge you while you judging you to tell me not to judge you? So it
I
doesn't.
know what I know, but I know what
Right, you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense. Listen, it's all a game at the end of the day, and it's a game that very much so we as Black people, especially on the continent, we're losing. A lot of, like what you said, our mother's tongue or whatever, it's gonna be extinct. And if you're fine with
It's,
that, like what
it's
Erzulie
not going to
said,
be extinct. It's going to be documented and put in
bro,
a library
bro,
or a museum,
bro, do
which
you
is,
know
to
what
me, it's okay.
extinction means? Do you know what extinction means? Okay, it's gonna
What?
be extinct. If we're not practicing it, we're not preaching it, we're not saying it
But
amongst each other. If it's not being taught within the schools, it's extinct. Okay? Having it being like a dinosaur on a freaking um tablet somewhere or painted up somewhere. Yeah, okay. That's a whole nother story. But like what I was saying, that's not cool. But everybody is different. Everybody have their way of living life, doing their thing and whatnot. I would rather see it go down in a different way in Africa, in East Africa, West Africa,
even in South Africa. But listen, we're gonna learn. We're gonna have to learn the hard way, and it's very, 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 very sad. But
Nah, it's not okay. Let me say it's not sad because African culture is still growing strong. Second of all, this did you know that Hebrew was at some point
I
was
don't
going
know what
was
you're talking about. African culture. African culture is being immersed right now with Western
no,
culture.
no. You see, this is the problem. When you look at African culture, you feel like African culture is, your perspective or your view of African culture is the one that people are wearing specific clothing on that. No, African culture
No,
in
you
culture
can't.
in its nature
You can't.
is
You can't.
evolving.
You can't tell
African
me that.
culture evolves, and I see it every day that African
Okay,
culture is
you can't
growing.
tell me that though. You can't tell me that when
What?
I have friends from Ghana who would rather speak English than to speak
Yeah,
their
Tezi,
native
But
tongue.
where
instead
do they
of
live? Where do
telling
they
her
live? Where do they live?
what you think she thinks African culture is, it might be better for you to, explain what for you it is. So if for you it's an ever changing, all accommodating, taking in all these different aspects of, other, well, I guess, the times. Yeah, that could be it. We're just an adaptable, versatile, all-encompassing, thing that cannot really be defined. That's one thing. But, everybody has the idea of what African culture is from their perspective. And that's why I think that Africans should, from time to time, leave the continent and go to other places the same way I think that Black Americans would have. It's not to go romanticize and go, oh yeah, I found, you're not going to heaven, you're going to Africa. So whatever good or bad you're going to see, that's really the truth. And the same thing with Africans. Look, Tezi, we're not saying that, oh, you guys don't know just because you're in the dark continent. I'm just saying that when you leave, and then your experience of the world is very different. You're looking at it from a very scholarly perspective, but you're not really living the life, that is out there. A Black person in Brazil has a different experience from a Black person in Caribbean, from a Black person in the South of America and the North of America and Canada and so on. So you're accusing us of saying that, oh, Africans are dumb and they don't know because they don't have the experience, but you're not seeing the experience of other Africans outside of Africa. For you, you just think that, oh, because Africans have it the toughest in Africa. Nobody's is denying or contesting that. Yeah, Africans in Africa have it the most difficult, but somehow they find very creative and ingenious means of being able to overcome that. So for that, I will give them that credit. But it's also important for you to it's like this. It's like the people who left Africa as slaves. We have the other aspect of being not seen. This is the tragedy of Africa, that nobody sees us, but then when we are seen, then we don't see other people. So I'm not saying that we haven't gone through our history, but you should also see why people feel the way they do from their aspect of things. They don't know about, our traditions, our church and all the They don't know to have a choice between, oh, your mother tongue, I can give it up, or, take it. I can take Kiswahili or leave it. I can speak English or not. They only grew up in English. So for you to just say, oh, well, our mother tongues, don't judge people who give up their mother tongue. For some people, it's not even a choice. Can you at least understand that for some people, that's not even a choice, whether to have your mother tongue or we have a choice of 3 whole languages. They're born into just one. And I'm not trying to, cap for them or whatever. I'm just trying to make you understand the situation. Same thing that I would say with the Black Americans. You all talk about tribalism is why you're divisive and all of that stuff, but it's not. Tribalism is the reason why we're able to respect other tribes, because we all realize that, oh, okay, these people are weird and different from us, but hey, that's what they do. That's what they do. We have our laws and our ways of doing things. So it's one thing that Black Americans can't understand. So all I'm saying is this. Go ahead, Stacey.
Okay, first of all, I'm not talking about those who are forced to have only one language. They can
Hey,
just
you
go. They can just go online
Mm-hmm.
and learn choose any African language and learn it.
So easy.
Nah, it's easy. It's that easy. In fact, I said that Hebrew actually at one point was extinct. Hebrew as a language. Did you know that it was extinct? Nobody
Yeah.
was speaking Hebrew at some point. Then somebody just read a book, and now the whole Jewish community is speaking Hebrew, right? So it's not. You can still learn a language, and we have to thank Africans for documenting their languages, so that other people can learn. So in the end of the day, I understand your perspective. Okay, yeah, traveling is good, and traveling out of Africa, you're probably going to learn a lot of stuff. But, and I see this also, do you traveling within Africa? Just even leave alone, just do you know it gives you also a good perspective of African problems. I find, especially in Kenyan politics, I'm going to say a lot of people come from the diaspora and they run, and they think that they have progressive ideas. Then when they go to the ground and they realize, oh, no, just because it worked in this country, or just because people in this country are doing this, doesn't translate to this African society. And so you have to also know what's happening, in Africans, how the average African thinks. What are the problems of the average African? That's why I feel like, yeah, traveling
Okay.
is great.
No,
I'm
no,
not
no.
going to go against
I get
traveling,
your point,
but
and it's very well
somebody,
taken. But
if somebody,
let's,
yeah,
like I
you
do
cannot
with the women.
dismiss. Okay,
No, no,
let me finish my point.
hold on, Tezi, for just 1 second. I do take your point. It's a very important point that yes, they should also understand how life is in Africa, and even in Africa, you still have to travel around, because even our experience in the EAC, power to the EAC, the best place in Africa, we still can't understand the intricacies of the different dynamics of the south, the central, all these other countries were still isolated in their own bubbles. So now, when they say, yeah, you can step in somebody's shoes, but it's easier to know your own first before you do all that stepping out. So what can we say? Like we started with Yona, there are some things that we can hope that somebody can change, but guess what? The easiest person to change is ourselves, and the easiest person to look out and to speak about is ourselves. So how can we, as Africans on the continent, how can we understand an experience that is outside of our own? Yes, we want other people to understand us, but it's a two-way process. They should understand us. They shouldn't just come to the continent and assume that, oh, what you read in books is what it's going to be, and there's going to be like a welcome mat, and all this wonderful fancy stuff, and it's not going to be what you romanticize. So what do you think for us as Africans on the continent? Now I'm talking about on the continent. What do you think is some things that we should learn or know about people other Africans outside of the continent?
What do you think we should learn?
Yeah, or what we should, or how should we approach, other Africans outside of the continent? Firstly, when they
I don't
come
know.
to
I don't
us,
understand it.
and
Like human beings or something. Like just the same
no,
way.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no. Okay, let me give you a scenario. Let's say, there you are, in Africa, you're just doing your African things, and then here comes this, Black American or Caribbean or somebody, just somebody who looks like you but is from a whole different place. What would you want to tell them about, Africa? That's the first thing. And second of all, what do you think of them as being outside of Africa? Let's start with somebody from, America. Let's say somebody who grew up in Chicago. Yeah, and then they come, they're like, oh, yes, this is Africa. Tell me about Africa. And then what do you think of them, first of all, coming all the way from Chicago to come to Kenya?
Okay. I feel like when they come to Kenya, I've met somebody from, I don't know where they were from, but they were Americans. It was a mother and a son. But yeah, I don't know, it's just welcome. Like welcome, enjoy your experience. But I don't know what I can do more than just welcoming them and just wishing them a great time, and maybe if they ask for assistance, I'll help. But
What does
I
that
can't do
welcome
much.
consist of? What does that welcome? Are you welcoming them in your house? Are you showing them around, taking them under your wings, introducing them to other family members, your church, your community, your friend, the local
Wait, that
lady.
depends. Why are they in Africa? Are they here for vacation, or are they here to? I don't know. If they're here for vacation, why do you need to introduce them to all this? All this, if they're just here for vacation.
Why not?
Okay. First, let's just keep it, simple. Okay, let's just say, you met them. It's a casual event, public. You met them. You don't know, none from somebody, so they're okay. So they say, okay, so what is Africa like? I came all the way here. I had my ancestors, were from here. I don't know anything about Africa. What can you tell me about, about Africa? Yeah, I'm curious to know. I'm curious to, find out about my roots, my people, the culture and all that. Yeah. What do you say to that?
And tell them, okay, good for you. I don't understand. I don't know what do you want me to say? Like
Okay,
I
fine.
cannot.
Okay.
I think I'll just say okay. And if you want any information about, if you're interested in a specific maybe ethnicity, I'll help you there.
Okay,
But
cool,
I don't
cool.
know.
Okay, good.
But
That's
I
it.
don't think I can say anything more
Okay, fine.
because people.
The other way. Let's say that you came to Chicago, you didn't miss your flight, and you actually made it to Chicago, and then you met a Black American woman, and her son or maybe daughter or family, whatever, and then what would be your first questions to them?
Hmm. Okay, first of all, I don't know. I don't know what I wouldn't. I don't know what I will ask. Cause just maybe show me a place where I can eat and basic stuff to survive. But that's really. I don't think I'll have much more than that. I
Okay.
don't know. I don't know. Okay, but me, I'm a specific. I'm not. I'm a different guy. Maybe somebody else might ask something. But to me,
Okay, so
I
you will
don't
be
get
curious
this.
about how they got
Yeah?
there and their family and their history and all that.
Okay, yeah, okay. Let me say about my experience, because here in Nairobi is very diverse. Actually, my neighbors are from, like, I have friends from Zimbabwe who are my neighbors. They are friends from Rwanda, Burundi, all over the place. I find
Yeah.
them, and we talk. Yeah, but it's we are all Africans. You just find probably find a lot of similarities, and especially in the languages, like Shona sounds a lot like Giriama, and
Uh-huh.
uh, and just enjoy the similarities and stuff like that. Maybe that type of conversation, but I don't know what I don't know what you're expecting. I don't know. It's like, should I be like opening my home, introducing them to my family, taking them to the village? Is that what is expected of me?
No, it's whatever you want to do. Whatever it is that you feel comfortable with. That's you know? But whatever it is that you feel comfortable with when you're traveling somewhere else, you know, you have to expect that person is going to feel comfortable with their stuff too. So it's fine.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this, that there's a difference between, let's say, how you'd interact with a Zambian or a Masai or a Zulu or somebody, because that ultimately they know who you are, they know who they are, they all come, even if, yes, I've disputed, I've clashed against this whole knowledge thing, like, oh, Kiswahili is all you need. I don't think that Kiswahili is all you need. I think that we can more than handle, both our mother tongue, Kiswahili, and English, and other languages, and other, mother tongues. But at the same time, is this, we still, connected. And for me, I don't, I'm not trying to, as I say, keep and, be all, trying to, be nice or whatever to the Black Americans. But I think it's very callous of us Africans to take something that we got from, from a succession of our immediate and ancient ancestors, and to just say that, oh, well, we have it, we can either take it or leave it, and other people should just be, okay with losing theirs. And, I think that we should have a little bit more empathy for their plight. Like, as Zambian, whatever their history is, that they still have that connection to not just their land, but their tradition. And somebody that was forcibly taken from the continent, their experience of it is very, very different from ours. They don't, and even the recent immigrants, even the regular, the recent diasporans, even people who live, who left when they were children and so on, they know that they have a language, and they can't speak it, or they might not be able, maybe they don't know what it is that they're missing. But those who have it know what they are missing. It's like, if somebody has never had some kind of food, yeah, okay, you're not missing it because you don't know what you're missing. But for somebody who has tasted it and knows how wonderful it is, it will be very, almost very cold-hearted of you to say, just, oh, I would be just like, oh, take me around and so on, because you know that these people didn't just come, happen to be here by accident. Yeah, okay, fine. Erzulie will say, they were here before us and all that, but fine. After they were invaded by, these, Europeans, the whole history after that changed, and it was a history of. I'm not saying that we didn't go through it, and that's the whole thing. When you start talking about one people, everybody wants to say, but what about us and so on. But the result of it is that they lost something that we still have. They might be better off, in terms of being, they are more connected. Their grasp of English is much better than ours. They have the accent and so on. But what they got is there's some equation to what they lost. And so you shouldn't, I wouldn't say shouldn't. I'm just saying that we Africans, we also have a responsibility towards our other people who have that taken from them, and we should not put them in museums. When it is museums are for dead objects. It's a way of things. It's where culture, tradition, and all that goes to die. We didn't put things in museum. Our culture was a living culture, and even when you talk about us adopting all these new languages and so on, we don't have our languages in museums. We don't put up artifacts in museums. It's something. How can you museumize music and rhythm and culture and all this? You can't put that stuff in a museum. It's something that has to be continuous and practice. You cannot put language in a museum. Once that language is dead, and for you, I guess you don't have a problem with languages dying, but that's also once that language is dead, putting it in a museum is nothing. It's basically laughing at the dead. It's like they do with American Indians here when
It's extinction,
yeah.
like what I said
Okay,
before.
okay. You see, this is now the perspective from the West, right? But I can tell you right now that I have learned when I went to Nairobi Museum. You learn a lot from museums, especially about African culture that has been documented. Not every African knows about each other's culture, and so that's why we have in museums. Museums actually are very important in a very multicultural society like Africa. They play a very important role. So I know maybe in the West or somewhere the
Bro,
museums are where dead
you're
things go,
you're
but here
just you're
it
you're
it,
like
it is-
you're
yeah.
you're like beating a dead horse. So we're not even gonna go through it anymore. It is what it is. You know, I just hope that my people on the continent, I don't even know what to hope
First
anymore.
of all, they're not your people. We're not the same. Number two, what Tezi's saying is that, but Tezi, when you put the language or the culture in the museum, if you don't practice it, it dies out.
Yep.
That's what
Listen, he's very smart. He knows. I've
it
been
dies out.
telling him this for the past hour. So leave it
My thing,
alone.
hold on. My
Dead
thing
horse.
is, when you were talking before, you were not talking about Swahili because you was talking about English being the main language. That's why we got on you. If Swahili is African language and like that, okay, I get what you're saying. But you moving the goalposts. What we were saying is that, oh, Tanzania is going to speak English, there's other going to speak English, and English is the business language. What I'm saying is, what gives another man's language more power than your language? Did God ordain English to be the language of business? Who did that?
English is the international language of business. It's not just Africa.
Who? You're not listening to what I'm saying. Who gave, bro? I don't. We will never reach. I don't know if you're doing that on purpose or you don't want to see
No,
it, or
but
you have a
what
black
language are we speaking now? What language are we speaking right now?
But what I'm saying is, we're speaking English. But what
That's
I'm
by
saying is,
force. It's by
who
No.
force.
ordained?
Here's the thing.
Who
Here's the thing. If I
ordained?
didn't speak English, if
You're not
I
listening to what I'm
wouldn't.
saying.
Yeah.
Who? What I'm saying is, if you look, who ordained English to be the business language or the international language of the world? What I'm
The
saying is,
British colonize. They colonized the world, so they got that privilege because of that. But
so
in the end
you're
of
okay
the
with
day,
that? You're okay with that?
I'm not okay with that. But it's a necessity now. There is, sometimes you
So you're
don't.
not gonna fight. You're
Things
not
will
gonna try
never
to
be
change it.
perfect. Like,
You're not gonna.
nah. How do you change it? How do you change it?
All
But
right.
if
Well,
I speak,
I
no, no,
can't tell you how to
no,
change it. If you,
what you're trying to say is that, in fact, the way Africa is doing it is okay by teaching, like in East Africa, you teach English and Swahili, you teach both languages. So the average East African kind of knows maybe 2 to 3 languages, but that's okay.
But
That's a
bro, if you make it a necessity, it will be a necessity for you. Like what I said, you go to places like Ethiopia, it's not a necessity. They speak their native tongue, they speak their native language.
what
And
is the native
English
Ethiopian tongue?
and English is a recreational type thing. So if more and more Africans start to think like you and to behave like you, it will be extinction. Okay?
It's
That's what
not,
it's
but
going to be.
Africans have been
Okay,
behaving
and
like
it's
me
fine.
since the
And it's
60s,
hold on,
and
hold on.
languages haven't. They're still
It's
there.
okay. It's okay. We're gonna agree to disagree. That's all it is. You're not gonna
Yes,
give me a headache.
and when it comes to the extension of languages, and you shouldn't have a problem with it, Tezi, because you say that some languages have to die. So, some African
Yeah, he
languages.
said that. He
Yeah.
said
and
that.
what I'm
So
and then Desi, when you go, is one thing is language. They have other tradition that's not language. So
Like,
there's other tradition that's not language. Well, my thing is, what I'm saying is that before you were talking about English, now you're saying Kiswahili. We're not talking about Kiswahili. We're talking
no.
about
I was speaking. Before I was speaking about Swahili.
no.
I
You
really, when
said
we were fighting with
Tanzania.
Tanzan, we were fighting about Swahili. And Tanzan said we need 3 languages. I said Swahili is good enough. So the English part was when I was referring to Tanzania learning English, because English is also a very important language in academics and in business. So you cannot deny that. And if we become too prideful, and in the end of the day we lose out in a lot of knowledge, and going back to Ethiopia, and I talked about Ethiopia's illiteracy rate. Half of Ethiopia cannot read and write. Right now there is no,
Setting Ethiopia
like,
aside,
cannot
let
read
me tell
and
you
write
something.
in
you
what?
seem okay.
English?
Let
In
me just say one
English?
thing. You seem to be pitting one thing against another, where I'm saying that
What?
you seem to be limiting the Africans to either learning, Kiswahili or their mother tongue. I'm saying that we have the ability to do both. You're talking about, the Chinese English being the international language. The Chinese didn't, abandon their writing, which is very strange. Not just their writing, but other countries, it's easier to learn, English if you already, know the language, the alphabet, but they have a whole different writing system. India has its own writing system. They didn't abandon it. They can still, do trade. They can still, trade on the international market without necessarily changing their whole culture to be an English-based culture. So this happens with, in fact, the places that English is actually spoken. Other people speak it as a second language. Europe, how many countries in Europe actually speak English, apart from England? The rest of continental, Europe does not speak English as their main language. Some of the people might know English. It doesn't prohibit them from
Facts.
knowing, but Germany speaks German, France
Facts.
speaks French, Austria, Norway, Scandinavia, the Dutch, Netherlands, all of this, they have all maintained their different languages. So
But we
you don't
want to
have
we
to
want to die
necessarily,
to give up our own.
yeah.
Something's wrong with Black
Like
Nah,
people.
even
nah,
if
nah, nah.
you
Okay, you
go
guys
for
are
it,
not getting
and
me.
if
You guys are
let
not
me
getting
finish,
me.
even if you
First of all,
like a second language, which other those European countries have done, what
Colonizers.
they have done is they have put their language at the forefront, but they have said in order to trade on in order to become international, we're going to have to learn English. So most of those people speak more than 2 or 3 languages. In Germany, young people, you're not going to get lost because everybody speaks English. They also speak German very well, but they speak English as well. Their learning German is not like, oh, you have to pick between German and English. And even in Kenya, we have, people, in my school, they taught, French as a second language with, versus commerce. I'm like, I'm going to pick commerce business over, language, but whatever. We had, places they had Alois Francois where you can go learn French. So it's not saying that, oh, just because you learn one language you limits you from learning another. In fact, the more languages you learn, the more languages you're able to learn. So people
yeah,
who,
actually, I just googled it. English, India does teach English in school,
of course
in
they
schools.
do, I'm not saying that they
So,
don't,
so,
but they
so, yeah,
don't
but
use
you
their
see, this is the thing.
languages.
But when Africa, this is the problem of infantilizing Africa. That because
We're not
Africa can speak
infantilizing. We're
English.
saying that
No, no,
we're
no, no.
capable
I
of
said,
doing all of that
I
and
didn't
more.
say,
We're
I
capable.
say
You're the
that
one who's
Africans speak English.
infantilizing Africa because you're saying, oh, we either have to choose between our mother tongue and
No,
and
no.
Kenya and Kiswahili. And I'm saying that we can do both and even more. But you're
You are
saying that, oh,
changing my words. You are
Kiswahili is
changing my
not
words.
enough. I'm saying that, look, the Indians know Hindu, but they also know English. The French know French, but they also know English. The Germans know German, and they also know English. What's wrong with us knowing our languages and also knowing English? It
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
impede us.
And I said we know Swahili and we know also know English. I don't understand why.
No, I'm saying, but you're saying that we can't know both and then also be able to speak our mother tongues. That's what you're saying.
No, no, no. I said that we should not judge parents that only feel
Oh
that
my
they need
goodness
to,
gracious. I'm not even talking about judging right now. And then those parents are making the same assumption as you, that because their children, they want the children to learn English and Kiswahili, that the children are not capable of learning their mother tongue or knowing their mother tongue is going to impede them from learning English and Kiswahili, as if learning your mother tongue is going to disable you from learning your English and Kiswahili.
but we're going around in circles because we say that these are multicultural houses, multi-ethnic houses where
Okay,
both
all right,
parents are not
fine,
from the
fine.
same.
Let's just, wrap it up
Yeah.
and let it, go. So, yeah, all I'm saying is that we can do, all of that. We don't have to limit ourselves. And you're saying that it's not necessary to, learn our traditions. And I'm saying it's also important to learn our traditions and our languages so that we can teach those who come after us. Kiswahili is just one aspect. It's not the only aspect. And yeah, so let's do our closing statements, and then yeah, we'll have another talk another time. Go ahead, Tezi, Erzulie, Yona, and yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Tezi.
So yeah, my closing statement is that yeah, I think yeah, we don't like. I understand the importance of ethnic languages. I understand, but if we have a language like Swahili, where most people can speak, and languages evolve over time, even the ethnic language you speak today, if you look behind, it wasn't the same language maybe 500 years ago. It probably borrowed some words from here and there, evolved into something unique, into something else. So this idea that maybe because you speak this ethnic language today, you feel like maybe your ancestors will understand you. You might be in for a rude shock. That's just my point. That languages evolve, and we should always, as Africans, evolve with it. So to me, I don't really mind. I think in the end of the day, speaking English is a strong language, global language to understand each other. Even right now, if Africans didn't speak English, like they will not. The diaspora will not be able to connect. It's just a fact. Like right now, I'm in Kenya. Imagine if I didn't speak English, I will not be here, and a lot of Kenyans or a lot of Africans will not be able to understand the diaspora, and the diaspora will not be able to understand Africans. So this language, yes, it has very
negative history, and we have to. But sometimes in life, things are not perfect. We just have to go with what we have, these tools we've got. So to me, as long as we are safe in Swahili, and Swahili is to me like a language like Swahili. I don't know the language of South Africa or West Africa, but I know East Africa we have Swahili, and we have decided that that is the language that in which we will evolve our culture to, and evolve our national culture and our East African culture. If that is the language that we have chosen, I am okay with it. Even right now, I'm happy when you look at this guy, Diamond Platinum's the Tanzanian singer. If you look at his songs, he gets 100 million views in one song, and he only sings in Swahili. And because that tells you the power of just having one common language. And you can see the negativity of a country putting too much importance in small other divided ethnic languages. If you see, you can see the countries in Africa that have done that, and you can see the negative consequences of that. So I feel like there is a lot of wisdom, especially in our parents' generation, or those parents who feel like, who are not even thinking, who are thinking beyond themselves. I feel like even they are selfless. That they say, you know what, I'm not going to teach my children this ethnic language. It will just increase the ethnicity or ethnic divisions in the next generation. So what I'm just going to do, I'm going to teach them Swahili and English, and that way, hopefully, I have done my contribution into uniting a country into one language and one, and I think that is the reasoning behind it. And to me, I agree. I don't agree. Like, I agree with both parents who teach them ethnicity, who teach them the mother tongue, and those who do not because of that reason. Both of them are right in their own way. So yeah, that's really the end of what I'm trying to say. And at the end of the day, when Africans solve African problems, don't start telling, oh, no, you don't know, you're not exposed. Oh, Africa, you don't need to be exposed to international. Even Magufuli did not travel outside a lot outside Africa to know the problems of his country. People will know the problems of the fact. If you have traveled and you have not traveled in your own country, and you don't know like the specific problems of people, different ethnicities in your country, the specific issues in different regions in your country, and you know the problems of another country.
That was the problem, but sorry to interrupt. Yeah, he knew the problems, but he didn't know the threats outside. But go ahead.
No, you see the threats. Okay, I understand the threats outside, but if you don't know, you can know better to know your country than know outside. Because if you know outside and you don't know your country, you're still going to be, you're not going to do anything. Because a lot of leaders, I don't know how traveled they are in these Western leaders. How many of them actually travel to Africa? How many of them travel to? So it's not. This traveling thing is a lot. You get a lot of knowledge for facts. For sure, you will gain knowledge, but that knowledge, it does not make it superior to the knowledge of the African who just travel, who knows Africa, who has traveled each side of the country. In fact, that thing plays out a lot in African politics, and you tend to see somebody who is in tune with the issues of the people, or in the issues of a country, and somebody who is not, whose head is in the sky or in the clouds. So to me, both are important, but none is submissive. No knowledge is submissive to the other. That's my point.
Okay, go. Thank you, Mwenda Tezi, and I'll hand it over to Erzulie and then Yona. Erzulie, go ahead.
Back to bring it back to the issue before we were talking. The black woman has to find her way back to the black man, and the black man has to find his way back to the creation. The black man has to find it in his testicular fortitude to become morally upright so he could pass it on to his woman. Until then, if the black woman and the black man don't get it together, this situation that we're going through in America or even in the continent, same thing is going to keep happening for generation to generation. So with the I understand what Tezi's saying about if there's 3 languages, why can't we just one language that unifies the country and then learn English? My whole thing is, me myself, what I see is that who gives another man the right to make his language above my language? And I'm not talking about when it's dealing with my tribe men or people from my continent. I'm talking about people from other race who comes, conquer you, beat you down, and tell you English is your national language. That's what I'm saying. But at the end of the day, like people say, I'm gonna mind my business. I'm not African. Yo, if that's how y'all wanna rule or see, oh, I'm gonna speak this language. I'm gonna speak Swahili, which is African, and then I'm gonna speak English, and I'm gonna teach English to my children, all because I could make money off of it. All of that, yo, when you do that, to me, is like Sister Yona said, you're gonna your culture is going to extinction. But at extinction to the point, like if you put it in a museum or if you put it there, like if the culture doesn't get practiced, meaning musically, languagely, or rituals that you do, it's gonna end up dead. But how am I to go against a man? He's a man from Kenya, and that's how he feels. Yo, the problem is all these the leaders of the country. If the leaders of the countries feel like that, who am I? But we know that that's gonna lead to cultural suicide. Whether you want to admit it or not, if you're gonna abandon your own language to jump on another colonizer's language, who had the colonizers who came and stole your land, stole your women, killed your children, and you still want to rock with him. I understand it now that it's a necessity. But for you not to be saying, oh, we have to change that one day is mind boggling to me. But then again, like you said, I'm from the Caribbean, I'm from this side of the continent. Who am I to meddle into African business? So, but that's all I have to say.
Who am I? Seems to the people.
No, Tan. No.
Chan, that's not what are you talking about? It's who am I? The girl them sugar.
They
Oh
got them
my
Simsima.
God.
What? What did you just say?
What
Sweet.
Azuli be like, pause.
What?
Pause for a
It's
cause.
Simsima. Pass me the keys to my what? Is that what you? Is that
To
what
my
you were singing?
diva.
Is that what she was singing?
That's what she was singing. Beanie
Oh, that's what
Mother.
That's
she was
what I
trying.
heard. I mean, that's what I thought they were singing. I don't know what they're talking
No, no,
about.
no, 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 no. What you thought and what you said is nothing. Don't do it. Oh my god.
That was funny. She tried.
I did.
My
I did
sister
try.
tried, okay? Leave my sister
Mhm.
alone. She tried.
She didn't try. She
I
didn't try. You
tried.
you said sweet. What?
She was making up her own language. She's trying. Oh my God. Okay, so it's my turn, I guess. But
Yes, it's on
listen,
you. Sis.
let's go back to like what we was talking about earlier. I agree with Azuli. You know, we got to get it together and start moving as a team. The man, the woman, man, black woman, black child. Okay? We as black women, me particularly, I love my black men. I want to see them succeed and do better. I want to see them lead, but lead better. Okay? As far as with my people on the continent, I don't know y'all, but I love y'all too. And Tezi, I don't know, brother. You'll get it one day, what we're trying to say. You know, but I think it's important, like what Tan was saying, it's good for people. I think it's good for people everywhere to travel, mainly, particularly on the continent of Africa. It will be good to see, you know, how you guys do when you come here to this continent and you interact with the different races and the different cultures and the different people. Of course, it's going to be culture shock to you all because, as it is, if we go over there, it's going to be culture shock to us too. But I must say, Tezi, the English language was forced upon us. Okay? It's not like we just decided that, oh, yeah, we're going to speak English and everybody's going to do this. It was forced on us. And it was forced on us in the evilest, wickedest way. Not just here in America, but you guys over there too. Okay? So I just have like I don't even want to go into that when I hear people on the continent. It's like you guys have so much of everything, yet you're so easy to just give it the fuck away. Just give it away like it's nothing, like it's worth nothing. God forbid if America was to fall today and there's no more white man, what is Africa gonna do? There's no more English. What is Africa gonna do? You know, like I think about stuff like that. We gotta get our own. That's what we gotta do. We have to get our own stuff, period. We gotta get our own language, our own stores, our own clothing company, our own food. We gotta get our own everything. Everything. We gotta own our own stuff again, like what we used to, and stop giving it away. We just giving our stuff away, our language, our culture. It's crazy to me, and I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, that's all I have to say, Tan. Like, you know, I love my people, but my people, you all have to start loving yourselves too.
You know, can I let me say something? One more thing. You see, another thing that I feel like we should do as Tanzania, you asked me a very important question. What will the diaspora, or what will I do when I meet diaspora and stuff like that? I think one of the most important things I realize that it's not happening is listening to each other. We're not listening to each other. Like, I keep saying this, that this language is not giving. Like, when my sister says Africa is giving it away, we're giving everything away. What are we giving away? The language is still there. Nobody's giving away anything. No, Africa is still. In fact, if I was to be honest, we are even holding on to too much. That's what, to me. That's what I feel.
Brother, you know what you want me to tell you what you're giving away? You want me to tell you? Since you
Yeah,
don't know? Okay, are you listening?
yeah, I'm
Are you
listening.
listening? Okay. You're giving away a language that's how many hundreds, if not thousands of years old. Okay? That's one. You're giving away a culture that is how many hundreds of thousands or thousands of years old. Okay? What else are you giving away? You're giving away secrets. You're giving away your diamonds, your jewelry. You're giving away what? Your women. Y'all not fighting for your woman to say, listen, no, you all can't go with these Mzungus. You know what they've done to us. Keep it here, right here in this county, this city, this town, this village, or whatever. That's what you're giving away. You're giving away intellectual properties to them all day, every day. What do you mean? What exactly you're giving away? Why can't you still hold on to your culture and still have a sense of, okay, we're going to do business, but we're going to do business with our culture at mind? Are you kidding me? You don't see that you're giving away so much? That's how little that Africans, or rather you, think of yourself, that you don't have anything to give. You holding on to you. Why not hold on to it? Why not? What's the problem with holding on to it? What's the problem? Is it a sin to hold on to
Okay,
it?
let
No,
me
like
answer that. Let me
let me
answer this.
ask you
Let me
that.
answer.
Let me ask you that. Is it a sin to hold on to your culture? To hold on to your heritage, your language? Is that
Okay.
a sin? No, it's
No,
not.
no, no,
So,
no, no.
but you all are giving it away for free. These people come there and they take your language, and now they're doing what? They're putting it on apps so other people can learn it. You know, other people who don't even live there. But when they come to visit every now and then, you know, you guys are going to use it And you're going to be like, wait a minute, no, we don't speak that anymore. We speak English. Are you kidding me? What do you mean, what are you giving away? That's why I said I love my people, but y'all don't love yourselves like the way you're supposed to. You got to come out of that. Africa is very, very rich in everything on every level. What do you mean you're not giving it away? You're giving it away.
Okay, first of all, I'm trying to understand this thing. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, this perspective, because people, like I said, when I say museums, you have you ever been to a museum in Africa?
Sir, I live in New York City. Don't ask me if I've ever been to a museum. Okay? Don't
In
do that.
Africa, in Africa, I'm saying in
No,
Africa.
no. Let me explain to you. What is a museum? Is that African?
It's
Okay.
not African. It's not
Okay.
African. But
Okay.
that's
So
the point.
there
You
you go.
see,
There you
okay,
go.
let me
Okay.
say this. Let me
Listen,
finish
we're
my
not
point.
gonna.
Let me finish my point. Let me
Hold on.
finish my point. Let me just
Hold
finish my
on.
point.
You
No,
spoke.
please,
Let me
because
finish
you're going to
speaking.
change the topic, and I haven't even finished my point. You don't even know what I was trying to say. My point is that I see that when people make comments about Africa, I feel like when you talk about giving away, when you need to be like the way I cannot comment really too much on African American affairs or Africa, because at times I came to realize that I can't really know anything that much, because when I say, oh, they're giving it away, I don't really know what's on the ground, what's happening on the ground. So when I tell you that it's not that's not what's really happening, and you don't believe me, maybe because maybe you saw this on the media, you saw something, that's not the fact. When I say culture is preserved in museums, to me, I've been to a museum and I've understood cultures that were dead, like they are dead languages. They're already dead languages in Kenya that would, and I learned more about them, and I understood and I respected them. Language, not all languages survive. Like
What
a
other
good language
country
is the
besides
Abasuba
Kenya?
language. Abasuba language died when it died
Okay,
even
we're not gonna
before
go into language,
colonization.
please. That's gonna be a whole lot, rant and
Okay,
whatever.
okay. Let me
What
not go
other
to language,
country
but in the
besides
end of the
Kenya have
day,
Yeah,
you visited?
let's end with this, and then, you know, but
You
basically, look,
obviously haven't traveled outside
yeah,
of
yeah, hold on,
Kenya.
hold
Maybe
on,
you
hold on,
have,
hold on,
or
hold on,
whatever.
Yana, hold
So
on, Yana.
yeah.
Let me just say one thing. You know what is preserved in museums is death cultures, dead
Thank
cultures.
you.
That's what's preserved in museums. So since you say that you don't have a problem with languages dying and the whole traditions and histories dying, so obviously, I wouldn't expect
but you see, that's the problem. I keep telling you, and you guys are not listening to
yes,
me.
it's
And I
good.
think you're
It's
not
good.
listening to
Let me
me
finish.
because I'm in Africa.
It's good to
Lana,
have
let me
a
just say this. Let me say this.
Okay.
I think you guys are not even listening to me, because I keep saying that
No,
culture cannot die. Culture evolves.
okay,
Culture
but you also said
culture
that a lot
evolves.
of languages
And
and traditions die and they are preserved in museums.
yeah, that those things that die.
But
Do you think we should be
man,
okay? Let me
you
ask you
talking
this: Should
about
we be
culture
killing
don't
twins?
die?
Should we be
Did you
killing
just
twins
say
again?
that?
Because that died. That culture also died. The culture of killing twins, it died. So should we continue doing that?
But you just said culture don't die.
No, no. Okay, that tradition, that practice, it died. Should
Okay,
we
this is
continue
gonna be
doing it?
like beating a dead horse. Listen, that's all I have to say, Tan.
Nah.
But
You see, the point is the
I
point.
appreciate you coming on and you speaking and stuff. You give a lot of different
Let him
perspective
finish. Let him finish.
for different things. But yeah, like no, that's
Yeah,
it.
let him finish. But for me, my aspect of it is, yes, it's nice to have those things preserved in a museum, especially because they're dead, and that's our only aspect to it. But my issue is, my recommendation is this: before we start killing cultures and preserving them as dead artifacts in museums, I think that we should keep them alive. And if we don't keep, those languages alive and say, oh, we don't need those languages, we can just speak these other languages, even if it's Kiswahili, if you're speaking Kiswahili at the expense of your mother tongue, then you are killing your mother tongue. Then you want your mother tongue to be hung up in a museum. If that's what you want, like Erzulie said, that's your choice as well. There's some cultures who choose suicide. Suicide is voluntary death. But some people would like their culture to continue on and to be present, not in a museum, but in the lives of living human, not human, but living peoples in a community with children and with a future, not with a past. So yeah, it's good to go back and see, the dead cultures, and also they preserve them with, here in America they have the Indian Redskins and so on. They preserve them in naming them after football sports. If that's what you want after that, we will have the African leopards, in 20 years from now when
Jesus
Africa no longer.
Christ, don't say that, Chan. Don't say that. Oh my
Hey, it's part of the cultural museum, but I understand it. The inevitability of life goes on and so on.
God. Yeah.
But I'm still for the preservation, the living preservation of language, of communication, of culture, of tradition, ritual, all of that, and it's not to impose it on others. And I think also it's not to deny also modernity, because that's another thing that I think Tezi also are quick to say, oh, you think that we should just give up on. No, I'm not saying that we should not learn English and just go bury ourselves in tribal ignorance. No, I'm saying that you can do both. I'm saying that an African can have all three and even more languages. You shouldn't limit yourself by saying, oh, I can only learn. Kiswahili is a lingua franca between, different tribes. It should not erase or be part of the. If Kiswahili is an extinction of the mother tongue, then it does the same work as English, because that's what English sought to do. It sought to extinguish, the mother tongues and say, oh, we're all the same. We're all under the Queen's English. So you can either be under the Queen's English or under the Kiswahili English. But I think that Africans have the capacity to have multiple of those, and not just have multiple tribes and also still speak Kiswahili, but also still embrace the global, African, other Africans from other places, and say that we are all one. You don't have to see somebody from the Caribbean and say, oh no, you didn't have our experience and so on. I think we can also cast our, racial net larger than that, instead of just being, about, either language. And we should also be looking at the global world. So that's one of the reasons why I still say that we should look beyond, not just locally. And that does not apply to Africans. I'm not saying that Africans also have a special, mode of ignorance. This ignorance is even here. It is even in a different way, but it's even here entrenched in America. That's the whole mode of it. Americans are just as local and even more local and ignorant than Africans. At least Africans still have a perspective outside of Africa. African Americans don't really look beyond, and that's not just an African American trait, it's an American trait. Americans don't look beyond America. They don't even know what's going on in Canada, their neighbor right there. So, that's a problem on both sides. So, Tezi, don't feel like, oh, we're being attacked or people are looking down on us. Let me tell you who looks down on you more than, even diasporans are looking down on Africans. You know who looks down on you more than diaspora and Africans and Caribbeans and Black Americans? White people, both here and over there. Don't think that
Please tell him again.
You think, okay, first of all, okay, can I speak now? Okay, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow.
First of all, it's not news to Africans that white people look down on Africa. That's not news. That's not news.
Okay.
Africans are well aware about this. They are aware
but
because
you're not.
we still know our colonial history.
Is a difference
Nah,
with
nah,
you
nah.
guys being aware of it, and a difference with you guys still treating them like they're the kings and queens of the world. Okay, is a difference with you being aware of it, and you're saying that you want to basically bury your mother's tongue to get theirs. Okay, because you want to get jobs, or you want to. It's a difference. So I don't think that you're fully understanding what we're saying.
Nah,
But
nah,
it's
nah,
all.
nah. You see,
It's all.
I don't think.
No.
Here's
Hold
what I
on.
can I
Hold on,
speak.
bro.
You
Hold
guys are
on.
keeping interrupting me. I can't even finish a sentence.
Hold on, it's okay. Hold on. We're not trying to attack you. We're not, trying to any of that. We're just telling you from a different perspective. And like what you said, we as Africans, sometimes we don't listen to each other. But I think it's more so we as Black people, it's not that we don't want to listen to each other. We just want to experience it. So it's okay. You can go ahead and experience it. And in 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is it's going to take for you to get what we're trying to tell you, whenever you get it, you get it. That's all it is. It's all love. We don't want no bad karma. Don't feel no way. Don't feel no badness or nothing. We're just trying to enlighten you and let you know
He
there's
doesn't
other
want to be.
perspectives
Stop using
also.
that. Stop using that word, Yana. When you say you enlighten him, let him be. Let him finish his.
Yeah, like that's what I said.
Because he's gonna look like you're trying to look down on him when you use that word.
No, we're not. We're not.
No,
But
no,
that's
no.
what
You
you
see,
Let me
that's
speak, Yona. So
that's what I'm talking about. That's actually what I'm talking about. Like this patronizing manner in which people from the West speak about Africans when they talk about African, and yet I cannot speak on American issues because I've never been to. But I'm in Kenya right now. I'm in Nairobi. But when I speak about my issues, I'm told by somebody who's not been here that, oh, no, that you are not thinking well. You're not enlightened. You need to travel more. Like, you see that perspective. Do you see how it's coming across? Like, and this is why I'm talking about. We don't listen to each other. So when I see that, hey, we need to these languages that we are having, when we over glorify them, they tend to lead to civil wars. They tend to lead to divisions in a country, and we can see lots of examples. One of them is Ethiopia. It's not because talking about Mzungu or white man, because there are bigger issues. Africans are aware of what they are perceived in the world. All over we are always reminded, even in Africa, look at what's happening in Tunisia. We are always reminded that the world does not respect. We are aware of that, but we also have pending issues as Africans.
you're talking about
And you
language.
people, and let me finish. You don't even let me finish. Let me finish. And you people, you don't understand the issues that are striking Africans that are even bigger than racism. You see, because you only see the world from your lens. Maybe your issue in the first world or in the West, maybe that's your biggest issue. It's racism, right? But
We're
in
not
Africa,
talking
we
about
have no.
racism.
Let me finish. In Africa, there are deeper issues than racism. There is some people are having way more complex issues. People are trying to keep their countries together. People are trying to keep their countries from civil war. People are trying to unite our countries with different tribes and ethnicities. And they know that as soon as we go to war, we are all refugees. And the world does not look kindly to African refugees. Maybe Ukrainian refugees, they get the fair treatment. But African refugees, they have to cross seas on shacks or makeshift boats or something to survive. So you don't understand the real situation on the ground on Africa. You don't understand, and you don't want to understand because you feel like maybe yeah, it's the conditioning probably in the West. That's why I feel like when you talk about Africans not being exposed, I think you are not exposed to how the real world works on the African
Tezi,
experience.
but
Now,
you
let me.
think you can say the same about yourself? Do you think that you understand the things that are going on over here?
I'm not talking. You see, that's the funny thing. I'm not even talking about. I've not even once talked about the experience of African Americans. No. This whole conversation, I've been talking about Africa. I have not even once talked about the experience of African Americans. I have not even talked about that. So, but here you are correcting me on things that are on the situation where I've not talked about African Americans for me to say no, African Americans should do this or African or Caribbean should do this. I haven't done that. I have not done that. So you cannot tell me that.
Or compaction. I have said it that both sides should go and travel and learn about each other. You have said that, they don't understand what's going on over there on the continent, on the ground, they don't understand it. I'll give you that. Nobody can understand what they have not been through. And that's why I say that they also need to go travel and go on the continent and get rid of their delusions and romanticize, versions of what Africa is. Go on the continent and learn. That's what I said.
But now do you get the point? I'm still sticking to the point I was talking about.
I'm being fair.
About language.
Be fair.
This is
on the other hand, you say that they don't understand. I completely agree with you. They do not understand. But can you also say the same thing? You say that, you can't speak on their, issues and things because you don't live there. That's fair enough. So if both of us can speak on, what somebody else is going through, you have a right to state what, your reality is, and hopefully they can almost, maybe, have some empathy or understand a little bit of what they cannot fully understand. Nobody can fully. But at the same time, if you're expecting, understanding from somebody, you also need to give understanding to them. So you can say, look, I cannot understand even me. I'm not going to come here and say, oh, I know all about the history and all this stuff that happened. I'm not going to claim their history on my behalf. I can only say that I empathize with what I know. and there's a lot of it that is very painful and is very difficult. That's not to say, that's not to diminish our African experience. That's not to say, oh, colonialism was, as bad as slavery. We're not comparing things. It's just to say that if you want us to understand, we want you to understand colonialism, tribalism, history, tradition, Kiswahili, English, and the interplay of different languages, then we also are trying to understand, the experience of leaving your continent, being forced, we have a choice, being forced to give up your language, your tradition, even your family. Can you imagine that? We did this is not a comparison. This is just to say, can we have empathy? We cannot understand everything, but we can empathize. We expect them to empathize with us, to understand where we're coming from. It's not too much to ask us to empathize with what they went through, right?
I understand. Here's the thing: I have understood their perspective, but my perspective is not done. Is the one that's been criticized. I've accepted that it's the biggest issue in the West is racism, and that's it, right? That's the issue that, and I have understood that why when you talk about Africa, we're giving up our languages. I have considered that. I understand from your perspective, it's racism, and I've empathized. But I've also asked, and I've also explained that these people are not, when they say giving up their language for a bigger Swahili language, which none of you are, which seems to go through your heads that, oh, Swahili is, because I've been speaking about Swahili since from the beginning. You just see the English. English is also important because it right now Kenyans are the ones who are doing PhDs for American, who are in American Ivy, people who are in American Ivy, people in Harvard or these other big Ivy League universities. Their work is being done here in Kenya because Kenyans can speak English, and because of that, it's gotten them enlightened. It's gotten them to do work for people just online, just even chat GTP. It's been there was a part of that, a huge part of it was done by Kenyans in Kenya. It has exposed this, just by learning English, has exposed a lot of Kenyans and a lot of Africans to the world, and have given them jobs that they will not have anyway, will have just sucked to ignorance in our own Swahili. But because of that, we have been exposed. So there is an importance to this language, and I have seen its benefits. So even just in education, a lot of papers in education are written in English. So English is a very big word. It has bad history, but if we ignore it, you're doing more of a disservice to your country than a service. That's what I'm saying. And second of all, and I've said this and keep saying this, ethnic languages die. Sometimes parents who have been through ethnic violence, who have seen the problems of ethnicity, they see and they say, you know what, I'm not going to pass this down to my child. And we have to respect them and say, you know what, I'm just going to be teaching you Swahili and English. If I teach you ethnic, you'll be another tribal bigot or something. And to them, they have sacrificed. That is a sacrifice they have done for the nation.
Okay, and
we need to respect them. We need to give them their respect. And you don't need to talk. When you talk down on such people, to me, it comes from a level of, oh, you don't understand what these people are going through. Like, that's what I'm saying. You really need to be there to understand what these guys are saying. That's what I'm trying to say. And you cannot comment on them. You cannot comment on them like they're, oh, no, they don't. You need to understand them and you need to respect what they're doing. That's what I'm saying.
Right. But, and we get it. We understand.
Can I say something?
To each his own. That's it. No, it's really that to each his own.
No, just quick. What I'm gonna say is, all the shit that Kenya's going through, tribal war, tribal this, is due to racism. You're not on that book. You're not on that book yet. You're not on the page on that book that I'm on yet. You saying that America will deal with racism? That's because you don't understand that everything that's going on in Kenya or in Africa or in different is due to imperialism and colonialism. And imperialism and colonialism is tied to racism. But you know what? Maybe you're not in that page of the book yet, bro. When you get there, maybe 5 years, 10 years, I get it. I get what you're saying. That you're saying that due to any moment a civil war could just throw everything. People have to. Yes, I understand what you're saying, But that still doesn't take away the fact that at the end of the day, destroying your culture, or not even destroying, saying that my culture, I will put my culture behind just to learn stuff in English. Bro, you are a man.
Once
How are you?
again, you forgot the Swahili
Listen to
part.
what
You
I'm,
see, you're
bro.
not
Listen.
listening. I said Swahili too. I said you're
Right,
ignoring
we
that
get
part.
it.
Let me hold up.
We
Yeah,
get
no,
it.
let me finish. You just said the whole thing about that English. I learned from English. English. We do our
Yeah,
science in
yeah.
English. We do
English
our
is
thing in English.
important. We are speaking
You
in
didn't put
English right
Swahili
now.
in there. You didn't put
We are
Swahili in there.
speaking in English. Are we not speaking? If I didn't speak English,
You know why we
we
got.
will
You
not
know why we
probably be
speaking in
talking to any
English.
African in the continent.
Yo, Tezi. You know why we speaking in English? Do you
Yeah,
know why we speaking in English?
I
Why?
get the history of English is not good, but it's a tool we need to
Why?
use.
Stop. Why are
Sometimes
we speaking
you
in
use the
English?
tools that you have. That's the point. You
Yo,
sometimes
bro.
use
All right.
the
You know
tools
what? You
that you
got
have.
it. You got it. You got it. Yo, my man, do your thing.
That's what
You're
I
not ready
said.
to be on that page, and you want
He's
to be
not on
stuck on
that
that page.
page
What
yet.
you're not
Just
understanding is
you
the
leave
reason why
them
we
be.
speak in English is because we're conquered people.
Now, I
Exactly.
think you're not on the page where you have to look about the interests of a whole nation, and sometimes so you have to make some sacrifices. I think you are not on that page. When you
The
reach the page
sacrifices the
the
sacrifices have been
importance
made
of a
already.
whole society
The
is not
sacrifices have been
when
made
you're not
already.
shielded,
The
when you're not
blood
shielded from
the blood
things like
has been
realities
spilt
like that.
already. You're not getting it. You're not getting it. The blood have been spilt already. The sacrifices has been made already. That's what you're not getting. That's what we're trying to tell you. It's okay. You're not getting what we're saying.
You still
We're
sacrifice.
getting what you're saying. Trust me. We understand it. We understand it. But you are just not getting what we're saying because you're not on that page yet. And it's okay. We're not judging you. It's okay. Is what you want to do. Okay?
The
We're not
continent is
judging
still
you.
being
We're just trying to
sacrificed.
tell you that you just not up to speed on what we have been up to speed on. That's it. It's no
Now,
wrong.
I
It's
think,
no right.
I think,
It's none of that.
I
The
think
blood.
it's not.
Hold on.
It's you. I
Hold on.
think it's you
The
who's not up to
blood
speed. I think
has
it's
been
you
spilled
who are shielded
already.
in
What
America.
are you talking
The
about? What
blood
do you?
has been spilled
Oh my
already, sir.
goodness.
It's been spilled.
I
So
don't
it's
understand.
okay. It's all right. Just leave
You're
it
saying
alone.
we're not up to speed. I
A
understand what you're
country
saying.
when no, no,
Hold up, you're Tezi.
no,
What you're
let me say,
saying is,
when you live in a country where you have to worry about bigger things
are you not? You're not listening to what we're saying.
make.
And
Bro.
just leave
That's
it
what. But when
alone.
you
Just
You're
live
leave
in
it
right.
a
alone.
country
We
where
gotta.
you are
No,
shielded by everything from
Tan has
healthcare
to finish up.
to that you can't even the possibility of being a refugee. That's why when you live in a country where the refugees go, when you live in that type of country, you probably were shielded and you don't know the realities of what people really go through in the real world.
Erzulie, Tan has to finish up. We get what you're saying, Tezi. It's not that we don't. Trust me, we do. Okay? So whenever it is you come around to it, if you do come around to it, to what we're trying to explain to you, you will. If you don't, you don't. It's fine. There's no wrong, there's no right, brother. We had a great conversation. Tan is trying to finish up to say her last words. Say your last
Yeah,
words,
man.
Tan. Tan, you know what time it is here? It's damn near 4 o'clock in
Ah,
the morning
pretty.
here.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow,
And
wow.
I have to get up in 2 hours to do my meeting for 7. Okay.
Okay, okay. Let's wrap up and call it day and night.
Yeah, it's been a good chat, and thank you, Tezzy. Like, we hear you, brother. We hear you. It's not like we don't. We hear you. We understand. Okay, we're not trying to beat up on you. Thank you for coming on the show. We appreciate it for sure. Go ahead, Tan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, no, you're good. You're good. Yeah, so it's been an excellent talk, and yeah, we can't agree on everything. That's part of being, who we all are. And I have disagreed with every single one of you on one thing or another.
See, it's waves of it. Tezzy and I agreed at first, then we're not. You and Azuli agreed at first, then you're not. It's just all
Yeah,
about the
yeah. So
conversation,
you have all
It's
been
no
wrong
wrong,
at
it's no
one
right.
stage or another, and I have been always right. But
Whatever.
yeah. But no, it's a good conversation, and we need that balance, but I think that we still need to understand each other, and sometimes because I think we don't feel hard enough from both sides. I think that we don't really feel that we have, been given the chance to state our case and to state it fully. So we're not, in that position. But I think with, with more conversation, with talk, the more, that's the beauty of the internet. While we have lost our ability to socialize as regular people, we have increased our ability to, connect with each other through these artificial means. So hey, it's
Yeah.
not all.
Also through English.
Yes, also through English, the benefits of,
Tezi,
colonialization
boy.
and slavery is that now we're able to speak the same language. So, yay, Mr. White Man. Yes,
Right.
Gus would
I
say.
guess so. Yeah.
Yes, so, this is, the result. And, well, while we can bemoan the process it took to be here, we can take advantage of what we have. I don't think that we should have given up what we had for this, but if this is what we have, then let us use it to the best of our, abilities, and let's use it to not only help ourselves but to teach the next generation. Let's put the ideas out there so we promote, you know, thinking and challenging thoughts. And that's the good thing of having different perspective. You either, strengthen your stance, or you question it. So whatever, however you feel about it, you should also be prepared for someone else's objections to it. So yeah, it's been a great conversation. I still feel that, Tezi, you're wrong on a lot of things, and it's not that because, oh, you haven't been outside. Well, it has something to do that, but I think that while there are some valid things, on the continent, I think that you don't see the outside picture of it because the hand is not directly on you. But if you look at the hidden hand, which you did, you'd find that a lot of these things have outside influences, have outside things. So it's not just us, managing the direction of our countries. To some extent, we are to the things that we can, control. But a lot of those things are out of our control. But what we are in control of is, children, our, women, our men, to some extent, our relations with each other. And that's why we should still ask ourselves, what ideal future do we want for the African family? Do we want it to be becoming more individualized as in the Western society, where every man and woman for their own, and the child belongs to the state? Erzulie is always talk about state property for the women, but guess who becomes state property first? Is the children. That the state wants, the children and the women at the earliest age possible. So
Oh, not to cut you, Tan, but I don't know if you know this. Whenever you have your children here in America, they don't belong to you. They 100% belong to the state. You
yeah,
have to go to court to file a motion to have your child be awarded to you.
yeah,
There
and
you
the
go.
child is a ward of the state before it is
Exactly.
awarded to you.
To you. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead. Mhm.
yeah, so state property starts as early as they can. They first of all, not just, in terms of, the actual property, they start with their minds. You go to a state school, you're indoctrinated into the state system, and depending on where you end up on the pipeline, you're indoctrinated in different ways. Even those who, not the prison pipeline, but always the public school to the college. That's also another pipeline. Don't think that just because you have gone to university that you expect you are exempt from the indoctrination. So there's a lot of factors that come into play. By the time that your state property as an adult, you've pretty much spent your life in state institutions, one way or another, whether from the hospital, from the schools, from all these institutions. You're already well on your way to becoming state property. So yeah, and that's what I say, that the future of Black America is, it's what the African family is heading towards. We're simply emulating, and that's a sad thing too, Tezi, that you're not saying that as much as you think that we're independent. We're simply following the example that are given to us by America, both Black America and White America, but mostly White America, because White America is still in charge of Black America. So even the parts of Black America that we're getting, those things are still, engineered and, controlled by a larger society. But I hope you don't think that we're trying to minimize the experience of either side. Especially, I think that Tezi felt that we were trying to, put down the experience of Africans. I wouldn't do that. And when I'm speaking about the language, I'm not speaking as an, as an African or diaspora. I'm speaking as an African who grew up in Kenya and who spoke my tribal language and Kiswahili and English, and I'm proficient in all three. So, I'm not just talking about, from outside, you guys should do this, that, and that. No, I'm not you guys, as much as, people from Africa want to disown the diaspora and say, oh, you guys left, so you're not part of it. No, my roots are in Africa, my family, everything that I know. And this was, a temporary, journey, to go back. It is not permanent. So I still claim my country, and this is the beauty. You can do both. You're not limited to one or the other. I spent my life in this country as well, and I claim this as well, because this was where I had many of my experiences. So we don't have to be one or the other. We can do both. So, we did lose Erzulie there for a second. I guess I went on for too long. But, that's what I want to say. We don't have to limit ourselves to one or the other, and we can have both. And if we can't go to other places, we can at least listen to people from those places, and not to be too hard on Tezi. But same thing I would say to anybody, even to Yona B. If you want to understand Africans, go to Africa, talk to Africans, try to understand. You're not going to be fully conversant with, the mentality, the thinking, the tradition, all of that. Nobody's saying you cannot put yourself in someone's skin. You can only put yourself in their shoes. So I'm not proposing some magical, let's hold hands and, share, this experience. No, we just want to learn, to exchange, to try to come to understand each other. That's all. So with that said, I'm happy, to everyone who joined us today, to Juju, to who did we have as well? Sorry if I don't get you all. I'm sorry. Zola was here earlier. Oni, Bona Haguziki, Kokou from the Beta Medicine podcast. Join us Saturdays for that. Yeah, and everyone who came through, and thank you to Yona B on the panel, of course, and Erzulie and Mwenda Tezi for making this a very interesting and passionate conversation. So let's have brief last words, and then we'll get out of here before the clock chimes.
Well, I just
And
want to say thank
Erzulie, of
you.
course, I can't forget Erzulie. You also
Oh,
on
of
the
course, we didn't forget
chat.
him. You said his
Yes.
name already. Forget him. Forget him.
Man.
Thank you, Tezi, for coming on. It's all love, bro. We're not trying to persuade you or put you down or the continent or nothing. It's just all different of opinions, and that's all it is. There's no right, there's no wrong. It's just your opinions, mine's, Tan's, it's Erzulie's, whatever it is. But we appreciate you coming up. We appreciate you talking and having that good conversation. Me listen to you, you listen to me, and the audience, they're listening to all of us. So thank you for coming up. Yeah, so that's it, Tan.
Thank you, Yona. Tezi, final words before we go.
Yeah, my final words are, in the end of the day, Frantz Fanon said that, I'm not going to quote Frantz Fanon because he spoke about this issue. This argument is not new, but he spoke about culture, especially African culture, and he spoke And he actually spoke about diaspora, and not just diaspora. He spoke about the African intellect, the intellectual. He says that culture is evolving in its nature. Culture does not stay still. It's dynamic. It doesn't stay. It's not static. So the moment you leave the culture has moved on. You know, culture right now is not the same as yesterday. Even right now, the culture of today in Africa is not the same as just one day is enough for culture to shift. So he said that the diaspora have only like a snapshot of what they left, or the coattails. They say he actually said coattails, that they are hanging on the coattails of culture, but culture has several layers within. So to me, I feel like when it comes to African affairs, like especially people need to read on where Africa came from, and this perceived notion that Africans are not aware of the white supremacy of the world, that Africans are not aware of the relationship between Africa and Black people and the world. I think that comes out of ignorance. And if you say that, it means it just tells you that you don't read about Africa, because Africans are, everybody is taught about colonialism. Everybody is taught about the fight against the white man. Everybody, even leave alone the white man, Africans are aware of what's happening in the slavery that's happening in the Middle East of Black people. So but what they still have issues that they have to deal with internally. And just because you don't respect those issues, or you feel like racism is everything, that the core of everything is outside, that Africans cannot influence. Because right now, the conversation against LGBTQ, if that was the case, then LGBTQ will be widespread in Africa. But because Africans also know that they do make decisions about family, they do make decisions about what is right about Africa. Africans don't like when the governments take loans. So I see a lot of demonstrations that Africans think about society more, maybe more than somebody might see in the diaspora. Maybe more. You might not see that much, but I see it every day. That how Africans are able to think about even Christianity, even religion. Africans challenge it. The other day I was in a place where young people, they were talking about there's this verse actually that was so crazy in the Bible, I didn't realize it. First Peter chapter 3. He talked about submission to your slave master, to your master. And the way young Africans were questioning that verse, and I realized, oh yeah. So there is a lot of development that you are not aware of, and you may not be aware of. And I will always urge you and advise that when you make general comments about Africa, or when you see Africans making decisions and you just say, oh, Africans are giving away, or they don't know what's happening, or you're coming from, or they need to be on some page, or they need to be enlightened, I think you need to check yourself and respect that there is a whole community of people who are aware, and you're just not aware of it. And you just need to respect that, okay, maybe this is my perspective and I might also be wrong. You know, when you start saying that, just because you live in the West does not mean that you know what's happening all over the world, or you know how the world works. I feel, in fact, to me, it inhibits you from a lot of things. It inhibits you from a lot of realities. Like, a lot of people don't even know where I came to realize people in the West don't even know where the batteries come from, where all these minings, all that, and a lot of people don't know the dynamics. So a lot of people when you talk about the West, I feel like that's one of the most shielded places for you to learn anything about the world. I think that's one of the worst places to learn. I think if you're not in the West, you tend to learn more about the world and how the reality of everything happens than just going. Because the African in the mines in Congo, he knows that this is where the batteries come from. He knows what he's doing, and he's aware that the people in the West don't know what he's doing. So I think when you're in the dome, or when you're shielded, you don't know really. You cannot. You need to understand and respect that I am shielded. Even the media I consume is shielded, and everything you need to respect the fact that you're in a place where information may be altered, or information is not the reality on the ground. And I also respect that. That's why when I talk about, I don't talk about the West that much, because I know information from the West is also altered. So I don't. That's why I cannot say when you talk about maybe America, when you talk about the Caribbean, or you talk about Europe, I don't really argue against you. I just respect it and I say, okay, maybe that's what you. Maybe there is something you know that I don't know. So you should also give Africans the same courtesy. That's it.
Okay, so are you sort of saying that black people in America are shielded from poverty, and can you also say that Africans are also shielded from racism? Is that what you're saying?
We're not shielded from racism because Africans experience racism even in Africa. Africans experience slavery in Middle East. We are not that type of shielding is not that's like I said, the West is the one that is shielded, not the rest of the world. The rest of the world treats Africans like the West is treated specially, but the rest of the world we are not treated like as special as people in the West. So we know the reality more than people in the West, where you might be, where their narratives. Here in Africa, there's no narrative. We are told as it is. We are given the treatment as it is. So that is the truth.
That Africans experience more or less racism than, let's say, black people in other parts of the world.
No. When it comes to racism, that's a what is it? Is it a national issue? When you live in a society of white people and they treat you badly, how is that? How is that? Like, obviously you're going to know about that, but that is that's an issue in America. If you're talking about racism in America, that's an American issue. It's not when you make it now. Africans need to be. I don't know what you expect Africans to do, or that that's the type of thing I'm talking about, and we are told this by even you. Okay, let me finish. Even the diaspora. I don't know, even Tanzania, you are the diaspora. You should know that even the diaspora in Africa, African diaspora says, where you do what you came to do, you do what you came to do. Don't listen to this story of this racism. Do what you came to do. When you're done, you leave. Isn't that what's being pushed by even the African diaspora? That this is not your place. So is that not the narrative that's pushed by even the African diaspora?
You're beating the same dead horse that we talked about 2-3 hours ago. Respectfully, it's been said, if it's been covered, and I'm basically tired.
But what and Yona, I know it's late, so I totally understand. I know it's really hard to drop off. Thank you, Erzulie, for being on the panel. But Tezi, essentially, you're saying that Africans. Firstly, you're saying that Black Americans are they don't know the kind of difficulties, let's just say economic difficulties that Africans are facing every day, that Africans are basically living to survive. So yeah, I can respect that. So, but on the other hand,
economic, not only economic, social, all types of difficulties, social, economic, even all that.
Of that. It is very difficult, being in Africa. That is, I will give you 100% of that. On the other hand, though, when it comes to racism, I'm asking you, are Africans experiencing the same level of racism as Blacks in other countries?
No, when it comes, what level? Direct, obviously you get the direct racism because you're living with them in the same societies. But since you're asking this, even Frantz Fanon talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
African American interests are American interests. If you know that, do you disagree with that?
Sorry, what's the statement I had?
African American interests are American interests. Do you disagree with that?
Interests are American interests. Yeah, they're part of American interests. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You see, this is why when you talk about, I see African. This is why I talk about what is it? When we talk about African Americans, when they talk about the economics of African Americans, if African Americans are not treated in a way better way, I don't think they will care about what's happening in Africa. Will they?
Wow, that's a very big, broad, assumption to make.
It's a question. It's a question. Like, I'm not saying they're bad. I'm not saying that. And this is something that was addressed in actually. I'm talking about Frantz Fanon's book. That we have different African American interests are important. I'm not saying they're not important, but I don't speak about it because I know that I know African interests. I know Kenyan interests. And African American interests, I always, that's why when we talk about Donald Trump, we talk about Joe Biden, those people are of no, okay, there's an echo. But those people, when those people are not of consequence to me, as much as an African president. You see, so I tend to stay away from those debates because I understand. Wait, Donald Trump is not going to affect me, or Joe Biden, maybe in terms of his policies in Africa, but these guys rarely actually even have legitimate policies for Africa. They don't. They don't care about Africa. So to me, an African president is much more
Well, it
consequential to
sounds
me.
to me like Africans, and you especially, are nicely shielded, from the, craziness and the policies of the most powerful, overreaching government in in the whole world. So somehow Africans, you somehow manage to avoid being affected by something that is affecting everybody in the planet. Congratulations on that. But that's a very big statement to make. Like, oh, it doesn't matter what's the president of of America, as long as I know my African president. No, it doesn't work that way.
Now, you see, but here's the thing: do you think the president of America cares about Africa, whether he's from whatever party? Do you
It's
think
not
they do?
about he's caring or not. It's about what they want to do with it. You think that the British Empire cared about Africa and the Caribbean and all those countries under
Yeah, if
the
they did, they
Commonwealth?
wouldn't have beat and murdered and
Now,
put.
you see, now that's the thing. They all view Africa as the same thing. They all view, like,
And
whatever party they come from, they all view Africa the same way. They don't have a real difference in
Okay.
They all see Africa the same way. So that's my point. That's really my point, that they all see Africa the same way. None of them has a different like
And you
significantly
think that
different
because they see
perspective
them
of
the
Africa.
same, they're just going to leave them alone and let them, run their own, things the way they deem to be proper? You think that they just leave us alone because they don't care about us?
No, I'm not saying they're going to leave us alone, but if you're going to effect change, it's not going to come from them. The best way to get is going to come from our own leaders, and it comes from our own society, and it comes from solving our
it's
own
not gonna
issues.
come from your leader. It's not gonna
No.
come from your leader. It's not gonna come
It's
from
going to
your
come from
leader.
Africans. It's going African
Okay,
solutions.
exactly. And on that note, I bid you a good night. Tan, I want to go
Yes,
to
yes.
sleep.
Thank
Just
you for
close
being
out.
here. I know it's been
It was a good
wow. It's six
conversation. It's
hours.
lingering
Okay.
on and on. We went through this like 3 hours ago. We went through this 2 hours ago, and it's just going on and on. And Tezi, wow, you need to be like a news broadcaster or something. Just go ahead and finish up, Tan, so we can do this again next time. Tezi, you're always welcome to come back, of course.
Yes, and thank you so much, Yona, for being here. And once again, Tezi, nobody is attacking us as Africans, and I can speak on both sides of it. Nobody's saying that Africans are ignorant. And because I'm saying the same thing, you're not saying that I'm saying the same thing about blacks everywhere. This is not just an African thing. I think that we all as a people need to go outside of what we used to and see the bigger world for what it is. And this is not just something that is African, it's something that is applies to everyone. People left their homes, we were forced out of it, but now it's time to go back to to being exploratory. So provide triggers for evolution. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow, you guys are just like to come in at the end of the whole thing. But yeah, we have been having a very good conversation. Karibu. Jose Bronze, of course, Jose, they're the pentagrammer. Thank you for being here. Erzulie was here. Protocols of Eden, Pi, yeah, you're welcome. and provide triggers for evolution. Thank you for being here. Yes, definitely next time. I haven't been consistent, but today was just a good day to get on. So
I
thank you.
have to say something also. My brother provide triggers for evolution.
It's
I
a
think
sister actually, but go ahead,
it's a.
sister.
Oh, it's a
Hey,
sister.
how you
Oh,
always
oh, oh,
doing
oh,
that.
okay, okay. My sister. I think it's the other way around. I think when people talk about Africa, they don't know what they're talking. They don't know what they're talking about. I think when people say I'm not going to say again, when people make comments about Africa, judge African actions, or start talking about, oh, you're giving away this, you're giving. I think you're talking from a place of privilege, and you don't really. If you live their lives they're living, you will really understand what they're trying to do. But if you don't live that life, or if not experience that life, or or immersed in that type of culture, you really won't understand what they're trying to do. So I think you should refrain. I think you should refrain from offering judgment. I think, yeah, it's okay to have opinion, but I think we should refrain from giving judgment to what Africans are trying to do in their situation, or how they're trying to solve their own problems. So if an African feels like speaking English is more beneficial.
I don't understand, why would you say that it's a judgment? It's not a judgment. It's a matter of opinion. And I keep telling you that the same thing. You
Yeah,
kept
it's just
saying
an
that we're
opinion.
not
Judgment,
listening
it's
to
judgment,
you,
it's
but
judgment.
you're
I
not
think no, no,
listening
no.
to us.
It's judgment, because let me
It's
tell
not a
let me tell you why.
judgment. It's
Let
an
me tell you why it's
opinion.
judgment. Let's
We all,
opinion would be
just
like,
like you have your opinion, I have mine, Tan, Erzulie, all of us, we have our opinions. We come on here, we come online, and we speak. So you cannot tell me or tell Tan or tell Erzulie or anyone else that we cannot have opinions. We're not judging. Maybe you're judging from your perspective and you're trying to project that, but we're not judging. We're just having a discussion. We're having opinions. We're exchanging opinions. Okay? That's all we're doing. No one is judging anyone.
have
So
you seen
please
the comment section?
don't
Have you
say
seen
that.
the comment
And
section?
Tan
Are
has
you
to
are
wrap
you
up.
reading the comments?
Tan had, well, that's in the comments. People, they whatever. Nobody's judging. Tan has to wrap up because I know Tan is tired and she gotta go to sleep. And for one, I'm tired also. Tezi, you could come back next week. We'll be here. We're not
You see,
going anywhere.
no, let me make. I'm still going to have to make that point, because in the end of the day, look
Okay,
at
you can make their point
this is
next
the
week,
difference.
Tezi.
Nah,
Tezi,
you can speak. You
Tezi.
can. I
Next week
think
you can make the
I.
point. You can make it next week.
No, no, no. Let me make my
We're
point. Let me
trying
make
to
my
wrap
point.
up. It's Tan's show. Respect her
Then
show.
let Chan stop me.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Yona, I know you do have to, to step off, but I definitely appreciate you being here. It's been
Yeah.
wonderful. It's great. I didn't have to talk to myself. So I appreciate you being here, especially for the first hour too, and Erzulie as well. It's always fun when Erzulie comes on, despite his calling us all kinds of state properties and liars. But yeah, and Tracy, I have to reiterate what Yona is saying. This is no judgment. We're simply stating our opinions. Like I said earlier, when we're having a thought experiment, if you had guidelines for your community, the community that you saw as running well or working well, what are the some of the things that you would implement? It's not to say that you'd force it on people, but how do you envision the family? How do you envision the community and relations between human, I hate that word, but between people, that's all we were saying. It's not to criticize it one way or another. So for me, I think that the current ideal reality would
Nah,
be to
check out
have.
check. Okay, yeah. You guys are saying one thing, but check out what Ezuli just said. He's not there yet. Tezi is on the 12th chapter. We are on the 33rd. What does that mean?
Well, that again is his opinion. You can also have both opinions on ideas and opinions on people. That is not also the last word. If what you are
Nah,
supposed to do is keep
you
defend.
see. You guys, you can say this, but I can sense the patronage that comes when
No,
you talk
no,
about
no, no, no,
okay.
no, no,
Now
no.
you
See,
see,
see, even that
let
you're
me
also
finish. Let
making
me
a
finish. This,
judgment
you
on
don't even
our
let me
judgment.
finish.
It's like you're
The
now
whole,
you're the
the
one
whole.
calling us liars. At least Erzulie was just call us liars to our face, but you're just saying, oh, I don't believe the things that you're saying. That's pretty much what you're saying. Oh, you're just saying that because you want me to feel. No, we actually do want to come to an understanding, and we know that if we disagree, it's okay to disagree. And it might be somebody's opinion that you're not at that level yet. Maybe they've been at the place where you are. Maybe they had opinions similar to yours at a certain point in their life, so that's how you feel. But also you have a right to say that no, this is not just a phase, this is how I really do feel. So that's what I'm saying. Everyone has a right to their opinion, that's all. And it's not judgment on anyone. That's why we have discussions. Nobody has the final word on what the truth is, but everybody has a right to express what they deem to be the truth. So if somebody disagrees with you, it's not to say that they're patronizing. If I say that it would help you to travel, I'm not saying that because you haven't traveled therefore you're ignorant. I'll just say that sometimes, just like if an older person tells you you need experience, one day when you're older you'll see things differently. It's not to say that you're dumb for being who you are. It's just saying that sometimes your perspective might change, and somebody who has a different experience than you might have a different experience. So it's not to say that you're wrong. It's just to say that somebody else has a more direct experience than that. Obviously, you on the ground, somebody from and Yona didn't try to say that. She didn't try to say, you're not doing it right, but she did state an opinion. Like if you came to America and you said and you saw that people were giving up their what you consider to be rap culture. Let's just, you don't have to be say, I don't live there, I don't understand. Let's just say rap culture. We know that to be an American thing, right? And so if you saw let's say your Eminems and so on taking up rap culture or rap culture being claimed by some Latinos, you'll be like, they're just giving up their culture. That's not to make any judgment of them. It's just to see what they're doing, and that's not a judgment. So if somebody from outside sees that Africans are not speaking their tribal traditional languages anymore for any other language, whether it's Kiswahili or not, they have the right to opine, to have an opinion that these people, yes, they are giving up their culture, which is part of their language. You can have justifications or reasons for it that said, the reasons why we're giving it up is this, that, and the other. That's your reason because you're on the ground. But somebody speaking from outside, and they will be correct in saying that, is that yes, you are giving up your language, whether you're giving up for Kiswahili or English. That's what you're doing. Okay, Erzulie, you're back. Go ahead.
Okay, you see, you interrupted me. I didn't finish my comment.
Okay, go
Now,
ahead and finish your comment.
this has been the nature of this conversation the whole time. It's just me getting interrupted, then somebody talks,
Yo,
then
speak your comment, bro. Stop crying. Speak your comment.
No,
Go
I'm not
ahead.
crying. I'm not crying. I'm demonstrating the patronage. I'm just demonstrating the patronage. So my point is, and I will always say this, that you asked a good question. I will not comment. I will not give an if I don't give opinions about rap culture in America, because if you decided to give, I will understand that you probably have your reasons to do that. If you gave it up, I will probably understand why. I'll try to, okay, why did you do that? So this is what happens in your society. I will not give what you say opinion, but to me it's judgment that you're giving up your culture, you shouldn't do that. Nah. I will respect that. So that is the same. That's why I'm here to defend Africa. I will always defend Africans, because sometimes people just think, like the other day we were discussing about pastoralism, and guys were saying, oh my god, those guys, they're so dusty, they don't understand what they're trying to. That's the perspective. That's the perspective people have. Then when you go there, you start to see, oh yeah, they're living this life because it's actually natural to their environment, and it's actually more beneficial, and all that. And you start to see those things, and you understand why they do these things. But if you don't go there, or if you don't speak to them, you will not understand. Or you will just be having your opinion from your own perspective that is not the reality on the ground. So I will always defend Africans. And I find that in these platforms, by the way, how many continental Africans actually come to this platform? Perhaps it is this patronage attitude that is preventing them. That when somebody comes here and speaks his opinion, You're already told, you're not on the chap. You need to learn more. You're not there yet. You don't understand whatever you need to understand, or that type of that is patronizing talk.
No,
That
but
is
you're saying the same. No, Tezi, you can't do that. You're saying the same thing to them, and I'm saying the same thing to everybody.
I'm not
You
saying the
also
same
told
thing.
them-
You see, the
you
thing
also
is,
said that they
I'm
can
commenting on
understand
Africa,
what
but you
they are
see,
doing,
the
that they can
difference between
understand
me
what
and them.
Africans are
Okay,
going through.
the difference between me and them is I'm commenting on a place where I live, and I'm commenting on the things that I see, and they are, I don't comment. Like I said, I'm commenting on what I see. I used to, in fact, I used to have similar opinions to them. They don't understand. I used to have opinions until I started traveling all over Africa, until I went to Madare, until I went to Kibera, until I went to last week I was in Machakos, and I started to see, okay, there is more to this story than just what people think, and so has been my whole point this whole week, that you cannot even have a valid opinion, leave alone, you cannot have a valid opinion until you really like immerse yourself in that culture and see what it is.
Can I talk now?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you a question. You saying you feel offended because I said you're not on the page yet. When your father
No.
No, let me finish, bro. You spoke. You said that I'm patronizing you because I said Tezi's not on the page yet. Tezi's on page 12, and we're on page 33. Do you know why I could speak like that? Because as African American or Caribbean Haitians, we lost our language, we lost our culture. So we could tell what's gonna happen when you do that. Just like as a kid, you may not understand why your father tells you don't go down that road. It's not because he think you're stupid, it's because he experienced it before you. So if you want to look at this as being patronizing or this and that, that's on you, bro. What I'm trying to say is I understand where you're coming from, but I'm trying to tell you this conversation we're having right now is going in circles. You telling me don't meddle into African business? Do you tell the European man not to meddle in your business the way you're talking to me right now? No, you don't. You take his English language and you beg him for a job. So I'm trying to tell you, I'm gonna give you an example. I was talking to a friend. He gave me some information. The information was so jarring to me. I could not comprehend it. You know what I said? I said, you know what, bro? I'm not gonna deny it. I'm just not in that page yet. When I get to that page, we will revisit this discussion, because what he was telling me was so against what I was taught, and my mind couldn't deal with the new information. So I told him, you know what, bro? I hear you. I'm not there yet. So if you want to look at this, because I'm telling you, you're on chapter 20 and I'm on chapter 33, or we're on chapter 33, or you look at it as patronizing, that's on you. That's on you. And like you said, I don't know what's going on in the grounds of Africa. I don't know this. I don't know that. But you know what? I do know. You respect. You respect. You revere the English language because it brings you money. The way you're talking about, I don't see you going on the European platform and telling them don't meddle into African business. So if you want to get offended on that, yes, I get it. You could get offended in that. You getting offended in that, just like I'm not trying to say anything about you. Just like you can't call a crackhead or an alcoholic an alcoholic, because he's in that stage. So, bro, I'm not going back and forth again. If you feel, hey, like I said, I don't even want to meddle into African business. So what you're saying is that let African deal with Africa, because you guys are doing such a great job. Y'all handle your country. I'm out.
You see how I did not even interrupt you. So let me now answer those questions, if I'm going to be allowed, Tanzan.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So first of all, the first thing you talked about is losing languages. Who said Africa is going to lose language, all its indigenous language, just because we've taken English up?
Okay, Tezi,
I
look,
didn't
at
say
this
that.
point, I think we have considered that, yes, you have the last word on the ground.
when it comes to Africa.
Yeah.
Wait,
Okay.
no, let me finish, and then I'll let you. What we're trying to say is this. Yes, you know what's going on in the ground. Can you just give grace, the similar grace to somebody who says, well, we know what's going on in the belly of the beast because we are closest to it. And by we are not, I don't even mean me. I mean people who have lived with this for much longer than I have, you know. I can't even say that I know the extent of it, you know, but I know the history of it. I cannot fully explain it, but I know people who know more than me. So if we can give you the, you know, the grace to say, well, you're on the ground, you know what's going on. Can't you see that other people have experience with that, and they have probably more experience with the people who control the global hidden hand over the world, including Africa, even if it's not direct? Can't you at least give them that, you know, consideration? Is they're not saying that they're better than you because they know it. In fact, that knowledge of being in the belly, of being seeing the worst of it, is what it's not. It's not. Oh yeah, we know better than you. That knowledge came with a lot of, you know, suffering, a lot of identity, a lot of that. So we can give you the, you know, the culture, the tradition, the authenticity, or you come from the continent and so on, and say, you know what, and Erzulie is not trying to say, oh, we know what's going on over there. He's just trying to say, we know what's going on over here, and it affects you. That's why when I said that Black America is the future of Africa, that's what I'm talking about. It's not that, oh yeah, you know, we are going to, you know, we're still emulating, we're still under that influence, whether it's direct or not. I'm not saying that Africans are, you know, giving up everything. I'm saying that they are being influenced. We're not creating our culture, you know, organically. This is not the old days when we decided how we're going to organize the societies. There's a bigger picture out there. So someone is simply just telling you, look, I'm closer to the control boards. This is what they've been doing up here. Yeah, you're not feeling it as much there because you feel like you have more autonomy, which to some extent you do. That's all that people are saying. It's not to negate your experience, but you should also acknowledge other people. You have said, oh, I don't want to speak on what they're doing, but what they're doing is not in a bubble. We no longer have the isolation of being in Africa, or, you know, we're living in a world that is entwined with each other. So, you know, we can get the intel from you on the ground, and you can also, you know, get the intel from the people who are, you know, closest to, you know, the motherboard, so to speak. Right?
Okay. Okay. Can I be allowed to answer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. First of all, you're talking about when it comes to what Erzulie said. He said that other people in page 33 even called us. He even gave the reference, which I understand that crackhead or a phase, that this is just a stage in which we're African, and we will reach their stage very soon. So that already tells you that this is. Do you disagree that this is not patronizing?
No, I don't think it's patronizing at all, any more than, you know, you saying that you know what's going on the ground more than other people who, you know, claim to. So no, I think it's just everybody saying what they
You see, okay. Okay, so you're saying that when I say what's going on the ground, that's patronizing to you because
no, it's not patronizing. It's just saying that you have a closer access to it. Same thing with somebody saying, you know, let's say they work for, you know, they are the speaker. They don't say they're closer to it, and they've been at it for longer. They've encountered these people longer than we have. There's nothing patronizing about it.
But you see, that's the thing. That's the big issue here. You see, I respected the fact that you're talking about racism. That when it comes to, I respect that when it comes. If I wanted to talk about encounters with white people, people in the diaspora probably know more about that, and I will concede to your information. But when I talk about African issues, African societal issues like languages and culture, then you talk, and you know, you not just because you have a hammer, not every problem is a nail. That's what I'm trying to say. So first of all, Africa diaspora lost their languages. It's not the way Africa is going to lose any language. There is nobody. So embracing English is the reason why me and you are speaking, or me and the diaspora we are speaking right now. It's because of English. So we are using what we have to do what we need to do, and that is why Africa is. That's why Africa embraced English. It's using what you have to do what you need to do. It's simple tool. That's why we don't have attachment to English. That's why, like maybe somebody else, maybe somebody from England, we don't have that type of attachment. That's why somebody, like I said again, that you can even speak broken English, and people as long as people understand you, it usually goes unnoticed. Even the president doesn't even speak good. Like that's just general Africanness. So that is my perspective. Second of all, what was I going to? I think I've spoken it all. Second of all, I'll still continue speaking about that that thing about being on the ground. That having an opinion and you're not on the ground, or having an opinion in a culture is not valid. Yeah, you can come up with some conclusion, but that you need to acknowledge that I am not in that culture, and you need to acknowledge that I am not living there. So my opinion is always going to be limited than the person who is not living there. Like, I'm not talking about racism. I have not even talked about racism. I'm talking about African societal practices. So to me, when I say, oh, it's okay to these things to have to preserve our culture, some cultures die, some languages die. I don't celebrate it when it happens, but I understand that this is not new in Africa, that this is something that has always been happening. And the best way to do is preserve it in maybe writing form, or in all types of forms in which we can preserve it. But sometimes that happens, and you have to accept it, and you don't have to go and talk about Africa, oh, we are losing our culture. Well, now we are not. We are, in fact, to me, we're having a cultural renaissance. I find that there is a huge, I look at the youth today, and I talk to African youth every day. I meet African, and the way they speak, the language they speak in Swahili, even you talk about Sheng, that's African, right? You talk about Sheng is not, people think Sheng is just a mixture of English and Swahili. In Nairobi is a mixture of all these other 40 languages. It's like it's like a very interesting mixture, and it's become this. So I see the culture evolving and into something special. And because you don't see this, maybe because it's not going to be televised in the media, or you don't speak the language, you're going to just assume, oh, Africa is losing its culture, or Africa is, but you don't see it. You don't see it. And that's what I'm trying to tell you is, you're not going to see it. And when I tell you this, you're telling me you're not on the same page. Or you need to reach to this page, you need to reach this level. That's the problem. Arguing about somebody who is not in the culture is not going, it's very difficult for us even to understand each other. And that's what I have acknowledged, that it's going to be very difficult for us to understand, because you're not in the culture, you're in the West, and your only perspective is Mzungu, 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 Mzungu. But I see people, when I see Africans talk, when I see Africa, not even young, just from old to young, the way they discuss these issues in length, the way they discuss these issues in depth, that even me and you, we cannot do it, because I am taken aback, and I'm always impressed every day. So, and I don't know how further I can explain to this, but you need to be in the culture to understand, even to have even that holds weight. Because if you are not, you're just going to be relying on information that you got through some sort of media. That's my point.
So what you're saying, what you're trying to say is telling African Americans or Caribbean Americans to mind their business. We don't have no say in Africa. That's what you're saying.
I think, no, I'm not saying you don't have a say. I think
that's what you just said.
When Africans say, I'm saying, okay, let me say what I'm saying then. What I'm saying is, when Africans decide that this is the path they go, you should give that respect. And because you should give it respect, because you should understand that there is something probably, and you should be just that aware that maybe there is something in the culture, or you should to understand even further
So we should just let you do it.
What they are trying to do instead of offering opinion or judgment. I think that is the truth. I think that's just
So we should just
respectful.
so if an African country is going in a direction that's going to be detrimental to them, that they don't see it yet, we should just let you do your mistake, right? And you'll learn from your mistake.
Okay, the things you've talked about are not really there in Africa. And even Tanzania asked me, so the same. So the same when you're in the
Are you
what you call the
colonized?
belly of the beast.
Are you colonized?
Colonized?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Do you benefit from all the natural resources that your country has, as opposed to the Europeans?
Yeah. But you see, that's a very good question. So here's the thing: how do you solve that?
I'm not talking about solving it. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, you brought that topic. How do you solve that? How do you solve issues that like these issues of decolonization? How do you solve those issues? Yeah, we are still in different levels of decolonization. Yeah, when it comes to economic colonization or neo-colonization, Africa is experiencing. No, because I would say, look at the policies in which these politicians are doing. Look at the conditions in the communities in which these people live in. What do they want? Because we talked about that. There was the issue with the oil in Turkana. We have the issue in the oil in Uganda. There are communities over there. There are people there are all these complex structures, but that usually are the ones that start. Usually solutions begin from there. They don't begin from the top. But I see the conversation. I will see, the Ugandan, or I will see even like the Turkana talk about the issues and all that, and I will see them discuss how they can come up with a very beneficial solution. I will see them say, okay, we don't have the equipment to drill here, so this is why we need the Mzungu's equipment. I will see the limit. I will see them reason, and I will understand. Okay, so this is why you're doing this, but somebody from somebody from outside, we may not see this type of reasoning. You will not see the conversations that are being had within the nation, and because of that, you're just going to come up with an opinion that it's limited.
Bro, you're not even in control of your own natural resources. The Europeans and the Western society control all your natural resources. We've
had that narrative. But now,
let me finish. Only a small amount of the people of Kenya are benefiting from the money that comes out of that natural resource. So what you're telling me is that I don't have an opinion on that. I can't tell you nothing. So you know what? You got it. Keep doing what you're doing. And then when you get to chapter 33, I'm going to see how you're looking. Because I'm in chapter 33 right now.
And what's in okay, I've asked you, okay, what's the solution in chapter 33?
But we aren't even talking about solutions today. We didn't even get to the solutions. We're just trying to lay the groundwork now.
But we are talking about solution. When Africans embrace English, what is that?
We didn't embrace it. It was put upon us. It's not something that we woke up and voted and say, "Oh, we're going to learn."
Tanzania. Okay.
Well, let's not start there. I'm just saying that the first Africans to learn English did not vote on it and say, "Let's learn English." Colonization was a process, and not even the least colonized country in Africa is not colonized. Everybody was colonized, including the great Ethiopia. They were occupied for several years by Italy and other countries. They were not fully personally colonized, but yeah, they were under the Italian rule for some time. So this whole idea, and even now we gained our independence, but we're not fully independent of all the other powers. So for us to have this illusion that we're just doing what we want to do and all of that, yeah, to some extent, but not to a great extent. When it comes to economics, the reason why we have to for example have to let other people in and so on is because we still under neo-colonization, and you know that very well, Tezi.
So it's not a question of, you know, whether we are colonized or not. We're not, you know, under the same you know, direct boot as them, but it's an indirect one. And the worst thing is that we don't really see it because it's not directly, the boot is not on our necks directly. It's just put other people to do it for them. So
see, again Tanzania, the boot. I keep saying this. I keep saying, ask the average African. He will tell you.
Okay, fine. They know about it. They know about it, right?
No, you see, already you made that bias, and I'm going to. That's what I'm talking about already. That type of bias that Africans don't know that, oh, the economy is doing terrible because we took a loan from not even the Mzungu, even the Chinese. They know. They know. That's why the things are problem here. They know. I wish I could send you a video.
Okay. So they know, and everybody knows. So why are we still having the same attitude towards everyone? Why is it still like the same old, you know, business as usual? If they know all this much, if that knowledge is not, you know, changing into any action, what's the point of them knowing?
Because you see, here's the thing now. It is changing into action. The action is just that the problem is, and I'm just going to say, the problem is that these actions or these conversations are not getting televised by the media that you consume. That's what I'm saying. That these conversations that Africans have about neocolonialism, this conversation on how to fight it, these small solutions here and there that we are coming, they are not getting televised. And because you're not receiving this from your media, you say Africans don't know they're talking about, or Africans, I don't know the boot that is on their necks. Comments like that, or Africans are in page 12 and we are in page 33. All these are comments because the media you consume or is not giving you the access that you will require to get this type of information. Because this thing that Africans don't speak about neocolonialism is a lie.
The reason why you're on page 22, you know why you're on chapter 22 and I'm on chapter 33? Because you're talking to me right now, talking about English brought you everything. English brought me science. English brought me knowledge. English.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I have nowhere I have never said that.
Yes, you did. You said the English language brought you knowledge. The English language is great. The English language. You didn't say nothing about that. So I'm just making this up.
No. I've never. Tanzania never said that the English brought us knowledge. I've never said that.
Did you not say that the English language is how they communicate to gain knowledge for science, to write papers? Didn't you just say that?
No. I say that. Okay, let me say what I said. Let me say what I said. No. Can I say it now? Can I speak? Let me finish. Are you done? Let me speak. When I said English is a line of communication, I said, yeah, a lot of papers right now in the international science community today. I'm not talking about English bringing knowledge to Africa. That's not it. I'm talking about today, a lot of scientific papers are written in English. So it is an advantage. A lot of knowledge, even in the world, is written in English. So it is an advantage to get access to the global repository of knowledge. It is an advantage to know English. The same way, in fact, I don't know, remember Marie Antoinette, I don't know if Tanzania were there when Marie Antoinette said that she learned German. She learned German to get access to German papers on medicine so that she can learn about that. Even Kaizo, I know guys who know Kaizo learned, I think he learned Russian to learn mathematics so this is not this is a normal practice. This is not, if you're thirsty for knowledge, the learning English is going to give you an advantage to get this access to wider knowledge. That's just a fact. So some people even trying to learn Mandarin. If people are trying to learn if Chinese come up with some new type of, some guys are going to learn Mandarin and not just Africans. Probably people who are going to learn, trying to learn Mandarin to understand these Chinese papers. So I think Africans also. I'm a big fan of African languages. If in fact, I have always dreamt that maybe we need our own scientists to start, writing papers in our own African languages when we get to that cutting edge of knowledge, which we should, but we should not limit ourselves just to our language. And when the world is progressing into one, people are learning all sorts of languages to learn all sorts of knowledge from all corners of the world. And we are trying to be, this African Nigerian, actually, this Nigerian scholar, he says that decolonization should only remain to when it comes to self-determination. It should not be put towards knowledge or towards the scholarly community. We should allow the scholarly community to learn from. It should just remain a fight for self-determination and stay there. It should not cross other disciplines like scholarship or all sorts of, all other business. Let those guys do the language that is best for them. Yeah, I'm done.
But I think you're chasing, the tail of, the dog, because you're looking at all these people and you're seeing those examples, but you're taking a different lesson from it than I would, because for me, I would say that because the Chinese stuck to their language, because the Japanese stuck to their language, even though they did, use English to some extent, but they forced the English to learn their language, even if it's not all people who are going to learn your language. You just need translators, but you need enough people to learn your language, or some of your people to learn that language so that you can able to go back and forth. So they enforced their own language on their people, and they continued. They didn't go over all, they were conquered by the English. Let's all just turn English and start doing everything in English. So yes, English was an advantage to learn, but they did not give up their other language. So if you're going to do something, there are some things that you should share with the world, find scientific papers and all of that things, but you should also create things in your language that not just the people from you who speak that language want to read, but also other people want to learn it, so that people who know the language will be able to translate into English, for example, and people who speak English will want to learn your language so that they can understand what you're speaking, talking about. You talked about someone learning Russian and German to understand certain works in the original version. Well, then that should be the same requirement for us. People set the standards. People, that's what self-determination is. You determine your standards. It might not be scientific papers, because fine, okay, scientific papers are being written in English, Russian, German, whatever, but you can start your own, for example, music is in Kiswahili. That's what I was saying earlier, that, it's unfortunate that only Kiswahili speakers can understand, Kiswahili music. Yes, they can enjoy it to some extent, just like we enjoyed music from South Africa, Cameroon, and all these places without understanding everything that they said. Lingala, we used to listen to, Congolese music, but people who speak the language, not appreciate not just the beats and so on, but they also understand what the speaker is listening. So some people might be inspired to learn Lingala just based on the songs, or to have a translation on it. To have a translation is to have somebody who speaks both languages. So it's not just taking on somebody else's language and culture, but also imposing your own and saying this is what we can do. For all, every dictator has their own levels of goodness and badness, villainy and whatever, but Kamuzu Banda, and that Congolese, I think Mobutu, yeah, I think Mobutu Sese Seko, yeah, they instituted this policy that in their countries that people would be named, we would have only African names, that you wouldn't have this, we talk about, Black people losing their identity because they're called, John Smith or whatever, but we're called John Bazi or whatever. We are half enslaved, because we also still using English names. We name our children English names. In fact, we precede English English names before our own, tribal names for a lot of people. So you can't just, wave away the colonial wonder as if it doesn't exist. So, we also have, colonized whatever, even in religion, even in our culture and so on. So there's a lot of our culture that we have already given up. Forget, we're giving up the language. No, there's a lot we've already given up, not just talking about what we are giving up. That's the first, that's one point. So the other point is that, yeah, we definitely colonize, but we shouldn't just accept somebody's, language, even if you are the conquered people. You should still maintain your own, language as much as you can, and not just Kiswahili. There are other African languages. To think that, Kiswahili is a replacement for all those other languages is to really, dismiss the importance of those other languages, to say, oh, well, if they die, they die, as long as Kiswahili lives. No, you can have both. But yeah, we definitely, and that's Jose's points about, learning German and imposing, if it is Kiswahili, which is an African language, if it's Kiswahili, then that's what we should impose. We should have children having Kiswahili names and not English names. You should have a Kiswahili name and your tribal name. You should be speaking Kiswahili or whatever, Sheng, what they speak, but and use English as as an option, but always promote your own language, and we're not doing that, and I don't even know if we can. So yeah, we're definitely under the influence.
But okay, you see, this is the thing. Again, there is a promotion of African language. Like I say this again, like Diamond he speaks purely Swahili.
Yeah, you said that earlier, but remember when people made fun of him because he could not speak good English?
Yeah, but that was neocolonization, just putting it. But in the end of the day, you see,
we are properly ashamed. In fact, as Kenyans, we feel we're better than the Swahili people because we don't speak that good Kiswahili. We mix our Kiswahili with some Sheng and some random stuff. So yeah, we make fun of them, and then when they come to Kenya, some of them have to pretend to dumb down their Kiswahili for us Kenyans. So even that, people made fun of him because being great in Kiswahili.
But see, here's the thing. People make fun of those are kids. First of all, children will make.
But that's just not
Yeah. But you see, people will make fun of people for the sake of making fun. They just
but they don't make fun of
you. See,
if
he spoke. Let me tell you something. If they'll still make fun of him equally if he spoke broken Kiswahili.
No.
They will. I've seen people being made fun of.
People make more fun for people, who don't speak good English, and people who don't speak good
because
English.
It's common. Because it's more common in Africa.
People who speak good English are regarded as educated, upper class, better than other people, well versed and so on. But that's true for the rest of the world. Really, especially if you speak English with an accent, especially that wanging. Why do you think Nairobi city girls put on that fake, American accent, wanging all over the place? That's not just you. They know that, if you have a wang, if you have an English twang, you sound, more high class.
Okay, let me speak about that now. You talked about Nairobi city girls, but let me start with Diamond. He got made fun of because he spoke in broken English, which is common in Africa. It's very common for people to speak in broken English, and it's like a running joke. And speaking in broken English did not hurt his views. It did not hurt his publicity. And in fact, if the same people who made fun of him still listen to his Swahili songs and still promote so his fan base is still strong, and it still grows even stronger because he sings in Swahili. So, and there were equally a huge number of people defending him, because that is, I'm not going to lie, it's a bit of neocolonization. That was just the residue. It's a residue of neocolonization that's showing its head. But in the end of the day, he gets a lot of money by just singing purely in Swahili. He gets more views than the average, English singer. In fact, in East Africa, if you sing in English, you don't get that popular. But if you sing in Swahili, you get popular? Or that's a fact. So second of all, you talk about the Nairobi city girls twanging. Now, let me tell you something. That type of, you see, this is what I'm talking about. That type of culture, that is old. These days, Nairobi city girls, they have their own accent. And if you've never seen the Kenyan accent, there's a Kenyan accent. It's not even in English. It's a very interesting play with the Swahili. They have their own accent now. This is as you can see, culture is evolving towards an African culture, towards a Kenyan culture. That is the natural cause of events. That's what I keep telling you guys, that culture is not constant, and what you saw then is not necessarily what is happening now. That was just the beginning. When we were speaking in English, that was then. But now speaking in Swahili in a certain way is the most popular way. Even when you look at the music now, it's in Swahili and it's a different type of music. So to me, I will always continue to say this, that you really need to be immersed in the culture to understand the direction it's going, and not just, if you rely on media, whether it's social media or traditional media, you are always going to have a limited perspective. And it's not bad. It's just that sometimes you need to acknowledge that, okay, sometimes because when it comes to African affairs, there is this bias and it's not even just Black African diaspora. It's also white people. People who have never been to Africa feel like they can solve African solutions. They can solve African problems. This type of culture is what we need to fight, actually. I don't know why. I think Tanzania, you need to spear that fight. That's why, just because this is an African problem, that it's not. You really need to be deep into the culture to understand the solutions of this problem. The same way we give respect to other regions, we should give respect to Africa. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, I understand Erzulie has to go. Thanks for for staying up late. I know it's pretty late, and yeah, Yona had to go, so no problem. Thanks for hanging on, holding on, hanging in. I don't know the proper one, but yes. So definitely appreciate you being here, and yeah, I understand. And Jose just walked in, came in. So we say Afude Sen. I can't forget. I remember that. Yeah. So peace and good night, Zuli, and hello, Jose.
Hello. What was that word you tried to say?
Afude Zen.
Auf Wiedersehen. Auf Wiedersehen. Okay.
Yes. That's the one.
Stick to English. Your Kenyan accent is.
I will stick to English.
Yes, and you will you won't disturb the peace of our brother when you speak in English. Tezi. What Tanzan just said about what Kenya is doing with English, laughing about people that don't speak correct English, etc. I've seen that in francophone countries. Students laugh at majors of cities. I mean, he's a major of a Senegalese city, and he doesn't speak French fluently, and students laughed, like laughing out loud, like ha 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 ha. And in my own country, I see that too. You know, in other francophone countries and other lusophone countries, I see that too. So, is it fair to deny, because that's what you're doing constantly, denying? Is it fair to deny that Africa is losing its culture when it's losing its language? Language is a reality construct. And when English is your reality construct, you are not building Africa. Not at all.
Okay, first of all, Africans are not losing their language. Swahili has been, and I keep saying this, Swahili is one of the fastest growing languages in Africa, if not, one of the
Is that
world.
is
It's
that is
probably
that
up there.
Swahili? Is that Swahili from Tanzania of the Swahili from Kenya?
Swahili is Swahili. Swahili originated,
Oh,
the,
that's
the
not.
origin of
No,
Swahili
no,
is
no,
actually Lamu in
no,
Kenya.
no, no. And again, denying is not a narrative. Denying has become the culture of my country. We say we are not African. That FBA shit is old to me. We say we are not Africa. We are mixed. We are, and they use the continent, the images that white people use to shame the continent to feel better about themselves. But but we are so dependent. We are the most dependent of all of the whole of Africa, besides the Seychelles. And I believe we the Cape Verde Islands are going to be another Seychelles. Only tourism, nothing else to do. No fishing. Everybody else is fishing our sea. No, no, no. We are on in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We left the Cape Verde Islands on ships, and we return as tourists. That's how bad it is. So even the sailor culture, even the sailor culture, we forget it because we are not eating as well because we do nothing with maritime logistics again, while we are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We have North America, South America, Europe, and the Western Africa, and we are not a major port in the world. How is that possible? That's possible because we follow everything what white people say, be it Portuguese, be it the European Union, or be it all the countries where our diaspora is, and enforcing supposed democracy on the Cape Verde Islands. Africa is not ready for democracy. We need to be reprogrammed. We have been reprogrammed in 500 years of no democracy, and we need to deprogram in at least two, where, if you ask me, at least 2 generations. We need to deprogram without external bullshit, without democracy does, without LGBTQ does, without uh, freedom of speech, without all the non-issues that politics in the West is about. We need to build. That's what we need to do. And to build to build together, we all faces need to be turned in the same direction. You understand that, right? People need to be uh uh what was the word that you yourself used, and I played with it, to come to an understanding. Yes, to come to an understanding, faces need to be in the same direction. If it's, sometimes it sounds as if you are in the same direction. For example, with 10 is Kenyan, you are Kenyan, and you are discussing with 10 about what's happening in Kenya. Both of you are Kenyan, but what 10 says is not valid. It's what you say. How is that possible? How can we ever get an understanding with people like you among us? How? You're speaking with Pan Africans, and you're defending that Africa, against Pan Africans. You are defending that Africa is not using its culture, it's not using its language. You're speaking with Pan Africans, a West African, Cape Verde, a Kenyan, Tanzan, a Jamaican, Yona B, a Haitian, Erzulie. You are speaking with Pan Africans, and all you have to tell us is no, 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 no. Where is the yes? What yes have you got? And I finish with that question, and I want you to ask that question and not answer a question that you make up. Thank you in advance.
Okay, thank you. So you've asked why Africans.
I asked one question. Stick to that
Yeah.
question. Try to answer it. Thank you,
Okay. Let me
panelists.
ask the question. Ask if I didn't get the question. Why am I saying no?
What is your point? What are you? Why are you opposing everything that anyone has to say?
Oh, yeah. My point is that I'm opposing. What I'm opposing actually is that Africa is here. There is no language. Africa is not losing its language because there are 2,000 African languages. Africa is not losing. There are more people speaking African languages, especially in Kenya, East Africa. Swahili has been spreading. So where this evidence that Africa is losing its language when Swahili is getting embraced? Even right now, Uganda embraced Swahili. Tanzania was already embracing Swahili. What else? Rwanda, Burundi, Congo speaks Swahili, and so Swahili is spreading very fast. And Swahili is an African language. So when you tell me African languages is falling or is dying, I'm like, no. Swahili is literally dominating, and then and I see it being taken up all the time. Even when people want to sing the songs, even the songs that are popular are not most African songs, not leave alone just Swahili.
I'm going
Most
to interrupt
popular
you.
African
I'm going to
songs.
interrupt you and not ask you if I may interrupt you.
Yeah.
Cape Verdeans sing in Cape Verdean, but what is the music? What style is the music? What culture is the music? We sing it. We sing Cape Verdean, but blacks worldwide, not only in the diaspora, are not are not teaching their children to play instruments, let alone traditional instruments. We are losing field on the stage that we used to dominate in, and that's music, right? And name me one black band in the charts, right? Name me one black band music combination that plays instruments. Name one.
Black
In the
band.
charts. So not the steel pulses, not the I mean white folks are playing reggae, so let me stick to where I was. We are losing. We are not playing instruments. We are singing in our language, but we are not playing instruments. And I almost want to bet that it's the same in Kenya and Tanzania, etc. It's all electronic.
No, okay, I can answer that question. We did this show in Tanzania. Remember, I think we actually showed the African cultural music that was played, and this was Kenya. Actually, Kenya has a thriving ethnic music industry, and they get millions of views, and it's on the rise actually. And they play instruments. Some of them even play African instruments.
A lot of things are on the rise, and that's good. But that doesn't, when you talk about, more African languages are spoken. But earlier you also say that, a lot of languages are dying, and it's okay if they die and all that. And let me ask you this though: if Kiswahili is spreading, let's say Kiswahili spreads to a place, and then let's just say Tanzania said, okay, your tribal languages are outlawed, everybody speaks only Swahili, and you leave aside your languages. Would that be a benefit for for Africans?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. I was going to even ask that. I don't see anything wrong for an African language to die, for another African language to thrive.
Wow. Okay.
It has happened in Africa so many
You
times.
had it, everybody. You had it from.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. It happens. It has happened many times in Africa. If you look at the Abasuba had their own Bantu language. It died, so now they speak a different language, another ethnic language, but their language died for them to speak another ethnic language. And this has happened all over. This has been the norm in Africa, that some ethnic languages die so that new languages can thrive, or other languages can thrive that are more dominant. That happens I think even in
Yeah, well,
Botswana,
I guess,
even in Botswana, there's a dying language. I don't know which one, but I think the Tswana people is the dominant language. Then there's
you have
another
no
one that is
problem
small
with
that is
keeping another man's language alive in your,
yeah.
in your hearts and in your children's minds.
You know that there are also new languages. There are new languages are born, like a tribe, and that's they call it a tribe in Senegal, but it's actually a mix of two tribes that live as one tribe, and they mix the languages of the two tribes, and they now call they now have a name for the language. But to let it's look at the bigger picture. So and ask yourself, so even that is not black and white, but ask yourself, should now the question is already asked. Swahili, you are okay with Swahili killing or burying other languages? Are you okay with Swahili being taken over by an other language? Are you satisfied when Twi takes over Kenya?
Okay, I'm so far Swahili has become big, but I'm not. My language is not even Swahili. So yeah. So when I speak about Swahili, it's not like my. I'm not even include my ethnic language. If my ethnic language died for Swahili to become the more even stronger, or what's how usually happens, as you said, Swahili just absorbs these other languages, and Swahili becomes even more terms in Swahili become borrowed from all other African, which is happening in Kenya actually. So that what you call Sheng is not really Sheng. It's just a mixture of Kikuyu, Luo, Kamba. There's a lot of other ethnic languages that are being absorbed by Swahili and making Swahili evolve into something that is even more special. And so, yes, you see, this is, and as I see this process, I say, yeah, this is actually what we want as Africa. That's what I want as Africa. That a language that can grow and grow to the point that we are going to even now, and as you said, when we make innovations and all that, people will want to learn Swahili so that they can learn about the innovations that we are making. But to reach there, we need to make sacrifices, and this is not even just me. It's not, this is just natural order of things. Sometimes we cannot fight nature.
Holocaust, Jose, the Holocaust, African Holocaust,
No,
Yes,
no,
linguistically.
nobody's killing anybody.
that's not what Holocaust means.
Well, he said sacrifice.
Exactly.
Oh, Holocaust means sacrifice. Okay. Yeah, okay. If it means okay, so yeah, okay, yeah, sacrifice. I'm okay with that. For a superior and more
Yes,
dominant African
but
language.
you did not answer my question. You went on.
No, I thought
Fantastic.
I agreed. I agreed. You
No,
asked for truth.
You know, would you like it if Twi was it and not Swahili?
Yeah,
Swahili.
I
You grow up with Swahili, and now you're going to lose it on Twi. Now Twi is the national language in Kenya because Twi is doing better. There are more technical papers written in Twi. There is they dominate music and culture. So now it's Twi taking over Kenya. You like that?
yeah, I would love it. If I don't hate any African language. I would love it. In fact, if there was research papers written in Twi, oh my god, I would be so proud because it's an African language.
Okay,
Why would I want to? I would be very proud. And in fact, yeah, I will be like, you know what? We need to learn. I will advocate for. Yeah, we need to learn Twi, if that is what is progressing and it's becoming the most dominant. I will probably. I don't mind sacrificing any language for a dominant language.
thank you. I'm looking forward to Twi and Swahili coming to Cape Verde. Yes, I'm of the same opinion. But Cape Verde must not die. Cape Verdean must not die. It's a very vivid and fantastic language.
Yeah, see, my issue with Tezi is not so much like, you're not against any of. Yeah, I wouldn't care if it's an African language that it came and dominate. I have no, also anything against any particular African language. What I'm saying is that the language does not necessarily have to extinguish other languages. We are not monolingual people. We are fully capable of embracing, both a universally African language and also our own tribal languages. We're not limited by one or the other. So I don't see the reason why it has to be, an either or situation where you have to have one or the other. You can keep your tribal languages and traditions and still have, Kiswahili as a language. For me, I don't think, I don't believe, because the same thing of having, one is hierarchical, one language is, better than the others. No, Kiswahili just happens to be, because of trade and so on. It's not that Kiswahili is better. Well, how would you even, compare betterness in language? That's just utter nonsense to me. It's just what happened to be the one that, was most convenient at the time, especially with trade and also with colonization. Let's not, forget that. So it's not to say that Kiswahili is better. It's just that it's been used and it's expanding and it should be used. I'm not against Kiswahili at all. In fact, my problem with West Africans is they have not settled on one language. They really should have settled on just Twi and continue with it and had everybody learn it. I think in Ghana everybody pretty much knows it to some extent, but they didn't come to a standardization of it, which we did in East Africa. Kudos to us. So they should, for them, they're too much in their tribalistic, locale. But I think that Tezi, you're too much on the, universalization, at the expense of everything else. Just like you can, like I was saying, in Europe, the only official English speaking country is not even in mainland Europe, continental Europe itself. Britain is off on the edge. All other European countries don't speak English. They speak German, Norwegian, Swedish, all these different languages, but all of them somehow you're not going to get lost. Even in the Czech Republic, in Croatia, all these places, you'll always find somebody who knows English. People speak English, but they don't give up their own languages. Japanese people have learned to trade on the international market without necessarily converting their whole language system into the English system. So I'm not saying that Kiswahili, necessarily should, be banned or abolished. Kiswahili should continue to spread throughout the rest of Africa. All I'm saying that Africans have the capacity to both learn Kiswahili and also appreciate their tribal languages, because every language is useful and brings a different perspective and a different richness of the expressions of humanity. I don't think that languages should just die and be put in a museum. No, I think that as far as we're concerned, we should be preserving every single African language that exists. Not just for the people themselves, but also so that we can also, find people who can learn the different, nuances of every language. If somebody could speak all 42 languages in Kenya, they would be in a much richer position than being able to speak Kiswahili everywhere. They would actually be able to go, to the remote areas and converse with people. Yeah, Kiswahili is great and good, but there's nothing like being able to speak somebody's mother tongue. And I think that we should actually promote, intertribal learning of languages as well as Kiswahili. We should say, even if you're from, and the government has been trying to do that for quite some time, even with, the boarding schools. Before you'd just go to the boarding school in your local area, unless you passed very much and went to, school in the city. But now they're actually taking children and teachers to different parts of the country so that they can also familiarize themselves with all those different, places. So I'm not limiting ourselves to, Kiswahili is great and all that, and let's just do that. I believe that every single language has its own merit for existing. So, yeah.
I can add something about the dying languages.
Mm-hmm.
We in the Cape Verde Islands are lucky that our capital is in the south, right? Why? In the south, Cape Verdeans are more African, right? In the north, people even complain that Africans from the south are colonizing the islands of the north. because they are backwards. They are, the typical view of Europeans when they look at Africa. But it are also Cape Verdeans. So from the inside, Cape Verdeans are distancing themselves in shame for somebody totally different from another continent, another race, other languages, you know, in shame, we are distancing ourselves from ourselves. And that's how languages die. If the capital if the capital would be in the Northern Islands where I come from, if the capital would be there, the Cape Verdean language would have already died on the Cape Verde Islands. And the language would only be spoken in Guinea-Bissau. And that I guarantee you.
Wow.
For how
And
crazy, for how
mhm.
crazy our people resist against their own identity.
Yeah. We were talking about museums earlier. You can have the artifacts and so on hung up in a museum and preserved and all that. But guess what you can't preserve? You cannot preserve language. Okay, you can make the case that, okay, you can record people and all of that stuff, but language is a living thing, and it lives or in the present in living people. That's why it's called a dead language, because no living person is speaking it anymore. At that point, there's a museum will do nothing for you. We can go look at all the Egyptian artifacts and for days and years on end, but we won't know what they sound like. We don't know what their language sounded like. We can look at their writings and all that and come to some some, maybe, I don't even know if we can, but an idea of what their meaning is. But meaning is very different from language. You cannot listen to the music that they played. So once something is dead, it's gone. There's no preserving it, there's no bringing it back. And yeah, you can say, well, there's lots of other languages, why are we concerned about this? But that's also part of years, decades, not even decades, thousands and thousands of years of people actually creating something, and now it's gone. And the only thing that was needed is for living human beings to continue speaking it. That was the only task. It's like when they say you only had one job. Yeah, that really is your only job, to learn how to speak the language that you're born with, your mother tongue. So for me, I still maintain that people who both of them speak the same language and they have the ability to teach their child that language, and they choose not to, in regard of they're going to learn another language, they don't need this, but you knew it, so you're saying that you're useless. Anyway, those kinds of people, I judge them, and I judge them harshly. People are so afraid to judge us. So what if I judge them harshly? If they judge me harshly for judging them harshly, then we're equal. That's all cool and stuff. No problem at all. People are so afraid, like, who are you offending? Who is this imaginary person that you're offending? I'm saying that is selfish. It's not to say, oh, well, you don't know what they've gone through. You don't know. Yeah, that's their personal thing. I'm saying just based on that decision, that's selfish. Just like if I say, oh, if you have two pieces of bread and somebody is starving and you don't give it to them, yeah, you're selfish. And you can say, well, yeah, all of that stuff, I'm sure you have your good reasons, but that's my judgment of you. So we are free to judge other people. Judgment is not an imposition, a sentence, a punishment, and all of that stuff. You also have the right to judge me and say, well, you thinking of that, thinking that way is also selfish of you. Yeah, that's fair enough. But I'm looking at it from, if you really want to preserve, what is the end result? Do you want to preserve your culture, your language? Do you want to give something that you're given to somebody else, or do you want to deprive them of it? And if you want to deprive them just because, they're going to get a better station in life, they can get that even while knowing the language. Basically, it's just you're ashamed of the language and you don't want your children to continue it. So that's how I look at it. Yeah, and then that's me, Roger, out.
Yeah, actually, okay. What I agree with you, Tanzan. But I think I think what you feel is I'm disagreeing with you, and I've not disagreed with you. What I was actually trying to say, and is that yes, you're right. We should preserve these languages, and if there is ever If there is a way you can prevent a language from dying, why would you not prevent that language from dying? That one is okay. I have not disagreed. But what I also need also is that those parents who have said, who think, and which is a legitimate thought from the environment we live in Africa, who feel like they should not pass down this in the name of bigotry, tribal bigotry, in the name of trying to reduce the tribal frictions in the country, and hoping that the next generation will just embrace Swahili or a specific national language as the language, as an African national language, as a unifying language. We should also give them their respect. They are making a sacrifice in their own right. But okay, and people like them actually are the reason why even Swahili is spreading. Especially in
Nah,
countries like that.
like I said,
They are,
you
they are,
keep
they are a good
dismissing my
contributor.
point.
They are a good contributor. Okay, let me
No, no,
finish.
no, 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 Tezi, you keep dismissing my point when I say that you can do both. Learning a third language does not prohibit you from learning a second and a third and so
Yes,
on.
yeah, yeah. I'm
You
not saying
learning
okay.
English is not preventing you from learning your Kiswahili, and it definitely not preventing you from learning your mother tongue. So that's what I'm saying.
It's not preventing. I'm not saying it prevents. What I'm trying to say is, though there are those parents who are of this type of thinking, and they should also be given the appreciation that they think that if we don't allow, if we this if we, they're trying to prevent the fight for supremacy of languages. That you say that as you can see, that's happening in other African countries where even you can see in West Africa where people with languages are fighting for the supremacy of their language to be taken as the dominant language. And so you need to respect the parent who sacrificed and say, I'm not going to teach my child my language, I'm going to teach my child this other language, like Swahili, that will unify the country, so that this next generation will just be speaking in Swahili. And you need to give them, that is a sacrifice they have made, and you need to give them their respect. You shouldn't shame them and say, yeah, you can teach both languages. Yes, they are those, but they are seeing that if I teach my child this language, I might just push this fight for supremacy to the next generation.
Let me tell you something funny, right? So my parents moved to the Netherlands, right, when I was almost 3. I was 2. Uh, um, so I didn't grow up. We moved at the moment that language should fall in its place in my mind, right? So for me, right now, I am very very how should I call it? I'm very flexible in languages because I when I was a toddler, language was confusing me, so I paid uh, uh, extra, or maybe even too much attention, because I have some sort of word blindness or word dyslexia or whatever. But I also tend to see more in language than the average. Thanks to the moment in which we switched. But what happened in our household? Yeah, we came to the West for you to go to school, and when we go so when we go back we have a better life, etc., etc. Okay, what school did my parents want me to go? The Portuguese school. But we're in the Netherlands, so what happens? I go to the Portuguese school when everybody else is playing soccer or going to karate or whatever sports they do in the weekends, and I'm learning Portuguese. When I try to talk Cape Verdean, nobody ever sat down and said, "This is how you pronounce that. This word means that." Never. I had to listen to my parents and the community speak with each other to pick up our language. If I spoke, even my mother was the one that laughed the loudest, right? So I'm scared out of the Cape Verdean language. And don't I dare speak the dialect of the southern languages, because that's, oh no, that's the worst, right? Then when I'm 23, my employer moves to Belgium because the laws are, safety laws are not as strict as in the Netherlands, So they didn't need to close the barn when inspection came to see me stand in water dealing with 380-volt machines. But okay, they moved. And in here you get compensated, right? I believe in the United States also you get compensated when they lay you off by their decision, right? So I got compensated. I had a lot of money. I stayed a long time in Cape Verde, and it's since then that I dare to speak Cape Verdean. 23 years. That's 21 years with parents that refuse to teach their children their native language, because Portuguese, even in the Netherlands, Portuguese is the language that you should learn. And that's what I believe is happening with Kenyans that laugh about other Kenyans not speaking well. Senegalese laugh about other Senegalese not speaking well French. Cape Verdeans, Guinea-Bissau, and Angolans. Angola is very strong also with thinking that speaking the Portuguese language and studied at Portuguese schools is the best they
But
ever.
Jose, don't you think that your parents sacrificed, they are teaching you, they really, really wanted to teach you, but they figured, no, we want you to have a better life by not knowing the language. So don't you think that they sacrificed for you?
Then
Let's welcome Ben Uko. Yes, you'll be on next after Jose. So
okay.
Go ahead.
Then if that was their choice, they would support me in Dutch school, and not that one day every Saturday Portuguese school is going to do nothing against 5 days Dutch school and a Dutch environment. So they should have supported me in Dutch, but ask them to speak. Ask my mother. My father is my father did sacrifice. My father was the one that sacrificed, right? But ask my mother to speak Dutch now. After 40 plus 50 plus years here, ask my mother to speak Dutch. Ask her to write Dutch. And you had two intelligent sons going to school in the Netherlands, and that's the whole point. It's intellectual laziness. Intellectual laziness is the umbrella of the issue that we are speaking of now. Intellectual laziness. The white man taught me, and that's all there is, right? So we cannot, in Africa, we cannot invent another United Nations better than this United Nations, because this United Nations locks people up in camps and they die of hunger, and then they go beg around the world with images of those camps where they keep people in, like Live Aid in 84. That was genocide, and while killing off these people by hunger, they beg, they take a few artists and go beg for money that probably never got there, just like Haiti. But yeah, so why can't we Africans? So that's it's intellectual laziness to think that the Western route is the way to go. Why can we Africans not think or create a United Nation better than the present United Nation? A United Nation that holds nomads in account. What language do nomads speak? But I mean, to which school they go? What is their hierarchy and governance? Nothing. There's nothing for them at the present UN. So we must create our own system, right? And in our own system comes also how we deal with languages. What do we do to preserve languages? The healthy debates about languages. Is it worth it to preserve a language if the people themselves throw the language away? Because it's a real issue. I mean, these conversations with the back and forth. No. My view is the best. Those conversations prove that in a more complex level. So now it's just a handful of individuals speaking, and it already goes nowhere because of the back and forth. You should let people, if people want to lose their language for English or Kiswahili, let them, you know. But I'm guessing that all the 2,300 languages, the people that speak them want them to stay in existence. I'm convinced.
Yeah, I am too. So those who wish to, commit linguistic suicide, you're more than welcome. Those who wish to preserve it, should be supported. So let's welcome Ben Uko. Welcome, Ben.
It's been a while. Hello, Tanzania.
Hello. Yes,
It's been a while. Talk to you, Bakari, the rest of you guys.
yeah.
I know you guys are talking about a lot of family and learning about language. It's very important that a lot of folks need to understand that the language, you have to start building up language and building up the Swahili language, because it's like it's such it's a heavy African language. Because I know there's different tribes and they have tribal languages, but Swahili is like a king language. It's like the king of the languages of Africa. I know it's a little bit tough to learn, but you'll get it once you understand it. So that's kind of like the importance of a lot of things. So yeah, so what I was digging with Jose, we got to have a strong foundation when it comes to understanding these type of languages and putting it in action, educating ourselves about it. So I just want to say opening statement. I'll just keep listening.
Okay, before you do go back to listening, let me ask you a quick question. If you had the chance to spread Kiswahili at the at the cost, expense, whatever, of taking away the tribal languages, do you think that would be a beneficial thing, especially in regards to unity?
I think it's very important that we're gonna have to do that event. We're gonna have to get rid of it, and because it's causing a lot of confusion, and you have all these massive civil wars.
Okay, so you're saying that the civil wars are mostly caused by the differences in the tribal languages.
That and also outside forces. So I think it's both. Both.
Okay, well, at least you do see the outside forces. I think that a lot of it does have to do with that. I think left to most people's natural devices, people wouldn't really go at it the way they do. If you look at the origin and the source and funding of a lot of these conflicts, they usually you'll find that there's a lot of outside influence. So I don't necessarily subscribe to the idea that, oh, it's because there's so many languages, that's why people fight. Now, if that was the case, then people would have genocided and exterminated each other quite a long time ago, because the differences in language have always been there. The genocide and mass extinction of people is a relatively new phenomenon. So you could say, oh, the reason why the Indians were exterminated, let's just take a neutral example, by the Europeans, was because they spoke different languages, but they had been speaking different languages before the Europeans came. So let's look at the origin and the catalyst of that, extermination. Let's not just say, oh, because this was the case, that's why this happened. No, cause and effect are more complicated than just looking at a situation and saying that's the reason for that. So, if you look at the Indians, yes, they spoke several different languages, but it wasn't their differences in language. It was their lack of, common unity. And that's not because they had difference in languages. It's because they didn't realize that the common threat that they were facing was actually something that was going to face, all of them at the same time, and not just one at a time. So the difference was not so much in language, but in not realizing that the external threat was a threat to them all. So I would.
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing though. There will always be outside forces. These outside forces are going nowhere. They are, and outside forces are always looking for a point of weakness to take you down. And I'm telling you that one of these points of weakness is at least fight for language supremacy is a point of weakness. That's why you have countries like China trying to what is it, take down these other people who speak different languages other than Mandarin. You find that it's a point of weakness that can be exploited by these outside forces that want to take us down as Africans. So having a unifying language, I'm not saying that having a strong unifying language and having in fact parents, I'm not saying that we should kill
Wait.
other
I hear you
languages.
say something
I'm
about
pro
language supremacy. What did you say about language supremacy?
the fight for language supremacy. That's an active fight in Ethiopia right now. I think it's also an active fight in West Africa. You have people fighting for their language to be the supreme or to be the norm. So this fight for language supremacy is is dangerous, and it's
But
also
you're
it's a
also
weakness.
fighting for Kiswahili supremacy. You're saying
Yeah,
that
but you see, that's the problem. That's the good thing about Swahili. If that's why I'm talking about Swahili is accepted already by
but
nation,
it's
by
still
different, by
fighting for
four,
language
if not five
supremacy,
nations
accepted or
in East
not.
Africa. Yeah.
But you're still fighting for language supremacy. I'm saying that there's language equality. You can all speak the same language, Kiswahili, but that's not to say that Kiswahili is going to supreme and wipe out other languages. I'm saying that human beings have the capacity to speak more than one language, and they have demonstrated this over and over
Yeah,
again.
but you see, there has to be a clear-cut superior language, a
See,
language that is.
you're
There has to
speaking
be an hierarchy.
in
If there
terms
is
that
no clear-cut, there will be a fight for each language to be supreme.
no,
If
we
there is
don't
no
have
one clear-cut,
supremacy
like my
of
brother
language.
said,
We just have
king
a
of the
common
languages.
Okay.
Like the way my
This is
brother said that, yeah,
because
huh?
a common language is about supremacy. I just see it as a shared, language. It's not to say that one language is better than the other or that it should replace another. All I'm saying is that if you use it, just like we use English, it's not to say that English is superior, but that's what, this new doctrine that we're under is this supremacy, that everything has to be, supreme or over, or two things cannot exist at the same time. They always have to be fighting. But I'm saying that is not the case. That's a very binary way of looking at the world. You don't have to, and this is why people fight against, the common language, because they view, like you, that they're being, railroaded and that they're being made inferior by their language. But if you looked at it as if it's not superior, it's not replacing, it's simply adding on to your language. You're not giving up, you're just adding on. That would perhaps change some people's opinion of, taking on another language. But if you say, oh, you have to give up, it's like, converting by the sword, or, it's like, oh, convert or die. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can convert, but, it's at the point of the sword, you're giving up who you
May I,
are.
may I make a comparison?
Go ahead.
Language is a vessel, right? It's a vessel of a message. And in for example, Senegal, people have accepted that Wolof is the language to communicate inside of the country, right? There are so-called rebels, and they have issues with Dakar, with the central government, and people, because it's Africa, people jump on it and tend to call it tribal wars. But it's not tribal wars. It's economy, right? The solution should be that Gambia and Senegal should become one country, and the whole problem is the whole issue is solved. Uh, uh, um, but the comparison that I wanted to make was with crypto. So you have one crypto, it's XRP, and that's just one example, because other cryptos can do the same. But you have one crypto, XRP. I want to pay you in you have a Bitcoin wallet, right? And I can still send Bitcoin to you over the XRP network, right? So I imagine with computer networking in my background, I imagine it's like network packets. So the Bitcoin gets a code, gets a XRP code, and the Bitcoin arrives at you, right? And that's the same thing with language. So now we are using English as a vessel, right? I'm thinking in Dutch. I'm translating to English just to have a conversation with you, right? I turn my phone off and I continue in Dutch because I live in a Dutch world, right? So language is a vessel. The superior thinking is 100% European. I'm going to enforce my language on those people. I'm going to influence their religion. I'm going to print a Bible in their language, pull them into English, right? Via the Bible, I'm going to pull them into English via school. I'm going to force them into English with documents, i.e., bureaucracy, right? And that's forcing. That's supremacy. I believe what I hear between the line of Tezi is that Swahili did not come by force, right? And in Senegal, again, Senegal, because I know Senegal, Mandinka, the Mandinka people, they love their culture and their language so much that the saying is that if your children has Mandinka people, Mandinka friends, they will come back home speaking Mandinka because the parents of this Mandinka friend will teach your child to speak Mandinka, and
Wow.
that's friendly,
That's
right?
nice. Yeah.
That's how you maintain a language. That's how you keep a language alive.
Yeah.
Wolof is still the national language.
Yeah, that's how you do it. You do it by spreading it, by teaching your children, by your children maybe teaching other people. And for me, I would say that it's not just Kiswahili that has, made Kenyans, unified. I think it's also the acceptance of other languages, where people travel from places, people live in the city, and people learn each other's languages. You have people who have business, you have people who travel and go to work in other places, you have children who go to school in other places, and they eventually learn other languages. They say, oh, I'm this tribe, but I know this language and so on because I grew up around them, or I had friends from this tribe and so on. And I think just the willingness to learn a new language, it not only makes you appreciate your own, but it makes you be curious about other languages. You're like, okay. And then when people get together, they ask each other, oh, what do you call this and that in your language? And some of those things are completely different, some of them are similar, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, we call that in my tribe too. And and if you don't speak the same language, then that's what Kiswahili is for. And Kiswahili is a way to bring people together. It makes people who speak different languages to be able to speak with each other. But having those different languages, it makes those people also have this communal aspect, recognizing your brother. Let's say you're from the same family. Oh, Mani, Ngubu, brother Bakari. So yeah, I think that it's like saying, oh, we have to get rid of the family in order to strengthen the nation. That doesn't make any sense at all. Like the family is what constitutes the nation, just like the tribes, the 42 tribes of Kenya are what constitute the country of Kenya. So to get rid of the one and say, oh, we're just going to be Kiswahilians for from now on, that does not make any sort of sense to anybody at all. So I think that the reason why we even acknowledge all those tribes and and praise Kiswahili so much is that it's able to bring all those 42 tribes into one accord. And for me, that's the greatest miracle of Kiswahili. It's not just, oh, it's imposed upon us. English is not a miracle. English is a force. It's something that is put upon us. Kiswahili is a willingness to accept another language other than yours. It's not a self-hating, like, oh, I'm going to sacrifice myself for the sake of Kiswahili. No, you're going to learn Kiswahili so that you can learn to speak with other people from different tribes. That's how I see it. But I think this is something that we can either agree or disagree, and so on. I think the only thing that we agree on is that it's important to have an African language. Where Tezi and I disagree is Tezi feels that Kiswahili is sufficient as an African language, and other languages can be sacrificed for the sake of Kiswahili. I think that we should and we can have both. Kiswahili by itself is not useful by itself. It's only useful as a lingua franca, as a way to unite people of different tribes. If people were all of the same tribe, then there's no unity. That's just automatic standardization. And I think we as Africans really resist being put in the same box. That's why we have all kinds of religion practices. Even the people who practice all these different religions, they practice all kinds of different religions. Or even Christianity, there's no standard African Christianity. You have everything from indigenous mixed people to Catholicism, Protestantism, weird mixtures of whatever, and even Islamic. African Islam is not the same as Arabic Islam. They also inject their own special Africanness into it. So to say that Africans have to speak one language, no, that's not going to work. Africans can speak one language, but not at the expense of all the other languages, but because we are a diverse people, especially linguistically, and I think that is what makes us a richer people. So we can become richer by adopting more languages, including Western languages, because if that's the way to mark the system to be able to succeed, yeah, definitely learn all the languages that you can, but don't forget to learn your own as well, so that eventually when you do succeed, you can also promote your own, not that you're just a servant to others. Yeah.
But I have a question, Tanzan. Do you
Mhm.
feel that because Kenya does that, right? Most Kenyans speak 3 languages or something. Do you feel because of that it has stunted the progress of Swahili?
Yes, definitely. I would say this, that it has stunted the progress of good Kiswahili. Like the quality of Kiswahili has definitely been, reduced by us, by Sheng. Let me just say that, by Sheng, we have not really, adhered to the purity of the Kiswahili language like the Tanzanians have. So, Sheng has degraded Kiswahili. But
Yeah. Now, do you feel like that will affect our ability even to write papers in Swahili? Like the way Brother Joseph talk about maybe papers like in Twi or something. Do you feel like that does not inhibit our ability to, because of take this language
no, let
seriously
me tell
enough
you
to
why. Let
write
me tell you
papers
why
in
it
it?
doesn't. Just like English, not everyone speak English with a professor's ability, and there are some people who especially speak English with a very exaggerated expertise. Let me just say that. So no, I think that it will not deter people who really want to know. There's a lot of people who surprisingly speak very good English, and they write Kiswahili, and write very good Kiswahili and English papers. So just because the majority of people, if they try hard enough, they can sort of understand even those well-written Swahili papers. So I don't think that it's going to inhibit just like with English. People can speak bad English, slang English, the worst kind of English, but the only people who are required to write good English will write good English. So even in America, you'll find Americans speaking all sorts of slangs, but the people who are paid to write good English papers, they're still going to write good English papers. So no, I don't think it will inhibit the Kiswahili scholarship if it's promoted, if it's remunerated properly, and if they're given the proper support that they need. So no, I don't think it's going to diminish it at all.
Yeah,
I think
social media revealed to me that in English speaking countries, they control the language the worst.
Say that again.
Social media revealed to me that in English countries,
Uh-huh.
they mime the language worse than foreigners.
Well, yeah, well, from what I've seen from, I'm not on, a lot of social media, but from what I've seen is it's a mixture for Kenyans, especially. I've seen it's a mixture of, English and Kiswahili, Sheng, and, all this stuff, and a lot of Kenyanisms, like, people will drop in, even in interviews or speaking, like Kenyans will hardly speak one language for, fully or like if they're speaking English, they'll throw in some Kiswahili or Sheng words. If they're speaking Kiswahili, they'll throw in some English word. If they're speaking their tribal language, they'll have English and Kiswahili words in them. So, um, uh-huh. Go ahead.
No, I'm afraid that was my pen.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'm eating something from last night. I'm eating
We should all be.
I'll use my mic. Use my mic.
One day in the future, we'll be able to share digitally, but yeah, no, I think that we should challenge people to learn more languages, both their own and other languages. I think that it would make a rich experience. Yeah, the same way I advocate for traveling and meeting people from different places is the same way I would also advocate, learning languages, especially, people around you. So yeah, it's not to minimize one or the other, but at the same time, I also very much support the spread of Kiswahili because it bridges a lot of those tribal obstacles. So I'm for both. I don't think one should be limited by the other. Just like I don't think that being, for example, patriotic makes you, should make you hate somebody of a different country. Being a Kenyan should not make you, think that, yeah, I'm not for any sort of superiority, whether linguistic, nationalistic, or, all those kinds of things. I think that's, an influence and a bad one of this white supremacy system that we live in, is because everything has to be supreme, everything has to be a one or nothing sort of deal, whereas we know that humans are not that. Humans are not just one size fits all, and certainly not one language speaks all. People have tried to globalize languages. That was what empires were about, but even now, even with the greatest country in the world, they can't force their language on everybody in the world, even though everybody is required to know it to some extent in order to trade. But there are people who've lived their lives and they don't know a word of English, who still see and read in squiggles that mean nothing to us. And they still seem to just live their lives like, yeah. So we also have to imagine that we can have a parallel system. It's not one replacing another. It's not the destruction of one versus the other. Is how can we make all of these things, fit in? How can we give space to all these different lines and avenues? So I think that's the greater thing for us as people to do and as Africans. Oh, we really should start wrapping up now. So I will ask you all kindly to yes, be considerate. So Mwenda Tezi, be brief. Ben Uko, you've been quiet. You can have the first word if you're still listening, and then
Yes, I'm. Yeah, great conversation. It was a lot to listen into, but like I said, it's gonna be us as Africa, Team Black. I can
yes,
say.
indeed, yes, indeed.
I know you guys had a lot. Bakari, good morning, brother Bakari. I haven't talked to you, man, in a while here. I gotta get back with you guys, with you and forecast to see what we got going on for some more geopolitical stuff too. So let me take a little break from the tech stuff so I can get back to the geopolitical stuff. Well, I've been taking a look. But I do take a look at times to know what's going on in Africa and other things. So also, just let's dive in a little bit, just a little bit, like the disastrous Nigeria elections. Boy, folks, these are rigged everywhere they go. Rigged, rigged, rigged. And I asked Africa, why y'all keep voting in these elections? Why y'all keep voting? You're not getting anything. no votes. You don't got leadership support. What is tangible? What name me one tangible thing any of these Nigerian politicians are doing for the rest of Nigeria and Africa in general? I'm gonna leave it right there. Thank you, Tanzan.
You're most welcome, and thank you, Ben Uko, for joining. I know that you know, a lot of people and so it just seemed like a really, really long time coming. Like that election seemed like it took, 5 years to get to the polls. I'll just say that. And then when it happened, the results were so quick that I was like, whoa, at least us as in Kenya, I think they give a little bit of time for people to take it in, especially the losers. So, you give some people time, but this one just came as a whoa. But here's the other thing though, Ben. This is the danger of social media. You remember when, well, you guys, I guess, well, I don't know if you do, but the whole run up before, before Trump became president, there was all these cartoons and jokes and people, all the late night people were just having a whole blast making fun of how it was impossible that he would be elected, blah, blah, blah. And then when it was, everybody was just shocked. How was it possible? But that's what the whole social media sometimes is about. It's just about distraction. And the internet is not a democracy. It's just, loud voices and popular things and, flashy things. And I'm not saying that I know about Nigerian politics, not at all. I cannot speak of it. But I know that, from what it seemed in the social medias, it seemed as if everybody was on the Peter Obi, Obi. Who's this Peter Obi guy? Everybody was, on this Obi train. And it just seemed too much of a facade, like a farce. It was too much of an internet phenomenon that it seemed as if if people were being led to believe that they had victory in their hands. So that's all I'll say about that. I can't say that I'm an expert, but sometimes people do get carried away with the appearances and they don't see what's going on behind the scenes, and then boom, it's a surprise for everyone. Okay, so let's try to end soon in the next 5 minutes. Thank you all for being here. I'll try to say my thank yous later on because it will take forever, but go on, Tezi, and then Jose, and then we'll officially properly end it and give everyone a rest.
Yeah. I'd like to agree with you, Tanzan, that on your last point, that social media is just social media. So it's very, people might be talking in social media, but on the ground, things are always not the same. So you might assume something from social media, and then you get to realize, no, that's not really how things are in real life. So that's the spirit. That's actually what the whole argument I've had this whole time. And here you are, especially when it comes to the elections in Nigeria. And democracy is not for all of Africa. But I think here in Kenya, we are trying good. We are trying well with this democracy thing. I think we have made a lot of progress. So we appreciate those. Not every system is the same for Africa. So some of us, we should vote because it works in our place. Some others, it doesn't. Even I think that's what I have to say for when it comes to the Nigerian election. But yeah, in general, when it comes to languages, languages dying is not unique to this world. It's not. It has been happening before colonization. There languages have, a lot of African languages have died way before colonization, and new ones come up and new ones died. So I'm not really attached to languages, although they do. I'm not advocating for their death because they are also important, because each tribe has its own philosophy. But sometimes I realize that if we want to accept ourselves as one nation, then sometimes we might have to sacrifice things like languages for one unifying language, in order for for us to take this language more seriously, to the point that we can even now because I feel like in Kenya I'm suspecting because we have all these languages we're using, we're not taking Swahili as seriously as it should. The way Tanzanians are taking Swahili seriously, even though they're adding English to their language, to their syllabuses. I still feel like the way the way they use it as a language of instruction, I feel like it's very progressive. And if Kenya took it seriously, although I am still hopeful that if we took it seriously, we will do much more for, and all our innovations, if they were, if all our innovations were written in Swahili, then even a lot of the world will be inspired to even learn this language, although it is still spreading. So yeah, that's basically my point. And yeah, guys, have a good time.
Okay, thank you very much, Tezi. Yes, it's always an interesting conversation. So, yeah, it's been, wow. We're heading on 8 hours now, so so obviously we had loads.
I'll keep it short. I'll keep it short.
No. You can have you can take as long as you want. You came in late, so yeah. You and Ben
I came in late and missed the subject that I would really like to talk about. But about this language.
Yeah.
Last week or in the past 2 weeks, I witnessed. I don't remember if I was part of the panel, but I witnessed a conversation about culture and technology, culture and development, or something like that. So is culture connected to technology, technological development? And yes, because every culture has its demand, and that's why they seek, each seeks its solution, and sometimes they seek the same solution, but from a different perspective, from a different angle, and that's why what Stacey said, right? If there are a lot of technical papers in Swahili, other people will be forced to learn the language if they want to familiarize themselves in a certain problem slash solution, right? So that's the main reason. That's the reason why there should be an African. Why we as Africans should push either Twi or Swahili, or both, to be as a starter, because I believe Wolof is also spoken in a wide area, even the language that we call Cape Verdean Creole, because people always help us Africans to shake off our culture, but it's actually Guinea-Bissau Creole, and that's also spoken in a way wider area than mainly Cape Verdeans think. Twi and Swahili is a start. We should immediately, like yesterday, start writing technical papers, especially the problems and solutions that we ourselves encounter and resolve. Especially those should be because we don't want to invite others. If we write all our problems in English, the English speakers will know us better than ourselves. You understand what I mean? There are so many heavy essential reasons to start, like yesterday, with writing technical papers and social papers and psychiatrical papers, etc., in an African language, at least one. And that's where I will place the period. And thank you for having me.
That's a good place to place the period. And, to add one more period to yours, I would say this, that there's two ways of communicating. You can communicate with the outside world, but you can also communicate within your world. So we don't necessarily have to write papers that we want to share with everybody else. We can do studies in our own selves, in things that we want for ourselves, in our own secrets. We can keep those secrets to ourselves and disseminate them amongst ourselves. We can actually make our own people curious enough to learn about those languages. So when we start writing things, it could be even psychological papers. Where's that? We talk about philosophy and all that bit, where that the students and teachers of the mind, and of the mind or the body as as a whole being, not just one part or another. We learned all these things, and then even if we do take modern medicine, we should translate that into our local languages and also expand on that with our local knowledge. So we don't necessarily have to write in order to attract attention. We can also of others. We can also write in order to keep our secrets within ourselves and also attract ourselves to those languages. So if there's a particular subject, let's say it's written in Zulu, and you have to know Zulu to read the original, or you have to take translations which might or might not be accurate. Some enterprising person might just go and learn Zulu just to learn the secrets. So things are not necessarily advertised there outside, and obviously we're not in charge of the media, but sometimes secrecy and exclusivity might work as promotion. So yeah, definitely we should use the languages that are still alive, that are still have living speakers and hearers, to document it. That's the part I do agree with with Mwenda Tezi, that we should document these things, but not with an aim to just put it up there as like, oh, look what these people did. Is to continue with what they did as living people. So
May I turn my period into a comma?
yes.
Yes, because you are touching very important things, right? So check this out. In the diaspora, there are only derogative names for our mental issues. There is sellout. There is Uncle Tom. There is crazy bitch. There is Dom Negro. That's a translation from Dutch, but stupid N word. It's in the diaspora. We only have derogative names for people that are in trouble. If we it could be a good start to start to look in the mirror and find African names for our situations, because that would completely change things. Here in the Netherlands, a lot of people speak English, right? But because it comes from elsewhere, things are in danger to become a name instead of a significance. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
Yes. So you use a common English word, but here in the Netherlands, it's a name, it's a title of something, and it's not applied as the word should be applied in the English language. That happens also on the continent. That happens in francophone countries. That happens in just it's because this foreign language is not in your underbelly. So if we do our best to start there, right, to describe ourselves in our own languages, that should be a good start, because you're starting at the root.
Yeah. Even that, and I don't want to digress too far as well, but even the word zombie, and I'm not saying that they mean the same thing, but in American psychology, there was this, I'm sure you've heard it, deptomania, where it was the condition, apparently the mental craziness of a slave actually wanting to be free. How insane is that? Yeah. So they have names, and then when something is in fashion, they would call it some words like, oh, danger, being confused in a man's body, whatever, those confused people. But now is I don't know what they call it now, dysphoria or something is a disorder, but now it's just a dysphoria or something like that. So names are softened as as approved by by society, and yet the names for our people are still the same. The N word is still the same from
500 years ago, and it has still the same meaning. So we're still using their words for us, and it's time that we started using our own words for ourselves, because we don't have derogatory. There's no equivalent, and Tezi might say something different, I don't know, but there's no equivalent of the N word in Kiswahili and in African languages. It's not associated with all this. So this is the danger and the trap of only being bound by the by the confines of simply one language, is because you only can think in those terms. You cannot think Black in English without having all these negative connotations, which don't really exist in African languages. So yes, once we start having the courage to monopolize not just their language, but also the meanings, and ascribe them to ourselves, that's going to start going a long way. So instead of only relying on English meanings and definitions, now we can take those words and actually create our own. So I think that, especially in terms of having secrets, one of the reasons why it's difficult to organize things is in some places is because everything say is out there. I'm not saying that people can't decipher, but language also vets who can come in and who cannot. So if you come in, you had to take time to learn that language. If you speak Kiswahili, you have to have either taken time, spent time learning it, or we have been born in Kenya and just naturally learned it. But either way, it's not it's not automatic. So once we learn to also have our own secrets, this is the thing I want to stress about having secrets. It's not just language, is not just accessibility to all. Language is also code, and code is a secret. So when you have your language, then you can transmit secrets across to different people. But if you all speak the common language, then your secrets are laid bare. And if you do have not a secret language, but an exclusive language, one that is African in nature, and only Africans can speak it, and or you have to go in and really do your homework in order to get in, then now we can start communicating things in just by ourselves. We don't have to rely and have validation where we're constantly looking for somebody to pat us on the back, because we're the ones who are making the rules. So yeah, so sorry to go on again. I know otherwise we'll be here forever, but I do appreciate everyone for for being here, and also for having a very serious discussion on language and communication. I know it seems as if, oh well, we figured it all out, but this is a very important topic and an important subject, because it's not just about communication. It's also about relationships. It's also about tradition, the culture, modernity, the future. And I know we didn't focus on the topic, but more it became the future of the communication of African people. And yeah, wow, that was a lot. That was a lot. So okay, let me end there. If somebody has one pressing issue, they can. Otherwise, I
Yeah,
will. Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead. Mhm.
Friday we're going to speak about language from a completely different angle. So Friday 8 o'clock Central Eastern Time, right?
Yes.
Okay, and 2 o'clock in the middle of the night in where I am, and 5 o'clock where you are, 10. It's on
Yes, I
my
did. Yeah.
it's on my channel. Just take my name and put a extra J in between the Jose and Bronze, and that's my channel, Jose J Bronze.
There you go, Jose J. Bronze, and you should also see it with the pentagram symbol. I don't know why it's not, your icon is not showing up today, but it was showing up in the chat earlier. But yeah, you should see. Let me see your last comment. So yeah, that's the symbol on your channel. So Jose J. Bronze, and look out for that one. I'll just go into my. I'll highlight it, I think, in the community tab, but there you go. Jose J. Bronze. So we'll continue the discussion on language from a whole different perspective. And I'm sure it will be very interesting. So yeah. So I should do shout outs to everyone. Thank you all for being here. You know, we had Shoot the Breeze, Kokou from Shoot the Breeze. We had Oni Bonaguziki, Brother Bakari was here. Of course, on the panel, Yona B was here earlier, Erzulie, Mwenda Tezi, always, and Jose. And thank you, Ben Uko. I think it's your first time today. You're more than welcome again. Usually on Tuesdays, if I don't do it, I'm not doing it for the week. But yeah, it's been a while. But if I'm up, it's usually on a Tuesday, and then on Fridays as well on Jose's channel. Oh wow, this was interesting. This was interesting. Took us in very, unexpected directions, but that's what a conversation is. It's people with taking the baton, going different ways, exploring different paths, and coming back to a good night, good day, and thank you. A prayer to the ancestors, a prayer of gratitude for a great conversation, for being able to learn from each other, for being able to share our knowledge, wisdom, experience, and to be able to learn from the same. So thank you to the ancestors, and thank you all for being here today, and have a wonderful time of day. All right, peace.
And to you the same.
Huh? And to you the same.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Ben Uko.
Bye
Bye,
bye.
Harry Mwenda Tezi. Bye, Jose. See you all on Friday. Bye-bye. Peace. All right.